All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, August 15th. It is 9:32 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues with me here today. With me is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us here today as well is our Executive Director Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today as Emily McShane and Michael Reading and Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting. It's being webcast and recorded, and we have an in-person component here together. For those of you joining virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on any item on today's agenda, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda. There's a link and a form you can fill out. If you have any challenges, though, getting onto the platform here today, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you here onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. For those of you here in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in the California Environmental Protection Agency building in Sacramento. And just a few announcements for here, us as well. Please do observe the exits. If for some reason there is an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instruction. If you intend on commenting on any item today on today's agenda, there is a QR code in the back. There's also a tablet to be able to sign in and be able to identify yourself. Once your item is up and your name is called, please do identify yourself. And secondly, lastly, I guess here, please do turn off any noise-making devices. It's a smaller room here today. I want to acknowledge we have somewhere around 80 commenters here between the two major items that we have with once through cooling and the Scott and Shasta. And so appreciate everyone's patience. I know on the once through cooling item number 6, we will have Spanish interpretation that will be provided here in person in the room accompanying the Sierra room here, and then also virtually on the Zoom platform. Also, then we can start to get into our board business here. We do public forum always customarily here at the top. I want to acknowledge and flag for anyone that's in public forum and are actually wishing to speak on one of the items today that I would ask that you reserve your comments and actually speak then when the item is called up so that we can get through public forum as quickly as we can and into board business. We have about 10 commenters, and so let's transition to public forum, and I believe our first commenter is Tom Hall.
Chair Esquivel?
Yes.
Do we want to mention when the Scott-Shasta item will start?
Thank you for that, Executive Director. Yes, also to note, Scott-Shasta item won't actually begin until 1 o'clock. So if you're here for Scott-Shasta, we'll be beginning at about 1.
And I guess I would just clarify, given the number of speakers we do have on item 6 or 7, it will be no earlier than 1.
No earlier than 1, sorry. Yeah, good caveat, appreciate it, Mr. Loffer. Okay, next we'll go ahead and start getting into public forum. And our first public forum commenter is Tom Hall. And I believe he indicated he would be here in person. And if he isn't, we can go to our next public forum commenter, which should be Dr. Clyde Williams.
And Mr. Williams does not appear to be on the platform at this point in time.
We'll go to our next commenter then, who is Thomas Stokely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Stokely from Mount Shasta, California. I'm here representing Save California Salmon, the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, the Institute for Fisheries Resources, and the California Water Impact Network. I've been working to restore the Trinity River's fisheries for 40 years. Things are not going well. For the second time in history, ocean salmon fishing is completely shut down. The Yurok and Hoopa Valley tribes only have a minimal quota of fall Chinook for ceremonial and subsistence purposes and no opportunity whatsoever for a commercial fishery. The federal and state agencies that are charged with protecting the fishery resources of the Trinity River are failing in their responsibilities, and that includes you. We recently had an early outbreak of columnaris/gill rot in state-threatened spring Chinook that was exacerbated by warm water. 2 years ago, you let the Bureau of Reclamation kill a significant portion of the state and federally listed coho from warm water discharges, even though the Bureau of Reclamation was in full compliance with the inadequate requirements of Water Right Order 90-5. You are not doing your job as regulators to protect the Trinity's fisheries, and it shows with the ongoing take of listed salmonids and the general poor state of all fishery resources in the Trinity River. The Trinity River is the largest tributary of the Klamath River, and it's the only source of significant cold water in the Klamath Basin. It has the only 2 tribes in California that have federally reserved fishing rights and water rights. The Trinity has perhaps the most valuable water in California per acre foot because it has tremendous hydropower generation and it provides water to the Klamath River, the Sacramento River, and the Delta, yet you continue to ignore it. You've supported removal of the Klamath dams, and you have an agenda item today on Scott River flows, yet a complaint by Michael Parker about a multi-year violation of Water Right Order temperature protections for the Trinity River has languished for weeks with your staff. You continue to let the Bureau of Reclamation omit relevant information on the Trinity River in your annual approval of the Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan. The bottom line is that the Trinity River remains unprotected from warm water releases due to excessive diversions to the Central Valley Project that you turn a blind eye to. Even the inadequate protections in Water Right Order 90-5 are ignored by you. The inadequacies of Water Right Order 90-5 are detailed in a May 3rd, 2023 letter from PCFFA IFR Executive Director Glenn Spain to you, Mr. Chairman. If you haven't received it, we can send it again. The Pacific Fisheries Management Council sent a similar letter about lack of protection for Sacramento River salmon on the 12th of September 2022. The temperature protections in Water Right Order 90-5 completely failed to implement the North Coast Basin Plan summer temperature objective of 60 degrees at Douglas City that is intended to protect migrating and holding spring Chinook. Meeting that objective would likely have reduced the incidence and severity of the columnaris outbreak earlier this summer. The 56-degree Fahrenheit temperature protections in Water Right Order 90-5 are inadequate to protect spawning and incubating spring and fall Chinook as well as coho salmon. It should be 53.5 for Chinook and 48 to 50 for coho. Compliance with Water Right Order 90-5 kills ESA listed salmon. A previous state water board that approved Water Quality Order 8918 in 1989 and Water Right Order 90-5 in 1990 promised a separate hearing for full protection of the Trinity River or amendment of Water Right Order 90-5. I was there at those hearings along with the Hoopa Valley Tribe, and we're still waiting 33 years later for the board to do its job and fulfill its obligation to protect the Trinity River. I urge you to do so promptly before there aren't any salmon remaining to catch or eat. I recommend that as you proceed with the civil rights complaint against you filed by the Winnemem Wintu Tribe Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, Save California Salmon, Restore the Delta, and others that was accepted by the US EPA, that you not only take a hard look at how you have not met your obligations to tribal and EJ communities in the Central Valley and Delta, but also in the Trinity River Basin, the Lower Klamath River, and coastal communities that depend on the fishery resources of the Trinity River. Amendment of Water Right Order 90-5 to provide real protection for Trinity and Sacramento salmon would be a good start. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for yours, Mr. Stokely. I appreciate your comments here before the board this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Kimberly Burr, who will be followed by Ray Camacho.
And Ms. Burr has not joined us on the platform yet.
Next, I'd like to call up Ray Camacho and remind folks if they intend, they're wanting to comment on the once through cooling item or Scott River Shasta, I ask that they hold their comments here in public forum and have them before the item. But next, I believe, is Ray Camacho.
Yes, good morning, board members. Ray Camacho from UA Local 250. My public comment is we're the United Association of Pipe Fitter Welders and Apprentices of Los Angeles County, and we're in support of the Scattergood Hydrogen Upgrade Project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Camacho. Next, I'd like to call up Natalie Escobedo Garcia. Good morning. Oh, apologies, have to pop it on there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Natalie. I'm a water policy coordinator with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I'm here today to provide comments regarding the basins that have been deemed inadequate. Earlier this year, Leadership Council, in partnership with Community Water Center and Clean Water Action, came to the board to discuss some of the issues in the inadequate GSPs, which included lack of public engagement, inadequate sustainable management criteria for groundwater levels and quality, and inadequate monitoring networks, among other issues. While we are encouraged that GSAs are mapping out how they will address the deficiencies the Department of Water Resources raised in their determination letters, this should not delay upholding probationary hearings as soon as possible. It has come to our attention that there are some GSAs under the impression that submitting a revised GSP could be an avenue to avoid a probationary hearing. It would be incorrect for the board to delay probationary hearings in the event a GSA submits a revised GSP. Anything that is revised now will likely be rushed and not properly vetted by the public. We'd also like to note that the deficiencies listed by the Department of Water Resources are not the only issues we have raised with the revised GSPs. And we're looking for the State Water Board to take a closer look at issues such as groundwater quality protection, demand management, and public engagement. Additionally, we'd like to remind the board that GSAs have had years to fix a lot of the issues we have highlighted in our recommendations that have been consistent since 2018 when GSAs first began developing GSPs. As we continue to wait for the GSAs to do better and not wait for the state to make decisions about intervention, wells will continue to go dry. We will see further degradation of groundwater quality, land will subside, and critical groundwater storage will continue to be lost. It is critical that the board move quickly towards probation and not allow any further delays in taking action on the inadequate determinations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Escobedo Garcia. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola, be followed by Martha Camacho Rodriguez.
And neither have joined us on the platform at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Laffer. Next commenter, I believe in the room indicated here will be Jeff Eisenberg. Not seeing Mr. Eisenberg present. We can move to Kaya Rivers.
And likewise, Ms. Rivers hasn't joined us on the platform.
Okay, and I believe then our last listed commenter for public forum here will be Early Bragg, I believe it is.
Who had indicated if necessary, but likewise is not on the platform, although I will note that Ms. Chicazola is joining us at this very moment.
Thank you, Mr. Laffer. We'll give Ms. Chicazola a quick moment for her to provide her public forum comment.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Zoom decided to update at exactly the wrong time as usual.
Part of modern living.
Yeah, thank you for having me today. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying thank you.
Yeah, thank you for hearing from me today. Of course, I will be here later in the meeting. I just wanted to talk for a second about the situation at Butte Creek. As you know, as your board probably knows, there is a massive landslide or debris torrent that was caused by some failure of equipment for PG&E. And Butte Creek is the last wild spring salmon stronghold in the state of California, or at least it was until almost 20,000 adult spring salmon were killed by warm water conditions 2 years ago. Only, I think, a little over 1,000 salmon made it that year. And that massive fish kill was also somewhat caused by PG&E not releasing cold water when it was needed. I think this is not just an issue that I see on Butte Creek. PG&E flouts water quality laws and violates the Endangered Species Act and impacts beneficial uses in California a lot. And I feel like it is imperative to this board to get more involved. I know specifically that the dams on Butte Creek were relicensed recently, so I do know there is some 401 authority there. I unfortunately have not read the 401 permitting in that situation, and I'm not aware if it is finished. I haven't checked in on that relicensing in a while. However, I just think it's critically important that we start making sure that PG&E deals with their equipment and also deals with the water quality problems caused by their dams, because wiping out the majority of spring salmon in California 1 year and then 2 years later having your equipment completely fail where it could wipe out all the remaining spring salmon, like almost in the state. I mean, I live on the Klamath River and I think we had about 100 spring salmon that were counted, wild spring salmon that were counted this year. So it's just really critically important for the survival of spring salmon in the state of California that we make sure that PG&E actually listens to water quality laws and does not violate their 401 permits, and that also we have really strong 401 standards for them. With that, I also wanted to echo any comments from Tom Stokely on the need of this board to protect salmon in the Trinity River. When we're talking spring salmon, I think in the Trinity River, we're looking at a few dozen left. So to hear that there was calamaris, if I said that correctly, fish diseases in the Trinity River due to high temperature situations so early in the year, I mean, we could be looking at an extinction event in the Trinity River also with the spring salmon and coho salmon later in the year if we don't get these temperature issues under control. As you know, some of these water tributaries are critically important in the Sacramento and Klamath River system, so please protect them, and thank you so much for hearing from me today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chicazola. Appreciate your comments and time here for the board, and looking forward to, I know it'll be further engagement on today's later items. With that, wraps up public forum, I believe, and we can now move on to board business. The first item on board business is adoption of the board meeting, or consideration of adoption of the board meeting minutes of the July 26th and August 2nd board meetings. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's any adjustments, and otherwise a motion.
I'll move to adopt both minutes. Second.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend, or Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we can move on to a tranche of uncontested items. I do see, though, that we have a couple of commenters for item number 3 here, who I think mistakenly may be looking to comment on the once through cooling policy. I don't want to just automatically assume, but is Ray Camacho or Dr. Clyde Williams on the platform?
Mr. Camacho still is, and I've asked him to unmute.
Okay.
And he's not. He'd indicated he wanted to speak on scattergrid, and you heard he was speaking on the hydro project. So I think it was probably an inadvertent click.
Then I will go ahead and just keep them as uncontested at this time, unless any board members or others would like to have discussion on them, and want to just thank all the folks that worked on these items. I know they're important, and the fact they're uncontested means that you've done your job well. I would entertain a motion amongst.
I'll move to adopt uncontested items 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Moving right along brings us to a tranche of informational items, the first being item number 5, which is our current hydrologic conditions and response. And I'll look to Mr. Lawford to give an abbreviated update on some of the work that is going on.
Glad to. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. And actually, I'm only, in the interest of time, since we have so many speakers, going to highlight one issue that occurred since our last board meeting, which is back on August 4th. Governor Newsom signed the most recent emergency executive order utilizing authorities under the California Emergency Services Act. In Executive Order N10-23, Governor Newsom was responding to a very specific need in the San Joaquin, Tulare, and Central Coast regions where we had flood systems, flood channels, levees that were adversely impacted by this winter's storms. such that the channel capacity or channel capacity has been reduced either because the levees have failed or in danger of failing, or debris and vegetation from this winter's storms are impairing channel capacity and reducing it. And everyone is well aware from our prior hydrological updates that we are beginning to think about what this year might resemble, and because it could be a very strong El Nino year. And so Executive Order N10-23 suspends in a very limited way certain laws in order to allow emergency response to proceed quickly so that it can be completed by November 1st of this year, thereby restoring the levees and channel capacity so that we can minimize the risk of flooding from storms next year. There are fact sheets up on the governor's website explaining how the executive order works. But one thing I want to underscore for folks who are familiar and work within the water board's space, you know that a lot of the channel clearing and levee work is done under the aegis of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which has a number of emergency regional permits designed to facilitate that work. The governor's executive order, relying on California authority, of course, does not suspend the requirements of federal law. And more importantly, those federal regional permits, for the most part, have been certified under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act by the State Water Resources Control Board. What the executive order does is ensure that a narrow space of actions taken under those regional general permits where the State Water Board was unable to certify because of CEQA limitations, that those conditions can now be used and the Corps can rely upon the State Board's existing certification in order to undertake that emergency levee repair and channel work, and can do it while still issuing the regional permits, still issuing the water quality certification, including the water quality certification conditions adopted by the State Water Board. That is the largest swath of actions we expect to occur as a result of the executive order. The executive order does create some space. There is some certainty that a number of folks are familiar with following a Supreme Court decision back in May about what the scope of the Federal Clean Water Act is. And in limited circumstances where a local public agency may be working outside of traditional navigable waters, the executive order includes some suspensions of Port or Cologne, but includes some of the most basic standard conditions that are included in our water quality certifications. So what you see from that executive order is a very measured response, providing a limited swath of suspensions in order to facilitate solely this emergency repair work so that we can avoid flooding this year that would be essentially the result of last year's storms. If folks are interested about it, we obviously can provide any follow-up information. The regions will be notified as these kinds of projects move forward, and we're evaluating options to make sure that that information is posted on the website. And of course, if there are any local public agencies that need to avail themselves of these suspensions, they work through the California Office of Emergency Services and the regional water boards to ensure that all the appropriate conditions are followed. And for those that do not, the water board's full enforcement authority remains in effect. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leffer. Next, we'll move on to item number 6. So I have a brief statement, just read here. Welcome to the informational item on the development of proposed resolution to the revised and interim mitigation payment calculation for the water quality policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as once-through cooling or OTC. We will have a presentation by Ms. Mishishita, a California Sea Grant State Fellow at the State Water Board, and Ms. Small, Deputy Executive Officer of the State Coastal Conservancy, and Ms. Eckerl, the Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council. And we'll begin with this informational item, and then we'll move into item number 7, which is consideration of the actual adoption. And there will be interpretation services for that item, but I don't believe we have them here for the informational component.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Sammy Michishita. I'm a California Sea Grant State Fellow at the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality. With me today are Kat Walsh from the State Water Board, Mary Small, Deputy Executive Officer of the State Coastal Conservancy, and Jen Eckerly, Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council, and also the Deputy Secretary for the Oceans and Coastal Policy in the California Natural Resources Agency. We are presenting on the development of the proposed resolution to revise the interim mitigation calculations for the water quality control policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as once through cooling policy or OTC policy. We also have with us online Dr. Pete Raimondi from University of California, Santa Cruz, who led that calculation analysis and is available to respond to the technical questions. Next slide, please. Today's presentation will cover the background on the interim mitigation requirements and payment calculation, the scope, process, and timeline for revising the calculation, and lastly, the use of interim mitigation funds to date from the Ocean Protection Council and Coastal Conservancy. Next slide, please. On May 4, 2010, the State Water Board adopted the OTC policy, and the policy took effect October 1st that same year. The OTC policy implements the Federal Clean Water Act Section 316B with the intent to primarily protect the beneficial uses by reducing harmful effects on marine and estuarine life associated with cooling water intake structures of power plants, and to ensure the state's electrical needs and grid reliability. The OTC policy applied to 19 power plants when the policy was adopted in 2010. And currently applies to 8 power plants as 11 facilities have come to full compliance by retiring, repowering, or retrofitting. You will be hearing from our team again later today as a separate agenda item regarding the proposed amendment to the OTC policy. This information item and the proposed resolution focuses on the calculation updates to the interim mitigation payments. Next slide, please. Cooling water intake structures are known to impact marine and estuarine life primarily in 2 ways: by impingement when organisms are trapped against the intake structure screens, and by entrainment when organisms enter the intake structures. It is known that entrainment causes almost 100% mortality due to exposure to high heat from the cooling process. Next slide, please. OTC policy states the owner or operator of an existing power plant must implement measures to mitigate the interim impingement and entrainment impacts resulting from the cooling water intake structures. The OTC policy provides 3 options of interim mitigation that owners and operators could elect and are compensatory to impingement and entrainment impacts. By demonstrating existing mitigation efforts, by providing funding to the State Coastal Conservancy and Ocean Protection Council to support mitigation projects, and by developing a new mitigation project. Of the power plants that were required to comply with interim mitigation at the time of policy implementation, majority of the owners and operators, including the 8 remaining power plants listed on the slide, elected to comply by providing funding to the Coastal Conservancy and Ocean Protection Council. I'd like to emphasize here that these requirements are intended as mitigation for the interim impingement and entrainment impacts as facilities come into compliance with the OTC policy as a phased compliance date approach, and therefore the interim mitigation requirement is not a mechanism itself for complying with the Clean Water Act 316B. Next slide, please. The table on the slide provides the total funds collected by the Ocean Protection Council and the Coastal Conservancy from the payment starting to the 2015-2016 interim mitigation period to the 2020-2021 period. The amount varies each year based on the intake volume and pounds of fish impinged by each facility, as well as any facilities achieving final compliance and therefore no longer required to make the payments. The total funds collected from the payments to mitigate for impact between October 1st, 2015 to September 30, 2021 is over $42 million. The State Water Board does not receive any of the payments. Owners and operators send their payments to Ocean Protection Council and to the Coastal Conservancy. The Ocean Protection Council collects $5.4 million each year and transfers the remaining funds to the Coastal Conservancy. Next slide, please. In 2012, the State Water Board contracted an expert review panel referred to as ERP2 to address issues on mitigating intake impacts from power plants. The ERP2 based their findings using the habitat production for gone method as required by the OTC policy. This method is widely used as to estimate cost of creating or restoring habitat that replaces the production and recruitment of all marine organisms killed by entrainment, and therefore recognized as an appropriate method to establish the calculations that are compensatory to mitigate for entrainment impact. In August 2015, a resolution was adopted by the State Water Board, which describes methods for quantifying impacts of impingement and entrainment in a form of annual payments to the Ocean Protection Council and Coastal Conservancy based on the findings and recommendations of the ERP2. The 2015 resolution also authorized the executive director on a case-by-case basis to approve the measures by which owners and operators propose to comply with the requirements. Next slide, please. Based on the findings of the ERP2, the interim mitigation payment is determined by the sum of three components: entrainment, impingement, and a management and monitoring component. The payments are calculated in 12-month cycles based on impact occurring between October 1st and September 30 of the following year. The default and site-specific costs for entrainment were based on estimated and actual costs of existing mitigation projects up to 2011. The default and site-specific costs are increased by 3% each year to account for inflation. 7 facilities use the default cost of entrainment. Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant currently has a site-specific entrainment cost multiplier that was determined after review and approval of a technical memorandum in 2017, as Diablo Canyon has unique factors such as significantly higher volume of intake from the shoreline and a rocky reef intertidal marine habitat. The default cost of impingement was determined using the value estimated from catch totals and the average indirect economic value of the fisheries. The ERP2 had recommended a third component to support the cost for management and monitoring efforts to ensure success of mitigation. This is calculated as 20% of the sum of the entrainment and impingement components. Next slide, please. With the support of Dr. Pete Raimondi, we are currently considering updates to the default cost of entrainment, default cost of impingement, the site-specific costs for Diablo Canyon, and an escalator for inflation in light of new and more available information on estimated and actual costs of mitigation projects since 2011 and recent fluctuations of inflation in California. Any changes to the calculation inputs for interim mitigation payments will come forth as a State Water Board resolution. While we recognize there are concerns regarding current and future uses of these funds, the resolution will not define any strict criteria at this time. Nonetheless, the State Water Board, Ocean Protection Council, and Coastal Conservancy are actively discussing the allocations of funds. These 3 agencies entered a memorandum of understanding in 2016, which will be revised if the resolution is adopted, and will include further detail on agreed principles on the use of funds for future projects. Next slide, please. This timeline on the slide is our anticipated schedule of events regarding the proposed resolution. We are planning to release the draft resolution and information sheet a couple weeks from today. From the day of the public release of the documents, there will be a 30-day public comment period, and we'll release the revised resolution before the consideration of adoption, which we are currently targeting for early 2024. Additionally, we plan to conduct outreach and engagement opportunities with the tribes and the public, particularly those representing any disadvantaged communities within or near the power plants that are affected by the proposed resolution. We will be offering tribal consultations and consult with those upon request. We also are planning to host virtual public listening sessions with the Ocean Protection Council and Coastal Conservancy during the public comment period on October 2nd from 5 to 7 p.m. and October 5th from 2 to 4 p.m. Pacific time. I will pause here and ask, do any of the board members have questions up to this point before I pass it over to the Coastal Conservancy Ocean Protection Council to speak on funded projects?
Not seeing any currently. Thank you, Mr. Shinyan.
Next slide, please. Next, Mary Small from the Coastal Conservancy and Jen Eckerly from the Ocean Protection Council will now be speaking on how their respective agencies have supported projects with the funds from interim mitigation payments and future intentions of use of funds. Next slide, please.
Hey, thank you and good morning. I'm Mary Small with the State Coastal Conservancy. Pursuant to a settlement agreement between the State Board and the operators of the Ormond Beach and Mandalay power plants funds from those two Ventura County plants come directly to the Coastal Conservancy for an Oxnard wetland project. The Conservancy has received 1.6 million to date in that allocation, and these funds will be used for the restoration of the Ormond Beach wetlands, which are shown on the slide. The Ormond Beach Wetland Complex is owned by the City of Oxnard, the Nature Conservancy, and the State Coastal Conservancy. We had planned to use the once-through cooling funds to pay for the preparation of an EIR for the wetland restoration project. However, we are now working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and have applied for a statutory exemption for restoration projects for Ormond Beach wetlands. And if that exemption is approved, we will shift the once-through cooling funds to final design and hopefully some of the early implementation. If it's denied, we will go back to preparing the EIR and use the once-through cooling funds for the EIR. Next slide, please. As Sammy discussed, the Coastal Conservancy also receives funds transferred from the Ocean Protection Council. We have received about $8 million to date of those funds, and we have used them on 3 different wetland restoration projects. Next month, our board will consider a grant of $2 million to California State Parks to implement the Via Creek Estuary project in Morro Bay. This is a wetland restoration project a few miles north of Diablo Canyon. We have also used once-through cooling funds at Newland Marsh, which is part of the Huntington Beach Wetlands Complex at the mouth of the Santa Ana River in Orange County. Newland Marsh is the little green blob in the upper left corner of that slide. We used $396,000 of once-through cooling funds we contributed those funds towards the $3.6 million acquisition of Newland Marsh. And then more recently, we have provided $554,000 towards the $950,000 restoration planning at Newland Marsh, which is underway. And next slide. And then finally, we have used once-through cooling funds at the Los Cerritos Wetlands Complex. This is a wetland complex at the mouth of the San Gabriel River on the border of Los Angeles and Orange County. We have provided $250,000 of once-through cooling funds for the planning of the southern area wetland restoration. And then we are proposing, we've requested approval to provide up to $6 million for the implementation of that project. And our board will be considering a grant for construction of that restoration next month. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions before I turn it over to. Okay.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm really happy to be here today. And before I begin, I just want to share my deep appreciation for your staff and their partnership on this and all the other issues that we're working on together. It's really a pleasure to work with them. My presentation today is going to provide an overview of the Ocean Protection Council's once-through cooling interim mitigation program, including our investment priorities, monitoring results and next steps for program implementation. So Ocean Protection Council's OTC mitigation program is centered around 4 key investment priorities that increase marine life associated with California's marine protected area network through habitat restoration and implementation of the state's MPA management program. This includes research and monitoring to establish and quantify the expected ecological benefits from our MPA network in increasing marine life and mitigating OTC impacts, outreach and education to improve understanding and compliance of MPA regulations, enforcement of MPA regulations, and habitat restoration that increases marine life within the geographic region of the OTC facilities. Next slide, please. These priorities were informed by scientific guidance that was prepared in 2018 by Ocean Protection Council's Science Advisory Team. This guidance defined key components or terms within the Water Board's OTC policy, including what it means to increase marine life associated with the state's MPAs and within the geographic region of the facilities. The report identified metrics important to supporting the structure and function of healthy marine ecosystems through time, and therefore leading to increases in marine life. These include species density, biodiversity, biomass, ecosystem function, and population size. And the geographic region or area of impact from the OTC facilities was defined as just south of Big Sur to the California-Mexico border. Next slide, please. When we first established our program, OPC identified funding allocations across these 4 investment priorities based on the total payments anticipated through the life of the program according to the original OTC compliance deadlines. Those allocations are showed here on this pie chart and include $16 million for restoration, $14 million for MPA enforcement and compliance, almost $11 million for outreach and education, and $10 million for research and monitoring. As of this month, OPC has received a total of $32.4 million in mitigation payments, $24 million of which has been encumbered, $3 million for restoration, $8 million for enforcement and compliance, close to $6 million for outreach and education, and $6.5 million for research and monitoring. I want to note that OPC leverages funding sources and other funding sources and partnerships to further amplify the impact of our OTC program investments. With compliance extensions and the potential increase in the mitigation fee calculation, OPC will be working closely with the Water Board and the Coastal Conservancy to develop a revised investment strategy that directs funding priorities going forward. Next slide, please. And because increasing marine life associated with our MPAs is such an integral part of OPC's OTC program, I wanted to briefly share some scientific findings from the state's first decadal management review of our MPA network. This was released in January of this year, and the full report is available on the Department of Fish and Wildlife's website. But the headline is that our MPAs are increasing marine life and generating ecosystem benefits for California's coast and ocean. Our success, in part, is due to the effective management of our MPA network. So what you're looking at on this slide is monitoring results from our California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, or CCFRP, showing that fish are bigger and more abundant in MPAs. So that's that top line. The colors both look the same, so apologies there. So we're seeing bigger and more abundant fish inside of MPAs than outside of MPA boundaries. We are also seeing higher species diversity within rocky intertidal habitats inside versus outside MPAs. Next slide, please. And another slide, this one shows data from CCFRP with evidence that MPAs may be providing resilience in the face of climate change. So the yellow bar that you see depicts the heat wave that occurred in 2016 to 2018. And you can see coming out of that heat wave that fish communities recovered faster within MPAs as compared to outside of the MPA boundaries. So California's MPA network is the state's most important ecosystem conservation tool and a global model for marine conservation. The long-term durability and the associated ecological benefits of our MPAs require robust and ongoing management. Investment of OTC funds to support MPA management conserves healthy marine ecosystems, leading to increases in marine life that are offsetting OTC impacts. Next slide, please. And looking forward, as I mentioned previously, we look forward to our continued partnership with the Water Board and the Coastal Conservancy to evaluate and determine the best funding strategy to adequately mitigate OTC impacts until the power plants come into compliance with the OTC policy. This will include continued investments in California's MPAs to support conservation and ecological benefits to marine life, as well as additional investments in habitat restoration, including a near-term investment of $6 million to support habitat restoration at the Los Cerritos wetland. We intend to request approval for this funding at our December council meeting, with potential additional investments to support this restoration and others in the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looking to board member questions. Board member Firestone.
Thanks. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here and all the work that you all do every day. I'm interested in just hearing a little bit around I guess both the Conservancy and Ocean Protection Council, but around how you're incorporating racial equity into the investment priorities and kind of outreach to connect communities that have been disproportionately impacted to the work that we're all investing in.
Thank you for that question. So in the context of our Marine Protected Area Management Program, this is a key priority and also a key area of improvement as we move forward in our management coming out of our decadal review. So our statewide program really is focused on making sure that local communities are engaged, that they're stewards of these areas into the future. And the same goes for the work that we're doing in restoration. And this is across the board in all of the work that OPC does. So I think that it is a priority and we've made progress and we have more to do. And I think this is a really important focus for all of us as we look forward to how we're going to invest these funds into the future. And I know that we've been hearing from community members about their desire to want to be more engaged in how this funding is invested. And we look forward to those discussions.
What she said, but also I would say that this is obviously an important priority for the Coastal Conservancy in all of the work that we do. And in the projects specifically that I highlighted, I think there has been a huge effort to have real community engagement in the development of the planning, especially of the Ormond Beach wetlands. The city of Oxnard and the residents of Oxnard have been really involved in the development of that project. And in the Los Cerritos wetlands, we have set up a tribal advisory committee because that is a site with significance to a number of tribal groups. And so there has been a great deal of effort to have tribal engagement in all of our projects, but especially at Los Cerritos because it's known to be a very important site.
And good morning, Kat Walsh, Supervisor of the Ocean Standards Unit here at the State Water Board. I just wanted to add that this would also be a topic of discussion at our October listening sessions. And we look forward to hearing more feedback from folks about, what we're doing well, what we could do differently in this area.
Thank you, board member. And I appreciate the openness and good work around this project to really ensure that, again, we're making sure the formula makes sense, and importantly, we're making sure the communities are being supported by the dollars, and appreciate that direct connection that you all have been developing with the community. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being here today to share your experiences. Could you just, since you're here, could you just touch on, it seems like a lot of these restoration projects are really exciting. I'm really happy to see them moving forward and getting close to implementation. Can you just comment a little bit about your experience with the cost drivers for those projects and because that's a lot of ultimately what we're talking about here are the mitigation fees and how do we best fund these types of projects on the ground. So since you highlighted a number, you don't have to go over every one, but just general feedback in terms of your experiences with these projects.
I'm happy to. Are you asking the total cost or how costs have gone up in the last year?
More so how costs have gone up as time has gone on.
Dramatically, I would say for, the Coastal Conservancy is involved in wetland restoration projects all along the California coast. And in the past couple of years, I don't think we've had a single bid come in anywhere near the estimate. They have all been in excess of the estimate. And that, there's obvious drivers of that as fuel costs go up, the cost to move earth goes up, but also everything. And I don't have offhand, but I'm sure we could get to you kind of actual numbers. Our current estimate for the southern area of Los Cerritos wetlands is $30 million for that restoration project. Ormond Beach is probably going to be on the order of 50 or 60 million for the construction.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, board member. No other questions. I know we have about 10 commenters, I think 11 here, so we can start to get into some of the comments. First,
if I may,
please, Ms.
before we
Walsh.
move on,
Yes.
we have a couple more slides on our next steps
Yes.
and how to engage that we just want to touch on before we
Yes,
move to
by all
comment.
means. Thank you, Ms. Walsh.
Next slide, please.
Thank you. So just to close off, as mentioned previously, our next steps will be the 30-day public comment period when the draft resolution and accompanying information sheet are released in mid-September, and the joint agency public listening sessions with the Ocean Protection Council and Coastal Conservancy on October 2nd from 5 to 7 p.m. Pacific time and October 5th 2 to 4 Pacific time. And the public notice for those will be coming out this week as well. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we recommend subscribing to the OTC policy email subscription list, which will help you receive notices of updates such as when the draft resolution or the public notice are released. The link to the email subscription can be found at the bottom of the OTC policy webpage as demonstrated on this slide. And next slide, please. And thank you for the opportunity to present our information item. And we will be happy to take any more questions and comments.
Thank you. Again, I really appreciate the good work being done on this. This again is a separate resolution that the board will be taking up around the mitigation fees early next year, as you've heard on the timeline. And just really appreciate, again, the engagement that's gone on around this. It is separate from the discussion we'll be having here on the next item, certainly, but very related and important all amongst it. So thank you. Mr. Bishop, is there anything we'd like to add?
So it was important for staff to give you this update. We would have liked to been able to have the mitigation resolution and revised calculations at the same time as someone's agreement, but that was not possible due to the timing. We're still getting that information from Dr. Ramundi on the amount, and we also recognize the need to have much more in-depth outreach on concerns and issues about the restoration around them. So it's going to take us a little longer, but it was important to us to bring this so that you knew where we were on that process.
I appreciate that. This is an informational item, so it's just an update on the progress. But and to your point, it takes time to do that engagement well. And so I'd rather that time be spent so we make sure we get it right amongst it. And just appreciate, because I know there's a lot of pressures and a lot of work on everyone's plates here all amongst us. So just thank you for that. Any further questions from board members before we hear from commenters? And seeing none, we can move to our first commenter, who will be Joe Geaver, be followed by Aubrey Fowler, and then Linda Seeley.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Joe Geaver, and I'm representing the Los Cerritos Wetlands Land Trust. We're dedicated to the protection and restoration of the Los Cerritos Wetlands. I'm going to be a little bit critical of the expenditure of the AES Alamitos mitigation fees on MPA maintenance. The Land Trust fully supports the MPAs and the ongoing work of OPC to maintain and improve their success, but AES Alamitos is distinguishable. The Los Cerritos wetlands span the border of Long Beach and Seal Beach. The majority of the historical wetlands were filled and channeled in the late 40s and early 50s for development of two power plants, what's now the AES Alamitos and the LADWP's Haynes plant. Those two power plants withdraw cooling water directly from the wetlands. So the wetlands are still under ongoing degradation from operation of the OTC systems. We're once again requesting the mitigation fees collected this year and future years be dedicated to the ongoing efforts to restore those wetlands. This request is founded in what I call Mitigation Planning 101. That is, whenever feasible, mitigation should restore the same habitat types in the same location that the damage occurred. The simple approach taken by restoration planners avoids a lot of potential errors in assuring replacement value from the planned mitigation project. It's not always feasible to plan in-kind and in-place restoration to mitigate the harm. If you compare the intake for AES Huntington and AES Alamitos, Huntington is in the nearshore marine environment and Alamitos is in an estuarine wetland. The entrainment and impingement samples from Huntington span numerous habitat types, including species that spend their lives in the water column. And the larval samples show these offspring can travel long distances before settling out of the ocean current and recruiting into the adult population. It's clear that in-kind and in-place restoration for marine intakes is much more challenging. So I offer a couple takeaways from that oversimplified explanation. First, when a cooling water intake is in a wetland and that wetland has restoration plans, you apply the mitigation fees collected from that power plant to the restoration of the wetland suffering the harm. This approach is scientifically sound and sound public policy. Second, MPAs may well be a solution to mitigating the harm to marine species and ecosystems, but OPC needs to make some effort to show that the expenditures actually result in compensatory replacement. And I'm not suggesting overly burdensome performance standards that have to be met, but there has to be some rational explanation how the expenditure of mitigation fees results in more habitat and fish than would have occurred without the expenditure. So for one example, a lot of the OTC mitigation fees have been spent on developing and implementing monitoring programs for MPAs. These are critical efforts to ensure proper management. And once again, we fully support that work. But how does developing and implementing a monitoring program result in any replacement value? Is it important work? Yes. Do we support that work? Absolutely. Should it be eligible for funding from the mitigation fees? Probably not. Finally, the response to comments seem to suggest that our request is outside the scope of this amendment. I think that's overstating what we're requesting. The OTC policy simply states a preference for spending the mitigation fees on MPAs. I think it's well within your discretion to find at any time that the preference has been met and that your preference now is that any future AES Alamitos mitigation funds be dedicated to restoration of the Los Cerritos wetlands. That wouldn't mean that MPAs couldn't still be funded with the remaining annual fees collected from other power plants. And I don't want to end these comments on an adversarial note. I want to thank LPC for all the hard work ensuring success of the MPA network. We support the MPAs and the work of OPC to manage and improve them. Nonetheless, coastal wetlands restoration is an equally critical effort. The preference in the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Geaver. I apologize to be interrupting, but we do have a lot of commenters today. If you don't mind kind of wrapping the comment, thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, well, I'll just end with this. Really, a little bit more cooperation with OPC and Coastal Conservancy would really go a long way, and we can meet both those goals of MPAs and wetlands restoration. Thanks a lot. I'm sorry to go so long.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Geaver. I appreciate the good input and engagement around this and appreciate your comments today on the item. Thank you. Next, I'd like to go to Aubrey Fowler, who will be followed by Linda Seeley.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, State Water Resources Control Board. I'm Aubrey Fowler, the South Coast Specialist at the Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. Our mission is to empower diverse communities to engage in MPA stewardship for a healthy ocean. The contributions of collaboratives to MPA management are officially recognized by the state in the Memorandum of Understanding, and we are a member of the MPA statewide leadership team, where we represent local perspectives. Once through cooling, OTC mitigation funding is important for continued success of the MPA Collaborative Network, which provides civic engagement platforms for our 1,600 members who engage locally in MPA stewardship. Collaboratives ensure the MPAs are not just paper parks by bringing people together across sectors to improve the ecological health and biodiversity of California's network of 124 MPAs. including those adjacent to the power plants in Southern California through locally focused solutions. Without the mitigation funds from OTC passed through our partners at the Ocean Protection Council, so much of the inspiring, powerful, and impactful work of the collaborative network and our members could not be done. Over the past decade, OTC funds have supported the MPA Compliance Initiative, which aims to enhance compliance with MPA regulations. The MPA Collaborative Network has trained over 800 officers and uniformed personnel representing over 120 distinct agencies to heighten MPA awareness and knowledge of the MPA rules and jurisdictional boundaries, collected compliance data on contacts, violations, and citations in MPAs to augment the California Department of Fish and Wildlife records, developed prosecuted egregious MPA cases, and supported 44 community-led projects to strengthen
Apologize, Ms. Fowler. We're cutting out
by
currently.
OTC mitigation funding.
Ms. Fowler, can you hear me?
The OTC through the MPA
Modern Living. We'll give Ms. Fowler's connection here a moment, and hopefully she can.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out. She dropped completely off the platform.
Okay.
So if you want to go to the next speaker.
Yes, we can move on to Linda Seeley.
And Ms. Seeley does not appear to be on the platform.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lawford. The next speaker then is Martin Marufo. Okay. Next then we have Tara Khan.
Hello and good morning to the members of the board. My name is Tara Khan and I'm speaking on behalf of Heal the Bay in support of the decision to recalculate the mitigation fees for the statewide once through cooling or OTC policy. And I urge the state board to support a significant increase in mitigation fees. Given the numerous extensions and frustratingly slow pace with which power plants are complying with OTC regulations, we urge the board not to approve any additional deadline extensions and instead take enforcement action for any facility that continues OTC operation beyond the current deadlines. At the absolute minimum, the board must significantly increase fees going forward. This sum should account for higher inflation rates and should include a baseline fee as well as a fine for failing to comply by the deadline. The current calculation is based on a study completed 15 years ago on OTC impacts on marine life. Conditions have changed significantly since then, and the calculation is no longer reflective of the ongoing damage to our oceans by OTC practices. We appreciate the efforts that the board has made to update this study, and we want to ensure that that this new study takes into account the additional impacts on our oceans from ongoing OTC operations beyond the original deadlines, as well as from the cumulative impacts that this operation has when accompanied by all the other coastal discharges and operations currently permitted by the board. During the informational session, staff presented numbers showing the mitigation funding allocated to restoration projects, and it really isn't enough to do any sort of meaningful restoration work, especially given just how much restoration work would be required to actually mitigate OTC harms. At a minimum, mitigation fees should be twice as much as the existing interim mitigation calculation to incentivize facilities to comply in a timely manner and to directly mitigate the ongoing impacts from these practices. Until all once through cooling practices end in California, the state board must ensure that sufficient funding is allocated to maintain the programs that protect our marine resources, such as the MPA program, as well as to fund local restoration projects that mitigate once through cooling impacts directly at the source. As the board recalculates the fee, keep in mind the effects that once through cooling and other such practices have on marine resources and on the fishing industry, and the tireless work that local organizations are doing to restore these waterways. The importance of this work being done to reverse the impacts of OTC cannot be understated, and as pollution from OTC continues, enforcement action must be taken, or else funding for such restoration projects must be increased. Without an increase in fees, there's little accountability for facilities using harmful practices like once through cooling, as seen from the endless extensions that continue to be granted. Until the board ends pay to pollute approach by upholding the current deadlines and taking enforcement actions, you can still show a commitment to clean and healthy waterways by increasing fees significantly to show that you take take seriously the issues of ocean contamination and marine life degradation. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for your consideration of these recommendations. My colleague Annalisa and I are available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. Really appreciate the engagement and good recommendation amongst the work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ben Harris, be followed by Duncan McIntosh.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Ben Harris. I am the staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and I wanted to echo the comments that we previously heard from Joe Geaver and from Tara Khan just now about the OTC mitigation funding. The first point being, it's critical to make sure that we are providing this funding toward local coastal projects that need it. Mr. Geaver's comments were directly on point about when we need to direct this OTC mitigation funding to coastal wetlands that are directly harmed by the OTC discharges. The fact that that has not been happening is highly concerning, obviously, but I see the progress that OPC and Coastal Conservancy are making to try to do that for Los Cerritos wetlands. And I'll just note that there are many other wetlands in the Los Angeles, Southern California area, including, as we heard, Ormond Beach, and also the Bayona wetlands that are in critical need of funding and restoration. So I think that's really front and center for whatever calculation methodology changes in this upcoming process. I think it's really critical to make sure the funding is used the right way. And I say that obviously that LA Waterkeeper benefits a lot from the MPA funding. We are a big player in the MPA Watch program. And at the same time, we do believe there is other sources of funding available for that program. And it's just really important that we use this source of funding for wetlands restoration that critically needs it. And then the second point, just to echo what Ms. Khan said from Heel to Bay, is the calculation methodology does need to include substantial mitigation payments more than in the past to account for not only rising costs, but also to create that incentive to actually close OTC units rather than continue to operate them. And as you'll hear in the upcoming item 7, with these extensions, that incentive has not existed. And plants are actually planning to continue to operate them longer than they need to, longer than they should, because they don't have that financial incentive to close them down right away. So I don't want to waste any more of our time. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Yep, time not wasted, and appreciate the engagement and comments, Mr. Harris. Next, I'd like to call up Duncan McIntosh, be followed by Sean Bothwell. I believe that may be our final commenter on the item. I take it that Mr. McIntosh isn't responding on the platform?
Unmuted just now.
Okay, apologize.
Mr. McIntosh, it appears you've unmuted your phone. Did you want to comment on this item 6 involving the mitigation fees? So at this point in time, there's no indication that they're speaking on his line.
Okay. Mr. McIntosh, if you're having any challenges with your audio, you should be able to change your audio input. It's a small caret next to the mute button. And feel free to raise your hand so we can call on you if you are wishing to speak. Next then, I'd like to call up Sean Bothwell. Mr. Bothwell.
Good morning, Chair Escobar, board members. Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I wanted to start by thanking the Water Board for having this informational item. It's really important that we review the fees, where the allocations are going, and not to be a broken record, but I always appreciate when the State Water Board does oversight of the implementation of the policies it creates. You know, the mitigation fee was originally created as a motivation for the once-through cooling facilities to meet their compliance schedules. And unfortunately, that hasn't worked as a deterrent for folks to request time extensions. And as I will talk about in the next agenda item, the interim mitigation fee has turned into after the fact MPA management in lieu of requiring the best technology available. And since in lieu restoration payments are not legal, I urge the State Water Board to start thinking about the interim mitigation as compensatory enforcement fines for lack of compliance. There are 4 components, as you've heard, of the OTC mitigation program: enforcement of MPAs, MPA outreach and educational programs, research and monitoring, and restoration. I'm going to focus almost exclusively on the restoration, and I'll touch on the other 3 programs just at the very end. But I want to be clear that what I'm talking about right now is the restoration component of that 4-part program. The restoration is the only component that offers compensatory mitigation for the marine life harmed. The restoration component of the program has proven to be grossly inadequate and severely underfunded. Very few projects have gone far forward, even though there has been tremendous need for restoration in proximity to the Wet'suwet'en cooling power plants, especially in Southern California. Huntington Beach, Ormond, Scattergood, Redonda, Haines Harbor, and Alamitos all continue to operate as Wet'suwet'en cooling facilities. Despite the billions of gallons of ocean water sucked from the Pacific annually from these plants, there has been no significant mitigation in these areas. In particular, Los Cerritos, Bayona, Ormond Beach wetlands are potential mitigation sites that could have been used to mitigate the loss of trillions of marine animals since the Wet'suwet'en cooling passed in 2010. Of the 4 mitigation programs, restoration has not been successful, and we have a couple recommendations as to how to move that component of it forward more. First, the OPC and Coastal Conservancy need to work together more closely on restoration projects, and the State Water Board needs to provide greater oversight of programmatic efforts. The Water Board needs to seek accountability from the agencies to make sure that we're moving forward with these restoration projects. Second, there needs to be milestones for restoration projects, project identification, fund allocation, design, and implementation. The Coastal Commission and the recent interagency desal streamlining report took the position that mitigation project completion needs to be done before desalination projects can even be allowed to operate. Yet the Wet'suwet'en cooling policy has allowed over 13 years of ongoing harm with negligible mitigation of severe marine life losses. And so all of the reporting you've heard here today, all the projects that are getting going, those projects have not started, right? There's not been any restoration. There's not been any replacement of the marine life lost. And so we can't even provide data on how much acreage has been restored, how much marine life benefits have been applied because of those restoration projects. Third, the State Water Board should demand that the OPC and Coastal Conservancy develop an implementation plan with milestones to address at least 2 out of the 3 severely needed and long overdue wetland restoration projects: Los Cerritos, Ormond Beach, and or Bologna wetlands. Restoration projects at each of these sites have been prioritized, discussed, and designed for over 30 years. Fourth, there needs to be a much larger percentage of the OTC mitigation to go towards restoration projects. Right now, restoration projects haven't even received 25% of the mitigation total funds. The State Water Board should require at least 50% of the Wet'suwet'en cooling funds to go towards restoration efforts that mitigate OTC cause marine life losses. And I want to be clear that we support the existing 5.4 allocation to the OPC and the current MPA funding programs. And we think those programs should be maintained and that number should be maintained. But with the increase in the mitigation fee, the state should be able to allocate at least half of the mitigation towards restoration, given that increase, while still allocating the 5.4 to the OPC. And finally, for the reasons we're here today, the mitigation fee calculation needs to be updated with the best available science, with inflation, and enhanced to actually provide a deterrent from asking for extensions for future compliance. We ask you that you please expedite this process and apply it as soon as possible. We also request that the State Water Board apply the new mitigation fee approach retroactively to the original compliance date deadlines. As I mentioned at the top, the mitigation fee should now be considered enforcement fines. And therefore, the State Water Board should consider including a multiplier for every year that the power plants get compliance extensions. There needs to be a significant deterrent to OTC extension requests. I want to end on a positive note that I feel like the OPC's Wet'suwet'en cooling mitigation program for science and MPA outreach has been terrific and helpful to the overall MPA program. The research and monitoring investments were extremely helpful in fulfilling the scientific gaps in the DMR process. And for community engagement, the program has certainly shown and has raised the importance of MPAs to hundreds of thousands of people. So to sum up, the State Water Board needs to update its OTC mitigation fee to be compensatory and to provide deterrents for future compliance extension requests. The state as a whole needs to do a better job of ensuring the Wet'suwet'en cooling mitigation funds go towards restoration projects. in close proximity to where the violation and the damage occurred in the first place, all while keeping intact the funding to the OPC for MPA management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bothwell. I appreciate the comments and engagement on the issue. We have one more commenter. I'd like to call up Tevin Schmidt.
Hello, Tevin. It appears that you have unmuted your microphone. Would you like to comment on the mitigation item number 6?
And if you're speaking,
I'm sorry, my microphone was not working. I signed up for item number 7.
Oh, okay. Apologies for that, Mr. Smith.
No, I'm sorry it took me so long. My mic wasn't working.
Oh, it's okay. Yep, thank you. Appreciate it. I think that wraps up our commenters then for item number 6. It is an informational item, non-voting. I just want to thank the commenters. I think we heard a lot about wanting to ensure that the funds are here really connected to the damage that's being done. I'll wait to hear as the process unfolds a little how we're better ensuring that, making sure that there's that connection with the funds. But just appreciate, I know the engagement that's going on, the good work around this, and don't have further input from that. But I look to fellow board colleagues if they have more questions or comments. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. And I agree. I look forward to this public process and both getting more input and recommendations from the public and engagement with the agencies and folks that are implementing this. So one question just following up, and I'm sure there will be further discussions, but I would just like to understand how you are looking at the local investments versus general MPAs going forward at this point. And are there, I was a little bit confused by the presentation, but are there concrete restorations that's already taken place based on the many years of funding, or we're still in the planning phases for all of them?
Why don't I answer that second question first, which is that these are all restoration projects that are about to go to construction, and it does take many years to design and permit, and in some places, many of these places first acquire the land, then go through the planning process, and all of the permit processes is a really long process. But both the Via Creek restoration in Morro Bay and the Los Cerritos wetlands restoration are hoping to start construction in this coming year. And then at Ormond Beach, we're hoping to break ground in 2025. So it is true that those are decades in the making, but those are all projects that are finally getting to construction.
Mm-hmm. Well, and just on follow up on that, I know I asked 2 questions, but just, I think as we go forward, and maybe this is for staff, we're not just looking at inflation, but we're looking at the reality is that it hasn't been adequate to actually mitigate or build restoration that we've needed to. So I just hope that as we're doing those calculations, that we're really re-examining what it takes to get those done. Obviously, we need to, there's a time component that we need to move more quickly that, isn't just resources, but I hope that as we go forward in this process, we hear more about pulling that piece out so that, again, we're not just reflecting inflation, but relooking at what we've included.
So the major component of the restoration calculation is what it really costs in restoration. And so it'll be updated based on that. And our preliminary understanding is that that's going to be significantly increased due to that. It is not an escalator as Sean Bothwell had described to force compliance, because it's based on to totally mitigate the impact.
Right. Yeah. And I guess I'll just say, and I know there's going to be more discussion on this, but I do think it seems clear that it hasn't done that yet to this point, if we haven't done the mitigate, if we haven't seen that mitigation on the ground. So I would, it does seem like we need to be rethinking to make sure that it's going to be successful in that.
Well, I think that what you heard is that you can't just get money today and mitigate tomorrow. It takes decades to buy the property, plan it, and move it forward. And I think that's been the biggest hurdle, not the money.
If I might just add, I think what I heard today is that we need to do a better job in communicating that restoration in the location where these impacts are happening is a priority and a commitment of everyone sitting at this table. And again, our challenge has been not that we want to fund these projects, but that these projects are not ready, are not shovel ready, and that they take time. And so we need to do a better job saying, okay, we're committed to setting aside this amount of money for this particular set of projects to offset these impacts for these communities. And then figure out how we're going to do that within the constraints of spending and encumbrance deadlines and how to manage all of that. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. And board member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the comments and the engagement here. And I don't have too much to add either, other than to say I'm looking forward to the listening sessions and the engagement as we go forward and working through this. And I want to echo the desire to see a better true up with the restoration projects and the needs for mitigation from the impacts that are happening. It's, I didn't realize until today, frankly, that it had been 13 years since the once-through cooling policy was first implemented, and we haven't actually seen any physical on the ground mitigation projects realized yet. I'm encouraged about the MPA work and the maintenance work that's happening there, and that's meaningful for sure.
I just want to make sure that we're clear that the mitigation came in 2015, not in 2010. It didn't start until 5 years after the policy.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Anyway, my point is, I just want to emphasize the importance of truing up the investments and the priorities of those funds. So thank you for that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Seeing no further comment, really appreciate, again, the cross-agency work and community work that's going on here with us. And we look forward to hearing the outcome and even participating in some of the listening sessions. So thank you. With that, it wraps up item number 6, which is our informational item. We have item number 7. As we're transitioning to item number 7, I do want to give folks a quick bio break. We have been going since 9:30. It's been an hour and a half. Appreciate everyone's patience. As we're transitioning here and give ourselves a 5-minute break, I do want to note that we're offering Spanish language interpretation services for the next board meeting item. For those of you joining on the Zoom platform, you can select your language interpretation channel by clicking on the interpretation feature with the globe icon. If you want to hear the presentation in Spanish, please select Spanish and mute original audio. If you want to listen in Spanish, you need to select Spanish. If you want to listen to the presentation in English, shouldn't need to do much. For those of you joining in person here, we are broadcasting this item live with Spanish language interpretation in the meeting room next door at Training Room East and West. Water board staff are located outside and they'll help you get to the room for those of you wanting interpretation. During public comment, Spanish-speaking commenters can come up to the dais and they'll share their comment and they'll be interpreted via Zoom. So let's go ahead and take, again, about a 5 or so minute break. Let's come back at 11 o'clock. Additionally, there is an overflow room at the Klamath room. There are folks outside that can help direct everyone to the overflow room as well. We'll begin here in about 5 or so minutes for the next item. Okay, everyone, we'll start the item here in a couple of minutes. We'll give folks a moment more to kind of settle in and gather around. I did want to emphasize we do have an overflow room that's over in the Klamath room. And Margie here will be out front and can help guide folks if you need to get to the overflow room. If you need Spanish interpretation services, there is a room next door where we are providing a Spanish language interpretation of the proceedings here. So just want to make those two comments. We'll give folks a couple more moments. I'm missing a couple board members at the dais. So. Thanks for the patience, everyone. We're just waiting a moment or two for board members to return. Well, I do want to wait for the vice chair. We'll go ahead and get started. We do have quorum. We have presentations to begin with either way. So we'll go ahead and begin item number 7. And just again at the top, anyone needing interpretation or translation services, we have training room east and west. There's staff out front that can help escort you over to the room where we're providing interpretation. We're also providing interpretation, obviously, here on the Zoom platform, and gave instructions before we went to break. So with that, we can begin item number 7, which is consideration of adoption of an amendment of the water quality control policy and the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling to revise the compliance schedule for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and the rest of the power plants. I'd like to kick it over to our folks here.
All right. Good morning, board members and everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Jonathan Dolan, and I am an environmental scientist in the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality. With me today from the State Water Board are Kat Walsh, Rebecca Fitzgerald, and Phil Wiles. I'll be presenting on the proposed amendment to the water quality control policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the Once Through Cooling Policy or OTC policy. We also have representatives from the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, or the SACWIS, who are available to respond to comments and questions throughout this hearing. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment would extend the compliance dates for Alamitos Generating Station, Units 3, 4, and 5, Huntington Beach Generating Station, Unit 2, and Ormond Beach Generating Station, Units 1 and 2 by 3 years, from December 31st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026. As discussed later in this presentation, these proposed extensions are in response to a recommendation from the SACWIS to support system-wide grid reliability. The proposed amendment would also extend the compliance date, for Scattergood Generating Station, Units 1 and 2 by 5 years, from December 31st, 2024 to December 31st, 2029. This proposed extension is in response to a request from the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, or the LADWP, to support local grid reliability in the Los Angeles Basin. Next slide, please. This proposed amendment also includes administrative changes to the implementation provisions and schedule in the OTC policy. The first of these changes would revise the compliance dates for Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plants Units 1 and 2 to October 31st, 2030. This is a change without regulatory effect to ensure that the OTC policy is consistent with the compliance date already established for Diablo Canyon by law. This non-regulatory change is being made now because it is consistent with the new compliance date established for Diablo Canyon and because the amendment process is already underway. The other administrative change specifies that the SACWIS will report to the State Water Board on the status of OTC policy implementation at least through 2026 to match the compliance dates of fossil-fueled power plants in the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO's, balancing authority area. Next slide, please. In framing the amendment, I'm going to touch on its rationale, which was previously explained at the March 7th public hearing. The proposal to extend the compliance dates for the 3 fossil-fueled facilities within the California Independent System Operators Balancing Authority area, or Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach generating stations, is based on a recommendation from the SACWIS at the September 2022 SACWIS meeting. Preceding this SACWIS meeting in May 2022, the state's energy agencies presented the results of an updated reliability analysis that focused on summer 2022 and summer 2025. This analysis identified an additional capacity need up to 10,000 megawatts to maintain reliability during summer 2025. This additional capacity need is based on projected increases in energy demand, potential delays, and extreme and coinciding events. Following this analysis, Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law the Electricity Supply Strategic Reliability Reserve, or the Strategic Reserve, to bolster system reliability. Importantly, the Strategic Reserve allows the Department of Water Resources to contract with generating facilities planned for retirement, including the OTC facilities, to secure capacity for grid reliability. If the proposed amendment is approved, Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach would provide up to 2,854 megawatts of capacity to the Strategic Reserve. Next slide. I'm also going to retouch on the rationale for extending scattergoods compliance date, which is within the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's Balancing Authority area. In February 2019, Mayor Eric Garcetti announced the Los Angeles Green New Deal, which requires 100% zero carbon energy capacity for the LADWP's Balancing Authority area by 2045. This plan affected the LADWP's previous plans to repower scattergoods OTC units with dry-cooled fossil-fueled units. Therefore, the LADWP is planning a major twofold project that involves upgrading transmission infrastructure and constructing a new hydrogen-ready generating plant. Many of these projects won't be ready until 2029, and the LADWP requested the compliance date extension to provide adequate time for the planning, permitting, and the construction of the new power plant and transmission projects. Additionally, to determine the effects on local reliability of scattergoods retirement by its current OTC compliance date of December 31st, 2024, the LADWP conducted a local capacity technical study. This study concluded that the western portion of the LADWP's Balancing Authority area would experience shortfalls of up to 254 megawatts through 2029 without scattergoods existing capacity. Therefore, in December 2021, the LADWP Board of Commissioners recommended extending scattergoods compliance date through 2029. This request was supported by the SACWIS when it approved the special SACWIS report in September 2022. Next slide. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go over some of the comments we received during the public comment period, as well as our responses. I'd also like to add that we appreciate all the comments that we did receive on the proposed amendment. While we do still recommend adopting the amendment without significant changes, we did make a minor change to the staff report to clarify the effective date of a time schedule order for Alameda's generating station based on comments received. Next slide. Some of the comments we received discussed issues related to implementation of the OTC policy. So for example, some commenters suggested that facilities must retire by their compliance dates or comply with the OTC policy by installing the best technology available. However, there are 3 compliance options available to OTC facility owners and operators. They can comply by retiring units entirely, repowering units with non-once-through cooling technology, or retrofitting units to reduce ocean water inflow rates to a level that matches closed cycle wet cooling, which is considered the best technology available. Retirement is the path of compliance chosen by most owners and operators, including Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach generating stations. For Scattergood, the LADWP retired Scattergood Unit 3 and plans to repower Units 1 and 2. Should the 4 facilities either retire or repower by their proposed extended compliance dates, they would still be in compliance with the OTC policy and will not need to retrofit to install the best technology available. Next slide, please. We also received comments on grid reliability, and most commenters supported the need for grid reliability. However, some of these commenters suggested that facility operations should not be limited to participation in the Strategic Reserve Program. In response to this point, we received a letter from the energy agencies of the SACWIS in November 2022, prior to the public comment period, clarifying that facility operations should be limited to participation in the Strategic Reserve. We rely on collaborating with the energy agencies to ensure that the OTC policy's implementation doesn't negatively impact grid reliability. And the OTC policy supports this by stating that the State Water Board shall afford significant weight to their unanimous recommendations. We also received some comments pointing out that the original compliance deadlines included in the OTC policy were developed to account for grid reliability. While this is true, the OTC policy also acknowledges that compliance date extensions may be necessary in order to support grid reliability. Next slide. Some commenters suggested that further extensions should be barred and pointed out that recent extensions show a pattern rather than an exception. Some of these commenters also suggested that continued OTC operations beyond existing compliance dates should be interpreted as violations of the Clean Water Act. However, I'll again point out that the OTC policy, as originally adopted, includes a process for extending compliance dates to support grid reliability for the welfare of all residents of California. Additionally, recent amendments were based on recommendations of the SACWIS, and these recommendations were based on extenuating circumstances that demonstrated the need for additional capacity in the short term while the state procures additional energy resources. Some commenters also suggested that the SACWIS justify recommendations to extend compliance dates by addressing energy efficiency programs or discussing clean energy procurement progress. The SACWIS provides reports to the State Water Board each year on the status of procurement, grid resources, infrastructure planning, and overall grid reliability, typically taking a holistic view of the state's energy needs and issues. Recent SACWIS reports have included a discussion of the status of zero carbon procurement under recent California Public Utilities Commission decisions. The SACWIS will continue to include this and other relevant information in its annual reports as they are released. Next slide, please. Regarding water quality, we received comments suggesting that that public and environmental health should not be secondary considerations in consideration of adopting the amendment. We do not consider these to be secondary considerations, and we rely on applicable permits to ensure that facilities operate in compliance with requirements designed to minimize environmental impacts and protect human health. We also received comments about the adequacy of current interim mitigation calculations compared to the actual impacts of once through cooling operations. Some of these comments also requested that mitigation be directed towards projects local to once through cooling facilities. As noted in the previous information item, staff is currently developing proposed updates to the interim mitigation program. A number of commenters suggested that the State Water Board is relying on restoration as a substitute for best technology available installation, and pointed to the fact that relying on restoration is not a means of compliance with the Clean Water Act. However, the OTC policy does not authorize compliance with the Clean Water Act through restoration. It does require compliance through facility retrofits, repowering, or retirement. Next slide. In conversations with non-governmental organizations during the amendment development process, we have recognized that the LADWP must take several steps to repower scattergood to replace OTC units with non-OTC units, as well as their other two remaining OTC facilities, which are Haynes and Harbor generating stations, prior to the December 31st, 2029 compliance date. This includes obtaining permits, EIR development and CEQA compliance, bidding and awarding contracts, and construction work around the non-OTC units, and upgrading transmission lines in the LADWP's balancing authority area. While the LADWP currently submits an annual grid reliability report to the State Water Board for consideration by the SACWIS, more detailed information on semi-annual milestones would be helpful to assess the LADWP's progress towards meeting the 2029 compliance date. Therefore, there is a change sheet before you today with an addition to the resolution directing the executive director to issue an order requiring the LADWP provide milestones and progress reports. And I'm now going to share an image of change sheet 1, which includes additions to the proposed resolution. Next slide. This slide illustrates the proposed additions to the resolution, which would include a new finding number 27 and new directive 3 that would read as shown on this slide. And Board Member Joachim, please let me know if you would like me to read it aloud for ADA purposes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do so. Thank you.
Okay. Since directing 3 is significant, I'm going to read this one. In the proposed resolution, it would direct the executive director to issue an order pursuant to Water Code Section 13383 as soon as feasible, requiring the LADWP to identify in writing semi-annual milestones necessary to attain final compliance with the OTC policy for all 3 of its facilities: Scattergood Units 1 and 2, Harbor Unit 5, and Haynes Unit 1, 2, and 8, by their OTC policy compliance date, December 31st, 2029, report at least annually in writing with information demonstrating the LADWP's progress towards attaining the milestones and compliance by January 31st of each year, and present the information in conjunction with the annual SACWIS report annually at noticed State Water Board meetings. And I'll now move on to the next slide, please. We received many comments specifically in regard to Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. Some commenters suggested that the revision is not a change without regulatory effect because the legislature does not have the authority under the Clean Water Act to take this action. However, Diablo Canyon's compliance date was already extended to October 31st, 2030 by law. The legislature has the authority to make laws, and its action establishing later compliance dates for Diablo Canyon was based on grid reliability needs, consistent with the substantive requirements of the Clean Water Act and the OTC policy. Additionally, enactment of a state statute extending a final compliance deadline and a statewide water quality control policy does not contravene the Clean Water Act. The OTC policy implements Clean Water Act Section 316B and continues to require Diablo Canyon to comply. Essentially, the amendment revises Diablo Canyon's compliance dates to avoid confusion and to ensure that OTC policy is accurate. Some commenters pointed out that the State Water Board never completed the analysis for identifying the best technology available for nuclear facilities. Some of these commenters suggested that the State Water Board should complete the best technology available analysis and determine whether non-once-through cooling BTA is not feasible at the Diablo Canyon site. Some commenters requested the installation of BTA at Diablo Canyon due to its extended operations. Senate Bill 846 recognized that it is not practicable to design and construct BTA alternatives for Diablo Canyon before December 30th, 2030. Per the information we have available, and the likely BTA for Diablo Canyon would involve the construction of cooling towers, which would require the excavation and removal of 190 million cubic yards of earth at a minimum. Permitting and construction of cooling towers would also likely take 13 years at a minimum. So while it would not be practicable for Diablo Canyon to install BTA prior to their compliance date, they still intend to comply with the requirements of the OTC policy by ultimately retiring. Next slide, please. We believe it's also important to acknowledge some of the environmental justice considerations associated with the proposed amendment. For example, the amendment would allow continued impacts to marine life through impingement and entrainment. However, measures within the State Water Board's authority to address impingement and entrainment impacts are currently in place through the OTC Policy's Interim Mitigation Program. Additionally, the Regional Water Quality Control Boards regulate the intake and effluent from power plants through NPDES permits. We also acknowledge that the OTC facilities are located on or near the unceded historic territories of some California Native American tribes, as well as disadvantaged communities near Alamitos, Ormond Beach, and Scattergood generating stations. It should be noted that the only disadvantaged community with a residential population is in Oxnard, which is near Ormond Beach. Based on these impacts and in accordance with Assembly Bill 2108, State Water Board staff conducted outreach with representatives of Native American tribes, as well as distributed 7 focused letters to environmental justice focused organizations associated with the community near Ormond Beach to inform them about the public process and opportunities for participation, as well as to identify water quality impacts within the Water Board's jurisdiction and options to mitigate or eliminate those impacts. Next slide, please. We've also heard concerns on impacts to air quality in disadvantaged communities, particularly with respect to the community near Ormond Beach. We'd like to recognize that we collaborate with the California Air Resources Board to understand impacts to air quality near OTC facilities. The California Air Resources Board and the state's local air districts rely on air quality permits to monitor facilities' compliance with regulations and requirements that are intended to be protective of human health. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll leave you with our staff recommendation, which is to adopt the amendment with the addition as specified in change sheet 1. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. So at this point, we're happy to address any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the work around this many times as we've come to it. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there are any comments or questions here at the top, I'll note we have about 53 commenters. So I'd like to remind folks to try to keep it to 3 minutes so that we can ensure we hear everyone's voices here. Also, those that are on the Zoom platform here, please do indicate your language on the platform, either in English or Spanish, especially so that you can be able to receive the translation for those that are commenting in Spanish. Not hearing any comments or questions from fellow board colleagues, eager to be able to hear from folks as we contemplate this decision. And so first, I'd like to call up Alicia Gutierrez, who is with the California Energy Commission. Morning, or yes, still morning, and thank you. May need to turn the mic on if it's not green.
Good morning, board members. My name is Alicia Gutierrez, and I'm making my remarks as the SACWIS member for the California Energy Commission. The California Energy Commission's role is forecasting and modeling statewide energy supply and demand. As part of our demand forecast, we continue to monitor historic heat events, and our analyses show extreme heat events driven by climate change are occurring at increased frequency and intensity. These events have significant impacts to the grid because they drive up demand for power, for important power for life-saving needs like air conditioning and high temperatures. Changing weather patterns have also contributed to droughts and increased wildfires, which also increase stress on the grid. When a heat wave is spread over broad areas of the West, the availability of energy imports, which account for 30% of all total system electric generation for California, becomes severely limited. The state is rapidly deploying new energy resources to meet increasing demand, but in the meantime, every megawatt available is needed to ensure reliability during extreme weather events and keep Californians safe across all utility areas. To support statewide reliability as we transition to a cleaner energy system, the energy agencies continue to support the recommendation in the SACWIS report published September 2022 to extend the OTC plans under consideration today. CEC staff differs to LADWP's analysis on the local reliability impacts of the scattergood units 1 and 2, but notes that LADWP analysis found that maintaining these units significantly reduces the need for load shed days, estimated between 60 to 101 days a year without these units. The proposed 5-year extension is reasonable in considering the time it takes to build out transmission for the load pocket served by the scattergood plants. After reviewing the documents provided by LADWP, CEC staff agrees the extension of operating generation facilities like scattergood are necessary to maintain system reliability during high load days, including extreme heat events and related grid emergencies. With that, I conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. I appreciate the work of the Energy Commission and all the members in SACWIS. When the board first took up the once through cooling policy, we built the SACWIS into the decision-making because we don't have the expertise of our energy agencies. And we know that here amongst us all, we have a lot of different missions and work, and they all overlap and ultimately rest in our communities. And so the importance of having our sister agencies there to rest on their technical expertise and understand how we can accomplish both the once through cooling policy, but also make sure that we're not harming the interests of the state, especially when it comes to energy, is really important. And I know we'll have further discussion here and hear from a lot of folks around if we're getting that balance right in that work. But I just want to acknowledge and thank the SACWIS for their technical expertise and being partners in all of this. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alexander Nguyen from the city of Oxnard. And I do want to acknowledge, I do see some hands up on the platform. We are essentially going in order of requests received for comment. I do have a list here of environmental justice organizations and speakers that I'll call out in tranches as with your group. I'll try to be consistent with the list as well that we have of other commenters here. So I just beg everyone's patience as we try to make sure we get to you. And so here I would like to, as I said, call up Alexander Nguyen, who will be followed by Joe Geaver and then Mark Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate how you're conducting this meeting. Just speaking as the city manager for Oxnard, and in our context, first I want to begin with stating that while we don't like what is happening, we have to understand and accept the broader state's needs with regard to grid reliability. I've stated before, we view this similar to the state's housing crisis and the homeless crisis, where higher state authorities intervene and make mandates. We don't like some of them some of the time, but we have to understand. Also, we have to trust and respect your public process and the work that the state agencies conduct especially when it comes to areas of expertise that local jurisdictions simply do not have. In our context, our elected city council members have discussed this in open sessions, and we've made decisions that provide some benefit to us should the mandates come and the extensions are required. I do want to make it clear, though, again, we're not happy, and we certainly don't want to be back here in a few years listening to a consideration of a third extension. And then finally, I have to say that there's a bitter irony for all of our local communities that have these power plants. In our scenario, as you're aware, we've had two of them. They bookend our coastline for more than half a century. And the reason we're stuck in this position of negotiating agreements with the power plant is that while the state has the authority to decommission power plants, the state never requires them to be dismantled. And we just don't want to be among those dozen or so communities with decommissioned power plants that just stay erect for years and decades. So it's puzzling to us why the state won't also require, upon decommissioning, the dismantling of these power plants. It's not good enough that ultimately the power companies get to simply put on a padlock and walk away from the actual structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Really appreciate your comments and engagement here. Next, I'd like to call up Joe Geaver, be followed by Mark Miller.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joe Geaver, and I'm representing the Los Cerritos Wetlands Land Trust. Once again, the Land Trust is opposed to these extensions without inclusion of some new mechanism to better ensure an end date. Like Yogi Berra said, this feels like deja vu all over again. Our concern with these extensions is two parts. The first is that the Water Board may be extending too much deference to the SACWIS recommendations. And second is that there is no foreseeable end to these extensions. And we agree with the staff response that potential extensions are built into the policy. But these two concerns overlap and effectively result in 316B not being enforced. We're not overly concerned about the merchant generators like AES. It's the actions of the energy agencies that raise concerns for us. And these same energy agencies make up the greater part of the SACWIS. So if the Water Board gives too much deference to the recommendations of SACWIS to continue granting extensions, 316B doesn't get enforced. And there doesn't seem to be any way to ensure some end to the pattern of repeated extensions. The energy agencies keep moving the reliability goalpost. And while we understand why the Water Board doesn't want to impose deadlines that result in energy failures, we're not convinced the energy agencies are giving the same consideration to ensure that 316B is finally enforced. That's your duty. For example, the last long-term procurement plan process included public interest organizations arguing for stricter adherence to the energy loading order and more investments in in-basin renewable generation, storage, and demand response. But instead, the agency approved the utilities plan to build modern gas-fired turbine generators to replace the OTC units. Now, the SACWIS reports asserts that developing the renewable alternatives will take more time, in part because of slowdowns in manufacturing delivery brought on by the pandemic. But the LTPP was approved before the pandemic. And it's little comfort to us to have the SACWIS report assure you that the OTC units will be placed in the new strategic reserve and not operated unless there's an emergency. The old OTC units are so inefficient compared to the new resources, they're already the option of last resort. And it's irrelevant in the context of 316B because the cooling systems continue to be operated for maintenance, regardless of whether the OTC generators ever operate. That's also how it works now. So we don't bring this up to litigate the long-term procurement plan, nor even to cast aspersions on CalISO and the energy agencies. We only mean to offer recommendations so that the board can finally fulfill your duty to enforce the law. We all agree that transitioning to renewables and storage will take time. What we thought may be a reasonable compromise solution is to approve the extensions, but also impose some sort of sticks or carrots to motivate the energy agencies and utilities to move as quickly as possible. And we think it's appropriate for the Water Board to exercise greater scrutiny of the SACWIS recommendations. It's time for the board to use independent consultants to review for future extension requests. Without that independent and objective oversight, it feels a little bit too much like the fox watching the hen house. We respectfully request a statement from board members that you're concerned about repeated requests for extensions. Just state for the record that if this happens again when these extensions expire, the board will consider independent and objective scrutiny of SACWIS and significant economic conditions on approval of the extension or denial of the extension. I want to close by saying I'm deeply disappointed in how the OTC policy is playing out. The environmental community put a significant amount of effort into the development of the policy, and while we weren't supportive of the original enforcement timeline, we were grateful that there was at least an end in sight. We can't say that now. The energy agencies developed the original timeline. The SACWIS recommended the first-year extension. They're now asking for another 3 years, like they're starting from the same point they did 3 years ago. For those of us hoping to end the degradation and finally restore coastal wetlands, this feels like deja vu nightmare all over again. Look, we hope we can do something to ensure that these OTC systems shut down as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gieber. I appreciate that. As we did here, when it comes to scattergood, there is some greater oversight, if you will, in ensuring that the plants do come to closure. I'd be interested in thinking how similarly the other plants might be treated amongst it. But I appreciate your comments, and I know we'll have a lot more discussion here as we continue on. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Miller from AES. It will be followed by Amy Smith from Creed LA.
How's that? Is that better? There we go.
Thank
All
you.
right. Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Mark Miller. I'm the AES California Market Business Leader and General Manager for AES's Southland facilities, which includes the Alamitos Generating Station and Huntington Beach Generating Station. Thank you for the opportunity to talk this morning. AES is accelerating the future of energy together by supporting California's responsible transition to a zero carbon energy future. In addition to the plants on subject this morning, we have over 1.5 gigawatts of solar, wind, and battery storage in operation presently in California, with another 8 gigawatts in the pipeline over the next several years. AES is fully aligned and a partner with the state in achieving the leading edge clean energy goals that the state has established. Draft amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy dated July 26, 2023, recommends that the State Water Resource Control Board amend the once through cooling policy compliance states for, among others, 2 AES facilities, the Alamitos and Huntington Beach generating stations, through December 31st, 2026, support system reliability needs. If approved, AES will continue making the necessary investments to ensure safe and reliable operations of the Alamitos and Huntington Beach generating stations to support grid reliability within the strategic reserve, consistent with the contractual obligations outlined with our agreements with the Department of Water Resources. Our facilities consistently demonstrate that they are ready and capable of supporting California's grid reliability needs. AES invests significant capital each year to ensure that our facilities are maintained at a state of readiness to safely serve local and system reliability needs. Over the past 4 years of operation, the Alamitos and Huntington Beach stations have helped keep the lights on during critical summer months with an overall availability of some 90%. During the heat wave in September 2022, that 10-day period, all units supported critical peak hours with an overall availability of 85% and complied with all of their operating permits during extreme conditions. During this more recent heat wave in July of 2023, that has gone into August as well, They performed at over 97% availability, confirming the effectiveness and commitment to maintain our facilities to a high state of readiness. In summary, both stations continue to maintain high availabilities and operate reliably when they are needed the most for critical grid emergencies. Going forward, the state created a strategic reserve strategy to make sure that these OTC units will operate considerably less than they have in the past and act as a backstop to provide power under extreme grid conditions. They are only expected to be called upon to support grid operations during extreme weather events under direction from the system operator, which should ultimately reduce the amount of OTC use and air emissions when compared to history. For context, we should recognize the annual air emissions from these facilities have historically represented less than 0.5% of all emissions in the South Coast Air Basin, overwhelmingly dwarfed by mobile sources and other light industry. The air emissions and water emissions from the Alamitos and Huntington Beach facilities are subject to and in compliance with all federal, state, and local laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards established for the protection of air and water quality through their respective agencies. We are nevertheless cognizant of our obligation to be good stewards of the environment and public health for the benefit of all. AES is extremely proud of the partnerships and cooperation that we have with the City of Long Beach and the City of Huntington Beach, the places where many of our employees live, work, and contribute to the overall well-being of those communities. With respect to the mitigation for future limited operations of both facilities, they will continue to be subject to, as we heard this morning, interim mitigation requirements during the proposed extension period. Beyond the interim mitigation required by the OTC policy, AES will continue to provide support voluntarily and proactively to programs that benefit the local environment, groups, and broader communities within which we serve. AES has a strong history of supporting environmental programs to create long-lasting, meaningful impacts to our local communities. The recent rollout of our voluntary supplemental environmental mitigation program, the AES Coastal Enhancement Program in 2022, is a clear example of our commitment to working in partnership with local groups to advance shared objectives of restoring local wetlands and improving access to environmental education opportunities for disadvantaged communities. Our partners include the Los Cerritos Wetlands Authority, Tree People, and Bolsa Chica Conservancy. Together, we have supported the ongoing restoration of existing wetlands and the planning for a new 100-acre wetland restoration project. The program has also delivered environmental education programming to well over 2,600 students from Title I schools in the Los Angeles and Orange counties. Additionally, AES is in the process of finalizing an expansion of the Coastal Enhancement Program, providing that facilities are extended through 26. Guided by our commitment to our social impact framework, we have been developing this program in consultation with our partners and even expanded our program partners to include the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy. The new program will also incorporate funding towards cultural programs for tribal nations within the existing wetland restoration efforts and new programmatic elements like skill-based workforce development with an emphasis on environmental career pathways to support the next generation of conservation leaders in the region. The overall funding of this program will be $2.5 million over a 3-year extension. In closing, we support the draft amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy dated July 26, 2023, as amended this morning. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time and comments, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Senator Henry Stern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not like me to go first or get out ahead of the community, but have to rush off to business back in the Capitol. I'm sorry to be before you all here today. This board is an institution that I defend to the hilt in your regulatory courage and commitment to science and leadership over decades in California. We count on you to be our backbone, our deliberators, and our conscience. As somebody who I chair the Joint Climate Committee for the legislature and helped negotiate what is essentially the foundation of this deal in AB 205 last year during the decision to both extend Diablo and then to make a broader commitment around grid reliability. I am sorry to be here because the actions we've taken subsequent to that deal have all been towards one fuel source. And it's the fuel source that the legislature and the governor agreed should be the last resort when we're putting taxpayer dollars on the line or when we're relying on resources. The word last resort is literally in the governor's signing statement on that deal. And what last resort refers to is an extension of these exact units that are here before you today. That the diligence, in other words, has to be done on the front end to figure out what else we've got out there before we go and sink taxpayer dollars into these resources. This over $1 billion here is, if approved by you all and subject to a few more stage gates along the way, but that money's gone. We can't get that back. That's basically an insurance policy that looks incredibly expensive if we don't run these. And if we do run these, it actually starts to look more cost effective for the state. The fear here is that we've set up an incentive structure. I heard commented earlier by LA coastkeepers that we want a mitigation structure that's going to deter the extension of OTC. In fact, what we've got here is a contract with the state of California, endorsed now by the CEC and in part before you all, alongside the scattergood proposal, that incentivizes us to actually run the gas harder to make up for that $1 billion that we just committed. How much, you might ask, has gone out of the coffers for the clean energy reliability investment plan that we were promised and the communities were promised was actually going to be the first. That was going to be the default. We're going to clean first, and then if we have to here, how much has gone out the door? Zero. No money. Utilities obviously continue to purchase aggressively, and there's actually very good work going on the private side. And my central concern is not actually with the developers in this case. It's actually with the state itself. And so the concern here is that if we keep head faking communities and promising them that just one more extension, just one more time, but actually the economic structure we're building here is designed to be a much more permanent reserve, much more an ongoing, you don't rip out the powerhouse at Ormond and overhaul it and take it apart and put it back together and sink, tens of millions alone into that unless you're ready to run that beyond 3 years. So I know that number is on the table and there's a 5-year number on the LA side, but DWP is saying, they want to run this for the future. That's city council's decision, and we're kind of getting ahead of that here today, but they'll be deciding that. But I would say that the state itself has not made that clear. So I'm hoping we can find a way to restore that trust to say, what is the deal we're doing? Is this the last time? Is it important that you all come up with the methodology for your mitigation structure that should be designed for multiple extensions? To put all that work to the future and to take this vote today is again why I'm sorry to be here, because we'd hope we'd have that sense up front and that people would know what deal they're buying into. Now it's a trust us exercise, and I'm having trouble doing that, as are my colleagues I've been working with, both the Long Beach area members, working with Assembly Member Lowenthal and former Speaker Rendon and Lena Gonzalez in the Ormond area, with Monique Lamone and Steve Bennett and all the local members. So the legislature will be making this an issue in some way during our final month here to clarify what this deal really is and whether the state is truly committed to clean energy. I think there's an opportunity to do that. I know that some of that's beyond your jurisdiction here today, but where it is in your jurisdiction, that mitigation piece can't be an afterthought, especially if this is all designed to run long. So I hope you'll listen hard to people who don't have trust anymore and are looking to you to restore that. And I'm offering myself and on behalf of a number of my colleagues, willingness to help get there. So thank you, Mr. Chair and members. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you for that leadership and support, Senator, and for being here and part of the proceeding and discussion. It's appreciated. And as you said, we're doing our best when it comes to focusing on the water quality impacts and the once-through cooling policy, but know that we can't escape the fact that it touches energy policy, it touches many of the issues that you brought up and are fighting around. And so just note that we acknowledge that the difficulty of these discussions and hear the openness to make sure that we're listening as we do our best to balance all amongst that. So thanks for the support and comments again. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, we can continue onto our list, and I'd like to call up Amy Smith, who will be followed by Jill Zackham and then Eric Watts.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Smith. I'm speaking on behalf of CREED LA. I'm actually calling to support the draft amendment to the water quality control policy. The facilities in question play a vital role in supporting our state's energy grid, and keeping these facilities running helps to guarantee that our homes are going to be cooled, that our medical facilities are going to have power, especially medical facilities, and the vital role that they play to our state. And that we're not suffering through what everyone dreads, those rolling blackouts and the energy crisis that we face every day. It is important to have all the available energy options available, and that we are able to better address the energy needs that California is facing during these peak periods of use. Southern California summers in particular are brutal, and with the global climate change, summer is brutal. The energy crisis is brutal. And we are fully supporting the push that California's to California's clean energy futures and the continued efforts that to prioritize zero and low emissions technologies. The hard work and dedication that every single person here today and is speaking is beautiful, and it's respectable, and I commend it. We strongly urge the board to prioritize the region's energy needs and the needs that California has overall. Thank you again for your time and consideration, everyone.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Smith. Next, I'd like to call Jill Zackham, who will be followed by Eric Watts and then Aaron Woolley.
Hello. I'm
Hello,
Jill
good morning.
Zamek. Hi, I'm Jill Zamek, representing San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. It is a nonprofit organization concerned with the dangers and environmental impacts posed by Diablo Canyon nuclear facility. Mothers for Peace again respectfully disagrees with the Water Resource Control Board staff's assertion that the California legislators through SB 846 usurp its authority to carry out the requirements of the Clean Water Act. The US EPA has delegated this authority to the Water Resources Control Board, and it must not interpret SB 846 as mandating the extension of the OTC compliance deadline for Diablo Canyon. Mothers for Peace supports closure of Diablo Canyon as scheduled in 2024 and 2025, and rejection of extending its use of OTC beyond those years. The intent of the OTC policy waivers and extensions was not to allow for the indefinite use of OTC, yet that has become the outcome for these 5 facilities. Interim mitigation measures have lost their temporary incentivizing character as waivers have become routine occurrences and a method for these plants to evade compliance with 316B. Please keep in mind that Tom Luster of the California Coastal Commission stated before that board in 2014 that Diablo Canyon was, quote, California's largest marine predator, end quote. It uses 3.4 times more annual flow than the other 4 plants that are proposed for OTC exemptions. Marine impacts from Diablo Canyon, entrainment, impingement, and thermal pollution are significant, detrimental, and occur 24/7. The Water Resources Control Board revised the compliance dates for Diablo Canyon Units 1 and 2 in 2020 and proposes to again extend the dates as another temporary measure through 2030. Yet PG&E is applying for a 20-year license renewal. At what point will the Water Resources Control Board mandate compliance with the Clean Water Act? Failing to implement best technology available for its unlawful OTC system, PG&E has opted to satisfy compliance policies through monetary mitigation. It provides funding to the California Coastal Conservancy, which works with the California Ocean Protection Council to fund mitigation projects. The policy states that mitigation funds be spent on projects that offset OTC impacts by increasing marine life within the geographic region of the facility without defining that range. Mothers for Peace has been unable to identify any projects in our local region. If granted the 5-year waiver, the Water Resources Control Board must take an active role to ensure that mitigation fees are directed toward practical local projects that will actually serve to remediate the great harm caused by continued OTC operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emick. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Watts, who'll be followed by Aaron Woolley, and then Jan Sputney-Jones.
I can say good noon now, not good afternoon or good morning. I'm Eric Watts. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for GenOn. We own and operate the Ormond Beach Station in Oxnard. GenOn agrees that the extensions recommended by SACWIS and proposed by the State Water Board are necessary to protect grid reliability in the coming years. The California legislature, with AB 205, contemplated that plants like Ormond and similar OTC facilities would be part of the transition plan to address near-term grid reliability concerns. As you heard, state agencies like the CPUC, the CEC, and the CAISO recommended a 3-year extension of the OTC compliance date for Ormond Beach to the State Water Board to help address those concerns identified both the legislature and the agencies, and we support that approval. Ormond Beach provides good jobs to 41 people, most of whom live in Ventura County. During periods of maintenance, GenOn can employ up to 100 additional contractors. Those jobs support the livelihoods of these area families and provide important tax revenue to local governments and schools. All of those employees and contractors support this extension and stand ready to continue operating Ormond Beach Station, which will offer nearly 1,500 megawatts of extreme emergency capacity when needed to meet the demand for the next 3 years. Speaking of which, the energy operation of Ormond Beach will continue to have minimal environmental impacts. Under the terms of GenOn's contract with the DWR, Ormond will only run under extreme emergency conditions. Because the plant won't theoretically run very often, the potential for environmental impacts is significantly reduced. GenOn remains committed to complying with the applicable interim mitigation requirements. Ormond Beach's impingement rate was extremely low during the last mitigation period, averaging 0.00002%, pounds of impingement per million gallons of water. Also, at last week's CEC hearing, we heard some misconceptions from the community members about pollution from Ormond Beach that I want to take a minute and clear up. We share the community concern about NOx emissions, but the fact is, NOx emissions from Ormond Beach already represented a small fraction of the total area NOx emissions and will represent an even smaller portion under the new contract structure. In 2021, total NOx emissions from Ormond Beach represented just 3% of all stationary source NOx emissions in Ventura County. When you include all the other sources of NOx emissions, stationary and mobile, Ormond represents less than 1% of total NOx emissions in Ventura County. For perspective, the combined NOx emissions from a couple of paper container product industry companies in close proximity to the plant represent over 32% of stationary NOx emissions in the county. Moreover, Ormond Beach has an excellent compliance track record and has not received any notices of violations related to its permits for the last 10 years. Ormond Beach will continue to run safely and reliably during the period of the OTC extension. The terms of the GenOn and DWR contract ensure that GenOn will be able to run when needed, allowing GenOn to manage and cover all the costs associated with staffing, test runs, necessary upgrades, permit compliance, and major maintenance. Ormond will be a key asset to the Strategic Reliability Reserve, as evidenced by its reliability runs in every major heat event since 2020. There was some talk at the CEC meeting about some noise issues associated with running the plant, especially last year. Regarding that, we did provide an explanation and an apology to the community for the loud noises that occurred in the early morning hours of August 31st and September 1st, 2022. The noises came from relief valves on the boiler opening and releasing steam, which consists entirely of distilled water. For a brief moment, these safety valves operating as designed to maintain safe conditions open to control the pressure on boiler equipment after a drain valve malfunctioned. This unfortunately causes some noise. Unfortunately, or however, the release of that steam and associated noise pose no danger to the community, the employees, or the plant. We're certainly committed to being a good partner with our community and will continue to minimize any disturbance that continued operations would have. And I guarantee you we will have improved communication with local officials with stuff like that. We recognize the need to ensure that communities surrounding Ormond aren't unfairly impacted by continued operation if the extension is granted. And there is an end in sight. This is why we reached an agreement with the city of Oxnard, as you heard from Mr. Nguyen, in 2020 to demolish and remediate the plant after its useful life. We have fully funded that trust with $25 million and stand ready to demolish and remediate the site after its useful life. We entered into an additional agreement with the city of Oxnard where the city will develop a plan for coastal public access parks. And we have committed $10 million to that fund and for the public access agreement based on this extension. Shannon also recently met with the group Cause to discuss EJ concerns in the community and how to improve communications regarding plant operations over the next 3 years should the extension be approved. We are committed to working collaboratively with the community and the city on any issues that should arise under any extension. We believe these agreements and communication will provide considerable benefits to the Oxnard area residents while also allowing Ormond Beach Station to remain available as an emergency resource until it is no longer needed for grid reliability. We are proud of the agreements we've reached with the city, and we're fully committed to our obligations to them and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. I have a question, actually. When it comes to decommissioning and assuming this is, as the board considers this, and if there is an extension, is the last extension, what's the timeline for the community after that?
Assuming for the plant to be down?
Yeah, down, and a community kind of seeing the benefits of what a decommissioned plant looks like after.
Sure. Well, the plan is in place for that right now, both how to decommission it, the timing of which, and then obviously we have to permit it. There's also a complementary goal in mind to potentially put a battery storage facility around the SCE substation that's on the grounds there that we don't control. I would say you're probably talking about 2 years for completion from end of operations to the sand dunes and natural state.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Watts. I think now I'd like to go to Aaron Woolley, but also would like to start to get into our EJ speaker organization as well. And we'll start with Cause. So after Aaron Woolley, we can begin going to some of our speakers from Cause, and I'll begin with Angie Garcia. Okay, thank you. Then we'd like to start to call up folks and would like to start with Cause and would like to call up Angie Garcia, who will be followed by Elizabeth Ortiz. Morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Angie Garcia, and I'm an Oxnard resident. I'm speaking on agenda item number 7, and I'm completely opposed to the water board, allowing extensions of Ormond Beach generating system, AES Alamitos and Huntington Beach, as well as Scattergood power plant. As my parents arrive home after hours and hours of intense labor in the fields to just breathe clean air and have access to clean water is but a privilege they seem to be unfit for. Because they're immigrants, because they're low income, because they're Mexican. Our entire country sees them as these labels before they see them as human beings. The same goes for entire areas of people that are completely disregarded by officials. Why must our community suffer? Because our state doesn't have the strength to admit that these power plants are hurting us. They release enormous amounts of chemicals into our air and water, damaging our health in the process for absolutely no reason. During the power outages of last year, these power plants were turned on to operate at 100%, despite being capable to support California. However, these power plants failed to power all the estimated homes. they were supposed to. In short, our health is being sacrificed in vain. I'm asking the Water Board to reject the proposal for the Department of Water Resources to contract with Ormond Beach, AES Alamitos, and Huntington Beach for another 3 years.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Appreciate you being here with us and your comments today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Elizabeth Ortiz, who will be followed by Oliver Martinez, and then Kate Delatorre.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Ortiz. I am an Oxnard resident. I am speaking on agenda item number 7, and I am opposed to the Water Board allowing extension of Ormond Beach, Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Scattergood's power plants. I grew up in the Cuesta del Mar apartments, less than a half a mile away from the power plants. I also attended Art Haycock's Elementary School, which was also less than a mile away. I spent the majority of my childhood playing tag and hide and seek, inhaling fresh oxygen, or so I thought. My mom encouraged me to go play outside and get some fresh air, unaware of the chemicals I was inhaling. This was my life and the life of thousands of children and families who are unaware of what is going on in their communities. Every one of the residents of Oxnard deserves access to clean and fresh air. The power plant is located near many agricultural fields, and the farm workers are also exposed to these chemicals. My mother, who is a single mom, is the only provider for my 2 siblings and me, already risking her health from the pesticides by adding the chemicals from the power plants. I fear for not only my mother's health, but for all the farm workers who are exposed to the chemicals released from the power plant. The people that provide the nation's foods are being the most impacted. Oxnard experiences 94% more pollution than other neighborhoods in California. Oxnard should not be a sacrifice zone. This being said, I am asking the Water Board that instead of relying on the detrimental power plant, the Water Board should start investing in renewable energy, such as solar energy. I am also asking the Water Board to shut down the power plant in its original timeline of retirement by December 31st, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Thank you for being here with us and your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Oliver Martinez, who'll be followed by Kate Delatorre, and then Odette Moran.
Hello, my name is Oliver Martinez. I am an Oxnard resident, and I am opposed to the extensions of Ormond Beach, Alamitos, and Huntington Beach power plants. I have a lot of close friends and family that live in these areas close to the plants. The people I know and anyone living in this area should have the right to live a pollution-free life. Instead, they live with pollution in the air and the water. With this extension, more people are going to suffer asthma, cancer, and heart disease. And the people who already have health problems will get worse with the excess pollution. Just last summer, when the Ormond Beach generating station was running at full capacity for the heat wave, it emitted 8 times more pollution while failing during peak demand hours. This should not be happening. We should not have to suffer breathing in 8 times more pollution for another 3 years, especially if we are suffering for nothing since the plant is not providing the energy that was promised. It is the Water Board's job to protect marine life and maintain the water quality. So please look at how this affects not only the marine ecosystems, but the people who rely on them. I may not be a complete expert in this area, but I do know from firsthand experience that our families and friends are suffering from this pollution. I'm asking you to please reject the proposal to extend the 3 OTC plants for another 3 years. The 3 OTC plants were originally supposed to retire by December 31st, 2023, and it should stay that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Appreciate you addressing the board and being here and traveling up. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Kate Delatorre, who will be followed by Odette Moran, and then Sophie Mogalin. Oh, was it Kyle? I apologize. Kyle Delatorre. Yeah, Delatorre, that's you, Kyle. Apologies.
Glad to be able to speak in front of you. Hi, my name is Kyle. I was raised in Oxnard and I currently live in Oxnard. I am proud to be from Oxnard and proud to be from California. I love my city and I love my state completely, including the people. I love my state for how it prioritizes safety and human rights. California as a whole generally does what is morally right, and I appreciate that. As an individual, I really resonate with that. I feel like it aligns with my own morals. I prioritize well-being and what's best for our members. I genuinely hear people out and take it into serious consideration. I use their perspective to better myself and my surroundings. This deeply engraved mindset is the main reason why I love California. And because I love California, I'm here today. The California city I was raised in has a power plant that has been damaging our community members and our California land. It was supposed to close back in 2020, but it was extended by Governor Newsom. Now he's about to extend it again. Our city cannot keep this power plant running without compromising our health to a severe and fatal extent. Our community members are developing disease and discomfort specifically linked to the power plant. There's a school near the power plant, homes, stores, busy roads. There is protected nature preserves that cannot be fully protected when a power plant is so near. The power plant is less than a mile away from the ocean and impacts everyone on Earth, not just in Oxnard. Along with volunteering, I also work doing DoorDash so I can feed myself. Sometimes when I'm doing DoorDash, I have to travel along the road of this power plant. The smell is so harsh, I get a migraine, I feel nauseous and dizzy. Keeping it running has caused and continues to cause safety hazards. For the example I gave just a moment ago of doing it, of driving around and feeling unwell, that can cause a car accident. I try to avoid the area specifically because I know how dangerous it is to breathe the air there. The neighborhood is mostly made of racial minorities as well as low-income individuals. The negative impact doesn't just stay on the road or a mile from the power plant. The air travels all throughout the city. Anyone who is reasonable and sustains a basic level of empathy can see that when looking at the long-term and short-term impacts of the power plant, the cons outweigh the pros. Please don't see us as just a number or just a location on a map. We are humans just like you are. We deserve a safe and clean environment just like you do. Newsom may be the governor of California, but he does not get to sacrifice our lives nor the overall health of the land. We, the people, can stop this injustice. Please vote to not extend. Don't just vote with him because you feel he has more power or a more reasonable mind. It is we, the people, who have the power. It is you, the individual of the water board, who has the power to prevent death and illness in connection to the Ormond Beach power plant. Please do not dismiss us. Use your power for good. We need this power plant shut down, and we needed it shut down in 2020. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Kyle. Really appreciate, and apologies for misreading your first name. Appreciate your comments. Thank you for being here with us. Next, I'd like to call up Odette Moran, will be followed by Sophie Mogalan.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Odette Moran, and I'm here with cause and community members from Oxnard who are both my neighbors and have become longtime acquaintances. And yeah, I have lived in Oxnard more than 20 years, and I am here in opposition to the extension of the Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Scattergood, and Ormond Beach power plants. Like you have heard, our community members, we were woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning last year with these loud and booming sounds. A lot of community went out at 3 a.m. to go and look for the source of the sound. And it was in that time that I really realized that I needed to learn more about what was going on in my home that raised me and my family. And what I learned is that when we heard those sounds last year, Governor Newsom had placed an emergency proclamation that lifted all air quality restrictions, and that resulted in us breathing in air that had 8 times more pollution than normal. And that really aggravates me because it's not only is it the air, but I wonder, did you ask yourself what happens to that water that was nearby if the air that we were breathing was 8 times more contaminated? And as someone who was born premature with small lungs, and literally part of the reason that I'm here today in Oxnard, living in Oxnard, is because I was born premature with small lungs from the poor air quality and the environmental injustices that are very much present in the city of Mexico City. My reason of being here and the reason that my family sacrificed us uprooting our entire life is literally to breathe clean air and have clean water. And it is Governor Newsom's decisions and yours that make it feel like my family's sacrifice was worth nothing. Ormond Beach is a beautiful space and one of the last remaining wetlands. I'm really happy to have met this place and get to know the tidewater goby, snowy plover, and a large majority of immigrant working class families who really search for that hope like my family did. And right next to our homes is this decades of history of environmental injustices. It's not just this power plant, but we also have all of our city's wastewater facilities. Literally all of the human waste from the city of Oxnard is right next to us. We also have a paper mill factory. We also have a Halico Superfund site, which has radioactive thorium and radium. We also have miles of farmland, which use pesticides. We also have miles and acres of storage for our local port. And we also have our local ports that impact both the air that we breathe, the water that's nearby, and we're all part of this ecosystem. And all of this is harming our lives. And it feels like decades of violence and injustice done to our communities. And that's why when we heard those sounds, I'm not the only one who wanted to learn more. A lot of community went out there to search. A lot of community is very concerned. And throughout this process, in these last few weeks, it's only been about 2-3 weeks, we have gathered 1,258 petition signatures from concerned residents in California who want this power plant shut down. And it is, we are here representing them today. And it is your decision that stands in that way to shut this power plant down. GenOn is ready with the contract to shut this power plant down for Ormond Beach by the end of this year. We just need confirmation from the state that it's time to finally bring that place down and have justice for our communities and bring back that hope once again. That's why I'm asking you, the Water Board, to reject the proposal of the 4 power plants to be extended. Keep your promise to retire Ormond Beach by December 31st, 2023, alongside the other power plants, and communicate with us, the people in environmental justice communities, because we deserve respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Odette. I really appreciate you sharing your experience here with us and your work. So thank you. Sophie.
Hello, my name is Sophie Magallon. I am a resident of Oxnard, California, where the Ormond Beach Generating Station is located, and also I work at CAUSE. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. The Water Board needs to keep their promise to communities and retire the Ormond Beach Generating Station, AES, Alamitos, and Huntington Beach plants on the original timeline of December 31st, 2023, and reject the 5-year extension for LADWP's Scattergood plant. The Water Board has the power and responsibility to create the path to zero emissions and water equity to stop the environmental injustices ongoing in our state and for the health of both our people and our planet. I am asking you to reject the 3 OTC extensions and Scattergood, keep your promises for the original timelines, and instead invest these $1.2 billion proposed dollars in clean energy solutions and on restoration projects rather than on extending the plants, which are 50 years old and have proven to malfunction when we need them the most. We are for grid reliability as our EJ communities are most affected during extreme heat weather events, and there are proven renewable technologies that we can invest in order to meet the grid's demand. During last year's heat wave and emergency proclamation, the Ormond Beach Generating Station was running at full capacity, emitting an estimated 13 times more NOx and 8 times more pollution overall, while failing during these peak demand hours. This means higher asthma, respiratory disease, and cancer risks for our families. Our working class immigrant community of Oxnard has been fighting for decades to close the power plant on our coast and transition to renewables. From our victory to stop the proposed 262 megawatt plant in 2017 and our ongoing advocacy against these extensions, we are tired of fighting for human right to clean air. This plant along the coast in Oxnard cuts off community access to the beach and contaminates our water. The Ormond Beach Wetlands Restoration Project, led by the Coastal Conservancy and the Nature Conservancy, is set to be available for community to access by 2025, and extending this plant for 3 more years is not in line with the restoration project, as it will continue to harm families who live, attend school, and will play at this beach near the toxins from the OTC plant. This extension goes against the Clean Water Act, as it does not use the best technologies available, such as renewables that are market ready to meet demand rather than the OTCs. And quoting the Water Board, the OTCs withdraw billions of gallons of water every day to cool steam for generating electricity. In the process, millions of fish, larvae, eggs, seals, sea lions, turtles, and other creatures are killed each year because they are either trapped against screens or drawn into cooling systems and exposed to pressure and high heat. The marine life that is killed mainly at the base of the food chain, which can adversely affect the future of certain species and impact recreational and commercial fishing. End quote. As my colleague Odette mentioned, 1,000 residents signed a petition against these extensions to protect their health and stop agencies from continuing to make our city a sacrifice zone. Many of these residents were hearing about the extension for the first time and were really disappointed that the promise to close these plants this December 2023 was revoked after the 2020 extension. Community members were not included in conversations of community benefit agreements and negotiations with the Oxnard City Manager Office. I am asking you to please listen to thousands of residents who are asking you to make the health of our communities your top priority by ending our reliance on these plants that contaminate our water, land, and air, and helping move California towards a clean and energy just future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Next, I'd like to call up Lucia Marquez.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Lucia Marquez. I'm the Associate Policy Director with CAUSE, based in Ventura and Santa Barbara County. And you heard from some of our community members. And I just want to say it's really difficult to bring people from the community to these meetings. These meetings do not serve our community. The overflow room is the only place that translation could be accessed. The state has failed us. You have failed our communities. I heard around how questions earlier of how racial equity was taken into consideration through this process. And I didn't really hear a response. I just heard it's a priority, but I didn't hear how it was done. Our organizations have to put hours of time, so much resources to bring our community here so their voices and their experiences can be heard. And we're just disregarded. These votes are not going to be made. These votes need to be made with the community informing your decision, and that's why we're here. Don't fail us. Don't fail and sacrifice us anymore. We are tired of fighting for our rights to clean air. We're tired of fighting cancer and asthma and disease in our community. That is a real experience. It's what our community is going through, and you need to make that the number one thing you're thinking about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. I appreciate the advocacy and the work and folks. And I know it's difficult to come up here and sometimes awkward to engage in some of the processes that we have here. So know that we're always looking to make sure we're improving those. And just because you asked, this board did adopt a racial equity resolution that includes a racial equity action plan. All of that is on our website and available, and encourage folks to continue to connect on that. And please do provide us feedback on the way today's proceeding and discussion goes, because we're wanting to make sure we continue to learn. So thank you, Ms. Marquez. Next, let's go on. I'll continue on with our environmental justice speakers. And I know we have a tranche of folks who are needing Spanish translation next. This is, would like to then call up Irma Lopez, who will be followed by Dulce Altamarino. And I want to acknowledge those folks may be in our overflow room, so they'll be coming over here to be providing comment. And after those two speakers, I want to call out Perez Sanogo, and then followed by Ashley Hernandez, and then Luis Coronado. As we wait, I think for the tranche of speakers that are looking for Spanish translation, let's move on to another tranche from our groups here, and I'll call up Joaquin C, followed by Shane Yacidas.
Hello. Good afternoon. So we're with Communities for a Better Environment. If it's all right, we'll introduce ourselves as our other members come
Okay,
up.
perfect. Thank you.
So yeah, we're Communities for a Better Environment, a statewide environmental justice organization. We have members here from Wilmington and Southeast LA communities, and we are in opposition to the extension of the 3 OTC power plants in question. My name is Therese Sonogo. I'm an energy outreach coordinator with CBE, and my colleagues and members will introduce themselves.
Thank you.
My name is Luis Coronado. I'm from ABC too. We're representing the Hondurans to help to clean the environment.
Buenos días, miembros del State Water Board y público que nos acompaña hoy. Soy la señora Irma López, estoy con CBE. Estoy aquí para pedirles que honren la promesa que nos hicieron en el 2019 de retirar las plantas de gas. Fue muy decepcionante cuando en agosto 9 escuchamos que votaron a favor de seguirlas operando. Ustedes están sentados ahí para tomar decisiones y protegernos a las comunidades de justicia ambiental, y no lo están haciendo.
Un momento. I believe there's translation services that are supposed to be happening in the room as well, Mr. Lawfer.
Yes, there is, and it's not because it was not set up for simultaneous translation. We need the speakers to do is read a few sentences, and then we'll pause, and then the translation services should come in over the speaker in the room. I just want to confirm, Giselle, who is our interpreter, are you able to hear me at this point? And were you able to hear Ms. Lopez when she was testifying a few moments ago? Okay. So if you could, Giselle, could you ask Ms. Lopez to repeat it and then ask her to take breaks after a few sentences so that you can provide the translation? Thank you so much.
Claro, sí. Estoy aquí, gracias. Estoy aquí para pedirles que honren la promesa que hicieron en el 2019 de retirar las plantas de gas. Las plantas de gas. Fue muy decepcionante cuando en agosto 9 escuchamos que votaron a favor de seguirlas operando. Ustedes están sentados ahí para tomar decisiones y protegernos a las comunidades de justicia ambiental y no lo están haciendo. Queremos que cierren las plantas de gas y las reemplacen por energía limpia y 100% renovable. Las plantas de gas, al quemar el metano, emite contaminación hacia la atmósfera. Es como el dióxido de azufre, óxido de nitrógeno y el dióxido de carbono. Sí. Esos gases crean el efecto invernadero. Estos atrapan el calor y nosotros nos preguntamos, ¿por qué California está tan caliente? Pues ahí está la respuesta. Ese combustible fósil, al quemarse, envenena nuestro aire, agua y suelo y dañan severamente nuestra salud. Aumentando el riesgo de contraer cáncer, asma, enfermedades del corazón, estrés, ansiedad, entre otras. Yo vivo en un departamento, mi recámara da hacia las tuberías y medidores de gas y tengo 8 años respirando ese gas que se escapa de esas tuberías. Nos ha dañado mucho la salud a mi familia y a mí. Y los invito a que vean en YouTube el documental We Are Where We Live y tomen más conciencia de lo que hablo. Sí, We Are Where We Live. La justicia ambiental es lo que tanto necesitamos en las comunidades. Yo soy una persona afectada con el derrame de los 15 millones de galones de combustible del avión de Delta. El 14 de enero del 2020, al igual que muchas personas. Y aunado al funcionamiento de las plantas de gas, somos una comunidad extremadamente afectada. Les pido, por favor, medidas urgentes. No sé cómo se van a su cama a dormir tranquilamente mientras nosotras las comunidades estamos padeciendo de verdad. Les pido que inviertan en la energía alternativa, como la energía solar, eólica y geotérmica. Solar, eólica y geotérmica. Y esa energía se almacene o guarde en baterías comunitarias para que nunca nos falte el recurso. Y si ustedes no pueden tomar esas decisiones, pues coméntenos, díganos y nos vamos a abogar, vamos a hablar con el gobernador Gavin Newsom y a seguir luchando porque esto no nos puede seguir dañando nuestra salud. Gracias.
Gracias, señora López.
Gracias, señora López, para tu voz y presencia también. Gracias.
Hola, buen día a todos. Mi nombre es Dulce y soy residente de Wilmington. No sé si ustedes han visitado Wilmington, han ido a Wilmington. Estoy rodeada de monstruos. Les digo monstruos porque estoy rodeada ya sea de refinerías, pozos petroleros y lo aumentamos las plantas de gas. Eso es muy impactante a nuestra salud. Está impactando toda la comunidad, todo. Pero más que nada vengo a contarles un poco de mi historia. Saben que está impactando fuertemente la salud de mi familia y de la comunidad. Estoy aquí desde los 14 años, entonces les voy a contar que desde que me embaracé, desde que están fetos los niños en el estómago, en mi vientre, mis hijos han respirado esa contaminación. Desde que uno está embarazado, desde que tenemos el feto en el estómago, los niños respiran y al momento que nosotros hablamos, tragan toda esa contaminación mezclada, todas esas emisiones. ¿Cuáles son las consecuencias? Que mi hijo nació con eczema. Mi hijo nació con problemas respiratorios. Y él sufre mucho de su autoestima muy baja. Tiene que taparse su eczema. Tiene su autoestima muy baja mi hijo. Está en el estómago respirando eso. Nació, lo llevé al daycare, ¿qué creen? Que están las plantas de gas, plantas de todo esos monstruos en el daycare, así, a la esquina del daycare. Están la refinería, las plantas y todo eso. Están ahí. Lo llevo a la escuela, a Elementary School, también está en la esquina. Lo llevo a parques de recreación, también está ahí. Lo llevo a Boys and Girls, también están enfrente, al lado y atrás. O sea que no, ellos no tienen ni un momento ni segundo de una respiración limpia. No hay segundo ni minuto que ellos no respiren una mala contaminación. Tuvo mi nieta, ¿verdad? Mi nieta tiene sangre por la nariz, tiene eczema y es una cosa muy dolorosa ver que una nieta, un hijo se esté rascando hasta sangrarse. Por favor, paren de estar abriendo más y más negocios, haciendo dinero a costa de nuestra salud, a costa de la salud de los bebés, a costa de la salud de la comunidad. Saben que cuando ustedes aquí están sentados cumplan con la promesa de que antes de la pandemia se había hablado que iban a cerrar ustedes que las plantas, ¿verdad? Si nosotros antes de la pandemia, nuestra salud estaba mal. Y resulta que quieren abrir más. No, no lo vamos a permitir. No queremos más niños enfermos. Mis vecinos están muriendo al lado de mí. Mis vecinos, mi familia. Yo estoy mal de la respiración también. Entonces, por favor, en lugar de estar abriendo, cierren. No queremos más plantas, no queremos. Por favor, hay que trabajar con la energía limpia. Saben que han de decir muchos, a mí no me afecta porque yo no vivo en esa área, pero ¿saben qué? Guess what? Eso se expande con el aire, se expande y les va a llegar a ustedes y no va a haber dinero ni bolsillo que esté lleno que van a tener para una cama. ¿Por qué? Porque las camas van a estar llenas, los hospitales van a estar llenos de enfermos y su dinero no les va a servir para eso. Ya estuvo, ya se miró en la pandemia, así estuvieron, no había camas. Y recuerden que si no la cierran, déjenme decirles que el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Y aquí estamos y no nos vamos y aquí estamos hasta que lo cierren.
Yes.
Hi there. My name is Ashley Hernandez, and I am with Communities for a Better Environment, but I'm also a resident in Wilmington, California, home to one of the power plants in the state of California that also uses some OTC technology. I'm here to stand alongside many of the leaders that have already come up here to let you know that I'm opposing the CEC allowing the extension of 3 OTC plants. Living in Wilmington, I think y'all can kind of get the gist from our other speakers is it's not a matter of if, but when. Like, it's just, that's what it is. I have a higher chance of getting sick in Wilmington than I ever will get the lottery. Like, that's just what it is. My entire life, the front lines, I've seen the people that I know lose loved ones, get sick and eventually die due to the emissions in my community. I know that energy efficiency doesn't come from energy providers. It comes from the sacrifice of our frontline people. Whenever there's a heat wave, we're the first ones to shut down power and make power down for the state. We know how to sacrifice. That's our thing. We know how to be like sacrifice whatever we have to do to make sure our families are good, safe, and fed. But this is a bit too much, right? Time and time again, I see how we have to step up despite extreme unreliability of our energy grid. And I think it's really important for me because, you know, a lot of us are surviving a massive pandemic. And I know we're still in it, and I want to make sure I recognize that. But I recently read an article in Grist that highlighted that in the 6 years leading to the pandemic, on average, 272 residents died in Wilmington every year. In the last 2 years, 390 people die every year. And in the last, and essentially that's been an increase of 45% over the previous average, and it dwarfs the 30% jump in deaths across all of LA County. So Wilmington is that neighborhood that has it all. Wilmington is that neighborhood that has been getting beat to the ground. And we're done seeing other residents, other communities dealing with the same exact reality, because we know y'all are also gonna make a vote and it's gonna impact us, right? So we're all in this together, and it's really important for us that communities like ours don't have gas plant extensions, because it will only contribute to this offensive number. And that's just the truth, right? Unreliable energy is a major theme in our state. Sacrificing our communities because people do not have unreliable energy, because we know that gas plants are not reliable, is something I just cannot sit with, because I know that sacrifice is going to come down to the people we work with. So when their parents die, when their moms die, when their dads die, they have to create GoFundMe accounts, and then they have to go back to school. And then their other parent, whoever else is around, has to figure out how are they going to contribute to this person's life. So I'm emphasizing this because we have so many layers to consider. It's not just, I understand, right? Like, we all understand hospitals need to have energy. People on our front lines need to have energy. And so to me, it makes no sense why we're willing to sacrifice and break these promises so boldly and so loudly, when just a couple of years ago we were celebrating this. The front lines are really tired of being sacrificed and demand the CEC, the Water Board, Governor Newsom to stop breaking EJ promises. Sustainable energy solutions, including solar panels and battery storage, exist, but these decision makers lack the will and conscience to pursue them. We need to invest in reliable, clean energy, like clean demand response and other load shifting programs, and clean and other infrastructures that help perpetuate, to make sure that we don't perpetuate environmental racism. LADWP has failed our communities and is planning to burn a blend of hydrogen, and it will continue to hurt marine life, our communities, and the planet. And we don't want combustibles in our communities. We don't want these power plants to have a longer life with something that can go boom. And we also want to make sure that, or at least I want to make sure that I uplift that I know real solutions for our energy future begin with having the courage to stand up and do something. I know these conversations aren't black and white, they're very gray at points, but it required a lot of folks to come out here, potentially lose opportunities to make sure that we have a future that we can live for and we can secure for our families. And lastly, I really just want to say sacrificing frontline people for unreliable energy is beyond a false solution and is truly a sinister act, considering that we are surviving this pandemic and still extremely vulnerable. There is no need to put that reality on vulnerable communities. So I urge you to please ensure that there are no more extensions, no more complicit allies, because that is what it is. If we are agreeing to things easily, we're being complicit to the injustices that folks are dealing with. And we get to go home to those. Not everyone in this room gets to go home to that. And so please, please consider all of our comments and make the best vote for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you for the voices of the community that came out to ensure that they're part of this discussion. Thank you. You know, we're going to have to take a lunch here before we're able to get through all of our commenters. We're coming up on 1 o'clock, and we're about through 20 of our, again, 50 some odd commenters. So let's continue to take a few comments, but I'm going to signal that I'd like to go ahead and take about a 45-minute lunch at 1:15 here. So until then, we'll continue through. And I'm thinking more a 30-minute lunch, actually, just to keep things moving. So we'll take a 30-minute lunch at 1:15 or so. And until then, continue to call up commenters here. Next, I'd like to call up Jan Smutty Jones. Oh, did you want to, if you would like to, yeah, actually, we can go ahead and go to your second group here. Trying to make sure I intersperse everyone as much as I can, but I did call you Joaquin, and you're, you know, when you share such a great name, what can I say? No, true. Joaquin C. will be followed by Shane Yassis.
Hello, my name is Brian. I'm a community member from Riverside.
Hi, my name is Clarissa. I'm also from Riverside.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joaquin Castellanos. I'm a community member from Bloomington and organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice.
And my name is Shane Isaias, and I am the communications coordinator for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, part of the Regenerate Coalition and the California Environmental Justice Alliance. And I'm here because this is just yet another stick on the pile of environmental injustice that I've had to endure as being a part of an EJ community. I mean, I like to take a step back and say that we're sitting in one of the most powerful rooms to make change in this state. And we continue to sacrifice our EJ communities for reliability. But that reliability was in question because of bad decision-making. And that should not be our fault. You know, I've been to this building several times for several different meetings to fight for the same public health that these youth are crying for. I mean, Kyle, Odette, Sophie, Lucia, people who are directly affected by Ormond Beach, and we are considering another extension, another poisoning of the frontline communities. When are we going to have the courage to stop these extensions? When are we going to have the courage to step up and take steps in funding clean, renewable energy? I'm sick and tired of having to make this point over and over again to different boards and different lawmakers to only have them blame somebody else. We need to take initiative and we need to start making real change in this state. I'm sad. I'm sad I have to do this because I love this state and I love being here and I love being a part of this coalition and I love being a part of my EJ communities. But we're sick and we're tired and we're ready to make change. And in this specific case of the OTC plants, they're unreliable. We are wasting billions, with a B, billions of dollars on things that are proven to fail in our most crucial time of need, when we have effective solutions right now to be implemented. Spitting in the face of better technologies applied to any of these EJ communities. I ask you to have the courage to take the step to save our public health for EJ communities. Really embrace our public safety. Really embrace making substantial changes to our public health for the people who need it the most. That is what I'm asking. I'm asking you to deny the extension of the 3 OTC plants and furthermore, secure the public health for our EJ communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate the commenters and again, folks coming out and making sure that the voices are being heard as part of this discussion. It means a lot. Let's go ahead and keep going through a few more so we get to 1:15. Next, I'd like to call up Jan Smutty Jones. We followed by Steve Fleischle and then Joel Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Jan Smutny Jones. I'm with the Independent Energy Producers, and I hope this is my last time appearing before the board on this subject matter. I've been here before, and my association represents a broad range of resources. We've been around since 1982. Since 1989, we've been very active in trying to make sure to address greenhouse gas emissions and NOx. And this has largely been successful. We've heard a lot today, and I think people are genuinely concerned, obviously, but this is not an either or between renewable energy or reliability. This transition is difficult, and we have to manage it well. If we do not manage it well, public support for moving forward with the cleaner electricity base will erode fairly quickly. Reliability or the lack thereof with blackouts is a great unifier of people of all social classes. People want the lights to stay on, and more importantly, it's a health-related issue. If you don't have air conditioning, bad things happen, and that's really what it's at the focal point here. Now, one of the big challenges we face in California is something called net peak. Right now, about 45% of the power out there is being supplied by solar in the middle of the day. Sometimes it's more. But as the sun goes down, yes, even in California, that may be there at peak, but at 7 o'clock at night, when air conditioners are still going on, it's not there. These once-through cooling units, along with other gas facilities, are what we use to ramp up to meet that net peak. It's critically important they're there. They do not run a lot. Right now, they're running at what's basically a 4 to 5% capacity factor, which is very low. My understanding is when it gets shifted, it is shifted to the state strategic reserve. So that means it's being taken out of the resource adequacy market where it was operating at 4 or 5% and probably dropped down. I'm not Nostradamus and I don't run DWR, but I'm assuming that this is probably going to be more in the 2% range. So less operations means less emissions, means less water. And I think that's the direction we're going. No one wants to continually come back to the water board and say, we want, you need to extend this one more time. There was a plan. The state decided not to replace everything that was out there. We're left with the fleet we have. And the fleet we have these older units that are actually, and a couple of people have indicated that these are not reliable. That is not true. They were operating at availability factors in excess of 90% when they're needed. And let me put that in perspective. At 7 o'clock on September 6th, 2022, when it was our last big, we made it through, but barely. There was over 26,000 megawatts of gas operating at that period of time. And those plants don't operate all the time, but they're there when we're needed. So I think it's very important to understand that we're moving in positive directions. Energy storage, which in 2020, when we had a problem there was 300 megawatts of energy storage. About a week and a half ago, 5,000 megawatts are now online. Some of that being, as I think you heard earlier, it's at Alamitos. It's at a number of once-through cooling sites that'll provoke local capacity. So we would urge you to put forward this amendment. We understand the frustrations of the people that have spoken before me, and I fully appreciate that. But it is very important that we are able to keep the lights on during the transition. There's a lot more renewables coming online. There's bumps in the road, as everybody knows, because of COVID and supply chain issues, but those seem to be worked through. Got a lot of work to do, and it will require us, however, to have an orderly, reliable transition, and I would encourage you to extend the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smutny-Jones. Next, I'd like to call up Steve Fleischle, and would like to just remind folks we do have a number of commenters and a significant item after this. So to the extent people can keep things brief, it would be helpful. Mr. Fleischle.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Steve Fleischle. I'm the Senior Director for Water at the Natural Resources Defense Council based in Los Angeles. As you know, in 2012, the State Board granted DWP an extension that changed Scattergood's compliance dates for Unit 1 and 2 from December 31st, 2020 to December 31st, 2024. But here we are today in 2023 with Units 1 and 2 no closer to compliance with the OTC policy than they were in 2020 or even in 2012. Why is that? Well, in 2012, DWP said they needed more time in order to repower with natural gas. They got that extra time. Now they say they want more time in order to convert to so-called green hydrogen. But we've seen this movie before. Today it is green hydrogen. Tomorrow will be something else once they realize that hydrogen is not the panacea that they pretend it is. Or they will realize that it will use too much water or that it doesn't meet the city's zero greenhouse gas goals. Let's not wait until 2029 to confront that very real possibility. Rather, you have an opportunity today to hold them accountable to comply with the policy. And you can do that by limiting their extension to 1 year and by requiring meaningful progress, not on how their green hydrogen plans are going, but on how they are going to comply with either track 1 or track 2 of the OTC policy. As the staff's response to comments notes, you should be agnostic as to the type of non-OTC power generation that DWP uses, but you should be laser focused on ensuring they are accountable for complying with a now 13-year-old policy. You don't have accountability from them today. Unfortunately, your predecessors didn't require it of DWP in 2012, but you can require it today to ensure that your successors are not in the same situation 5 years from now or even 1 year from now. The change sheet is a start, but it would be far better to limit the extension to 1 year and assess DWP's progress before granting more extensions. And that progress should be assessed based on responses to the detailed information requested on page 2 of our July 28th comment letter. The change sheet doesn't include the necessary details to ensure that. For that reason, NRDC opposes DWP's extension requests and asks that you limit their extension to 1 year. Lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't implore the board and staff to do better on its analysis of environmental justice considerations in these kinds of substitute environmental documents. For example, page 52 of the staff report dismisses EJ concerns because no people live in the defined DAC for Scattergood. Truth is, Scattergood and LAX are so big and politically powerful that they occupy their own census tract. So yes, there are technically no people who live there, but the adjacent communities are burdened by toxic release exposures in the 88th to 90th percentile, diesel particulate matter in the 96th percentile, and hazardous waste at the 99th percentile. These impacts really should be acknowledged by the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleischle. I appreciate the comments and the flagging on our work. Next, I'd like to call up Joel Porter, who will be followed by Ernesto Medrano, and that might get us to about 1:15. We'll see.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the California Water Resources Control Board. My name is Joel Porter. I'm the Initiatives Manager for the Green Hydrogen Coalition, or GHC. Thank you for the opportunity to voice support for the proposed final amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, specifically, and to extend the compliance schedule for Scattergood Units 1 and 2 from December 31st, 2024 to December 31st, 2029. Section K of the amendment acknowledges that the Los Angeles region has complex and challenging energy issues. Those issues remain as challenging today as they were when LADWP directed the plan to focus on a carbon-free solution in 2019. The GHC is committed to advocating for climate solutions that ensure grid reliability and resiliency. Accepting and adopting this amendment allows LADWP to continue the transition of Scattergood to a 100% carbon-free asset that ensures a diverse resource mix, minimizes ratepayer impact, and bolsters reliability as we continue to face extreme climate impacts. I understand that LADWP is committed to going beyond the goals of this policy and has pledged to eliminate aquatic impacts from coastal and estuarine waters while providing additional funding to coastal mitigation projects that begin to improve and ultimately repair our aquatic resources. The GHC appreciates the board's attention and hard work on this critical issue, and we again urge it to accept and adopt the 5-year extension for LADWP's Scattergood Generation Station Units 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Next, I'd like to call Ernesto Medrano, who will be followed by Scott Wedge. And Mr. Medrano may not be responding here on the platform, and so we can go next to Scott Wedge. Okay, and it doesn't seem he's on the platform. So let's then move on to, sorry, it got away from me. Ray Morales.
Hold on one second. We do have a couple individuals with hands up, including one that we were not able to tie a name to. We could ask them to email the clerk during the break so that we can get them tied back up. It could be that Mr. Medrano is part of that group.
And we have a couple other hands up. We'll go ahead and just call those individuals. And I'd like to go to Shomari Davis and then Ernesto Pantoja.
Thank you so much. My name is Shomari Davis. I'm a business representative for IBW Local 11, Electricians Union here in Los Angeles County. We represent almost over 8,000 electrical workers. And I'm calling in to show our organization's support for the amendment to the water quality control policy. I mean, we're in full support for a reason. It's not safe or responsible not to be, right? We have to really maintain and strengthen California's energy outlook. These power plants provide good jobs and keeps our state responsive to the powers needed. This is a critical moment and opportunity to assure California's energy needs are actually met. Keep our state and Californians in mind and show your support. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. Next, I'd like to call up Ernesto Pantoja.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members, chair. My name is Ernesto Pantoja. I'm calling on behalf of Sergio Rascon, the business manager of Laborers Local 300. We cover a majority of Los Angeles County. We're a construction union here in LA County. And the Scattergood plant is a plant where we have a lot of members there. And, you know, we understand and hear the concerns of the environmental justice communities. Our members live in those communities. A lot of things that people don't understand when you look at construction workers. A lot of people don't realize who those people are, where they live, and what communities they represent. For us, a lot of our members live in these low-income minority communities, and the Scattergood plant gives a lot of work to a lot of our members. These are career jobs, and what a lot of people also don't realize is the trades, like my other brothers and sisters in the trades that I've spoken before, we give a lot of last chance and second chance opportunities to ex-felons who come out of prison and are looking for a second lease at life. And like I said, sometimes their last chance at being able to rebuild their life. We give them a career, a pension, benefits for themselves and their families, returning veterans whose skill sets don't necessarily translate into civilian life, and women. We've been working very hard to bring in a lot of women into the trades and giving them a career. These are truly career jobs, and obviously for them, it's important. That's why we're asking you to please support the amendment to keep these plants going. And we're not asking for anything more than that. Give them the opportunity to get it back up and running and completed the way they said they would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pantoja. Let's go ahead and transition to a quick 30-minute lunch. Again, we still have a number of commenters, and I apologize for folks having to hold over for the lunch. But let's go ahead and take that, get back. I will acknowledge for folks that are waiting for the Scott and Shasta item that we're not likely to begin that before 3 o'clock is the reality, I think, of where we're at right now. We'll get back here at 1:45. At that time, we'll continue on this item. And again, hope to not too much longer after 3, but it won't be at least until 3 until the Scott-Shasta item is heard at this point, given the number of commenters we have. Thank you for everyone's patience amongst this. I know it's going to all be a long day for us, and we still have continued discussion on this item. So we'll be back here at 1:45 after about a 30-minute lunch. Thank you.
Audio test, check 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2.
Okay, everyone. I know it was a bit of an abbreviated lunch than we usually take, and appreciate everyone's just patience and engagement today. I know many have come far to be here, and just it means a lot to have folks be here with us, even though it does take additional time. On that, for those that are here for the Scott-Shasta item, again, we'll see within the next hour plus, but it'll at least be an hour before we're able to start that item. Let's now continue on with our commenters. Unless there's some thought after a meal that any of the board members would like to share, or any questions as we continue on. And then if not, I would like to start off with Ray Morales, who will be followed by Chad Boggio, and then Henry Rogers. I'll note, it looks like a lot of this next tranche are virtual commenters, and so we'll just kind of make our way through some of them.
And so, Chair Esquivel, we do have two people who have hands up whose devices are not identified. I'm going to actually put their hands down, and if one of you is Mr. Morales, if you could raise your hand back up and we'll get you tied to your name. So if Mr. Morales is on the platform, if you could please raise your hand. If you're on a phone, I believe it's *9. Otherwise, on the application, it's just raise the hand feature.
I believe the Samsung account has its hand up.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Morales?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Ray, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Anchor Church of downtown LA. This extension of operation of these plants is critical as they provide economic and employment benefits to Southern Californians who so desperately need them, including members of our church and our local skilled laborers. Please support this extension and California as a whole. Thank you, and God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Appreciate your comments and for holding on through the lunch and engaging today on the discussion. Next, I'd like to call
no problem.
Chad.
This is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Chad Boggio, who will be followed by Henry Rogers, and then Rebecca Morales.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Chad Boggio, representative of the Los Angeles Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council, and I'm speaking in support of LA Department of Water and Power's compliance extension to December 31st, 2029 for scattergood generating stations units 1 and 2. The Building Trades Council has been following this issue since the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power was directed in 2019 to stop its planned repower of the scattergood generation station that was underway and focus on a carbon-free solution. The information provided in both the State Water Board staff report and the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures reports indicates that the extension will allow LA Department of Water and Power to maintain their grid reliability and resiliency, in addition to supporting the state's grid to help reduce power outages on the state's power grid system. This extension would allow for LA Department of Water and Power to transition to a 100% carbon-free future, addressing climate change in a financially stable manner for the ratepayer. In addition, I understand that LA Department of Water and Power is committed to not only reducing aquatic impacts, which is the goal of the policy, but to completely eliminate aquatic impacts, going beyond the goals of the policy, and not only funding mitigation that is required under the policy, but funding local coastal mitigation projects above and beyond the policy requirements. We urge you to accept and adopt the 5-year extension for LA Department of Water and Power scattergood generation stations units 1 and 2 from December 31st, 2024 to December 31st, 2029 as a critical and necessary balanced and responsible approach to grid reliability, environmental protection, climate change, and financial sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boggio. Next, I'd like to call Henry Rogers, followed by Rebecca Morales, and then Omar Galindo.
It does not appear that Mr. Rogers is on the platform.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. I'm going to better try to peruse the platform names here as well. I think next then is Rebecca Morales, who will be followed by Omar Galindo.
And Ms. Morales is not on the platform as well, but Mr. Galindo is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
to everyone. My name is Omar Galindo, speaking on behalf of UA Plumbers Local 78, alongside the entire skilled and trained workforce. We are here to offer our support for the draft amendment because we know firsthand that California is a great place to live and work when we all work together to keep it that way. We know that California needs to be able to draw on reliable sources of energy to meet its needs. Please support the state's needs today and stand with us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Galindo. Next, I'd like to call Karen Cedarholm.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. If you can speak a little louder, though, coming in a little faint. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Karen Cedarholm, and I am with Hammond Climate Solutions Foundation. I urge you to vote no on the proposed power plant extensions because allowing these power plants to continue running for another 3 years is an injustice to the surrounding communities and environmental activists who have fought to shut down the OTC plants by the end of this year. We've heard their comments today, and it's tragic to hear the impacts they've been having. This proposal states that an extension is meant to improve grid reliability during extreme weather. However, the plants will only contribute to the nitrogen oxide pollution, produce more ozone, and amplify the effects of climate change, ultimately stressing the grid even more. Our state likes to brag about how climate forward and advanced we are in transitioning away from fossil fuels, but at the same time fails to prioritize and invest in alternatives such as community solar and storage, which other states are making real progress with. How many more years beyond 2026 will these plants be allowed to continue running? The State Water Resources Control Board has the power and responsibility to carve the path to zero emissions and deliver clean air to the vulnerable communities which live nearest to the plants. Please reject the proposal and keep the original timeline of retirement by December 31st, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cedarholm. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Skavaria, who will be followed by Carissa Macias.
Hi, my name is Mikhail Scavarla. I'm here on behalf of the California Hydrogen Business Council. I appreciate the chair and board's time today. We're here to request the extension for the Scattergrid project to 2029, thus allowing the modernization of the existing facility to run renewable hydrogen. Last summer's peak demand recorded over 52,000 megawatts, and we're showing a potential shortfall of 10,000 by 2025. That's 20% shortage from the peak load in 2 years. To that end, renewable hydrogen provides an essential energy vector that will decarbonize our state's existing gas infrastructure while allowing utilization of those investments to continue, as well as providing a pathway for wider energy storage and delivery of low carbon molecules to energy throughout the state, preserving the jobs, as mentioned by our brothers and sisters in labor. And the overall cost of this transition will help us drive towards our carbon neutrality goals. The scoping plan, the IRP, the IPER all call for expanded and extensive build out of renewable generation year over year between now and 2045. And to the extent that this extension will allow Scattergrid to be a part of that solution, we support it. Again, we thank you for your time. This is a critical project for California's future and our future summers. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate you commenting and engaging on today's discussion. I know it's been a long morning. Next, I'd like to call up Carissa Macias, who will be followed by Jay Rojo.
Hi, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Carissa Macias, and I'm the Executive Director of the Bolsa Chica Conservancy based in Huntington Beach. On behalf of the Conservancy, I'm here today to express support for item number 7 and ask the State Water Board to adopt the proposed amendment to the OTC policy. We agree with staff's recommendation and need to safeguard the statewide electrical grid, provide additional energy reserves during extreme events, and support California's transition to a clean energy future. The Bolsa Chica Conservancy was established in 1990 by a coalition of government, community, business, and environmental leaders. We are a private and not-for-profit organization that provides services that inspire and connect all generations through community involvement and leadership in hands-on restoration and education in wetland science, watersheds, coastal ecology, and environmental sustainability. We also support the transition to California's clean energy future and the continued efforts to prioritize zero and low emission technologies. Today's amendment will help us ramp up to a clean energy future while safeguarding the statewide electrical grid now. We ask you to consider state and local needs and to adopt the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. Appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jay Rojo, followed by John Villa, and then Eric Greeny.
Okay, there you go. Good afternoon. I am Jay Rojo, representing the Boilermakers Labor Union. I was not aware that the hearing would address all 4 power plants, and I will only focus on speaking in favor of extending the compliance date for the Scattergood power plant, though we support the extension on all 4 plants. We, the Boilermakers, have had workers at this facility for at least the last 30 years that I've been around, and are aware that DWP was directed in 2019 to halt its planned repowering project to bring Scattergood closer to a carbon neutral power plant. The LA City Council has already approved Scattergood to convert their fuel from natural gas to hydrogen, working towards a cleaner environment. The information provided from the State Water Board shows the extension will bring DWP, it'll help provide a stable grid during peak demand times, in addition to supporting the state of California's grid to help reduce brownouts within the state. This extension gives DWP time to achieve their goal to reach 100% carbon-free future. DWP is also working on becoming less reliant on ocean seawater for cooling of their 2 units. Every year, with more housing being built and electric cars on the road, the demand is increasing faster than we can provide for. A reliable grid is of dire importance in the immediate future and coming decade. We must be able to have a strong and underloaded grid to protect our way of life. Look at Maui. Lahaina has been decimated, and their basic needs of water, electricity, shelter, and all belongings are gone. Infrastructure is of the utmost importance, especially when natural disasters occur. We take our turn nearly every year with one disaster or another. It is so important to grant this 5-year extension for the Scattergood plant from 2024 to 2029. We must slow down and think sensibly in moving forward away from fossil fuels, power plants, and oil refineries. We must have viable alternatives. The shiny new future needs to be proven in place and working well before we start canceling out the past. Please don't contribute to putting all of our eggs in one basket, and make a logical and responsible decision to give DWP more time to work towards the goals of California. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rojo. Next, I'd like to call up John Villa, who will be followed by Eric Greening.
Oh. Thank you, Chairman Escobar and board members. My name is John Villa. I'm the Executive Director for the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy, and I'm speaking on behalf of our organization and its board of directors to express support for item number 7 and urge the State Water Board to adopt the proposed amendment to the OTC policy. The HBWC, Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy, is a 501c3 nonprofit who has been in existence since 1985, and we own and maintain 127 acres of coastal wetlands in Southeast Huntington Beach and are adjacent to the AES Southland plant in Huntington Beach. As mentioned earlier during the previous informational presentation, we are recipients of the State Coastal Conservancy's OTC funding of our newest acquisition of 44.8 acres called Newland Marsh, which is the last piece of property that's restorable back to a wetland in southeast Huntington Beach. Timing was one of the questions asked by some of the commissioners. Right now, we're looking at, with the funding we just received for permitting, 12 to 18 months for that to be completed. And we are anticipating restoration to begin late 2025 after that year's nesting season is over. Our mission is to preserve, manage the coastal wetlands of southeastern Huntington Beach and inspire our community through science, education, awareness, and of these vital ecosystems. We agree wholeheartedly with the staff's recommendation and the need to safeguard the state electrical grid, provide additional energy reserves during extreme events, avoid power outages for millions of Californians, keep energy costs affordable for residents and businesses, and support the California's transition to a clean energy future. As we move closer to the mandate to stop all sales of gas-powered vehicles and require that 35% of vehicles sold be non-gas, 68% by 2030 and 100% by 2035, the demand for electricity is only going to get larger. Local communities are dependent on reliable energy source to provide a quality of life that should be afforded to all Californians. Grid reliability is necessary to support a community's safety and well-being. We also support the transition to California's clean energy future and the continued efforts to prioritize zero and low emission technologies. Today's amendment will help us ramp up the clean energy future while safeguarding the statewide electrical grid. And we ask you to consider and state and local needs and adopt the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. I appreciate your comments and engagement here today and the discussion, and I know the continued work as well. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Greening. And then it looks like I have on my list here a tranche of Sierra Club members, and so would like to make sure I get back to a number of our environmental justice organizations. And so before I go to Sierra Club, we'll go to Seha.
Thank you. I'm Eric Greening of Atascadero. Your staff report contains far less analysis of the Diablo extension than those of facilities further south. I stand with those Southern California communities in their environmental justice concerns in urging denial of further waivers. As for Diablo, your staff erroneously urges you to defer to the legislature and their passage of SB 846, which was a budget trailer bill on the sale of alcoholic beverages, gutted and amended to its present contents 3 days before the close of last year's legislative session. It received no committee hearings and was rammed through under pressure. It is your job to understand the consequences of the Diablo waiver, and the legislature did nothing to inform itself. You owe them no deference. Your responsibility is to the people and the waters of California, to whom you owe your usual focused attention. Please detach Diablo from this agenda item and give it a full staff workup and full hearing at a future meeting to avoid setting a precedent for the trivialization and sidelining of your vitally important board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greening. Appreciate the comments and engagement. Next, I'd like to go to Marie-Rose Tarek, who will be followed by Ari Eisenstadt. Please, yes, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you may need to top button there. Sorry.
All right.
You're good.
Magandang hapon. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Rose Taruk. I am the Energy Director for the California Environmental Justice Alliance. I'm going to get our other SEHA folks introduced, and then we'll give our comments.
Good afternoon, Dream Board. My name is Mabel Sain. I serve as Political Director for the California Environmental Justice Alliance.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Valdez, Energy Equity Manager with the California Environmental Justice Alliance, and I am based in San Diego, California.
I think Tyler has presents for you. Can you're seeing that, it's gonna be hot outside. We think you should fan yourselves with our power down dirty gas and power up clean energy fans that we came with from across the state. I want to recognize that it was absolutely important to bring our community members here. And SEHA, the SEHA is made up of the 10 biggest environmental justice organizations in the state. And we bring our power and our truth and our wisdom from the communities that you're talking about today that live next to these power plants. And they are Black, Indigenous, Latino, Asian and Pacific Islander communities that often don't get to come here and address you, right? And we take issue with when your staff or this board fumbles interpretation or even getting us accommodated to be able to speak, because it takes so much for us to even get here. And so it was just disheartening and frustrating to see that happen today. And so there's that. I'm going to say more, but the California Environmental Justice Alliance, as you see, we have our powerful members from Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice out of the Inland Valley. We have Communities for a Better Environment all across South LA, Richmond, the Bay Area, Oakland, as well as CAUSE all across the Central Coast, especially South Oxnard, where one of these OTC power plants are at. And we form the SEHA, and our groups, along with the Sierra Club, have formed a partnership to really figure out how we're going to retire the over 200 gas power plants in the state so that we can have a chance to live and breathe clean air and also be beneficiaries of the clean energy economy that the state is planning for. But right now, what's really frustrating is what gets in the way is we already have I guess in a lot of ways, the retirement of 3 of these gas power plants is on your on your agenda today. And yet the state and Governor Newsom wants to take that back in the name of his emergency proclamation that lifts all these like pollution laws. And when the governor lifts these pollution laws, they have impacts on those of us who are already most polluted. And so when Ashley from Communities for a Better Environment talk about all the deaths that we've experienced through the pandemic, and those of us who are sick and dying, and then you want to layer on top of that something that we already won so that we can clean our air, you want to bring it back like a zombie. It's so frustrating. And we have to come here to fight the good fight because we love our families. We love our families, and we're here. There's so many more of us, tens of thousands more of us who love our families and communities so much that we have to keep up the fight. And so what is this decision around these power plants and these nuclear plants that you're deciding on today is about? And, are you going to be complicit with environmental racism, or are you going to interrupt that systemic habit of this country? Are you going to be complicit with environmental racism and keeping the pollution from these gas plants on Black and brown bodies, or are you going to choose something different? Your vote today, we tried to meet with you, but your staff stepped in instead. And I didn't know how that meeting was going to go, But it was, I had to, when I hung up on Zoom, I had to scream because it was so frustrating to meet with your staff who did not understand environmental justice. And these are your scientists, these are your lawyers, these are other staff, and maybe even your community engagement people where, you know, we talked about, you know, some of our conversation was this law that just passed from Speaker Rivas, AB 2108, that commits you, the water board, to meaningful community engagement with tribal and environmental justice communities. And when we asked them what kind of community engagement happened with communities, you know, that surround these power plants, and you know, they started to tell us about CalEnviroScreen, and I had to stop them and say, we created that tool. So don't tell us what that tool is about, because it's about cumulative impacts. And this is what environmental justice is about. And if you didn't know that CEJA is the biggest environmental justice coalition in the state, your environmental justice outreach list is absolutely terrible. And so you have a lot of work to do. And so how could then, you know, under AB 2108, how can you have meaningful engagement when you don't know who the communities are, the environmental justice communities, and certainly the communities that have been fighting these power plants for decades? If you don't know who we are, and there's many AJ organizations across the state, your community engagement and your environmental justice list is totally inadequate. And then if your findings, I read the findings in your report, like page 50 or something. So the findings are basically showing maps of CalEnviroScreen, and it's like the findings are supposed to be about what the impacts are to our communities and how you're going to address them. If you're not even meaningfully engaging our communities about how we're experiencing those impacts, how then can you like list out and address what those impacts are? So it's largely inadequate. And I do want to say there is this lawsuit against the water board that is at EPA right now that's accusing you of environmental racism because you don't know, and you need a lot of work to do. You have a lot of work to do to figure out how to address and engage meaningfully environmental justice through the state water board. With that, there's a lot more to say, but there are environmental justice findings about these power plants as it relates to when the governor, you know, lifts the pollution laws, when we are in extreme weather. And those findings are that the energy reliability that the state is betting on from these power plants is that it's actually unreliable. So our heat wave report studied the major power plants that were under that grid reliability list and found that Alamitos, Ormond, and others actually underperformed by a lot, and so cannot be relied upon in this reliability discussion about the grid. And on top of that, the pollution skyrocketed something like 10, 15 times more than the cumulative pollution that our communities already experience. So again, this urgency that we need to retire the gas plants, as we've already gotten in the books, is imperative in your decision making today, because we know there are alternatives. Senator Stern talked about he and our communities have won a lot of different clean energy programs in the state, and we now need to turn to those as the future and not pull us backwards into these gas plants. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your comments. I think I know the amount of frustration that is in our communities. It is not one issue, it's compounding issues.
I want to introduce myself a bit. My name is Joaquin, and I'm from the Eastern Coachella Valley. And what I grew up knowing from my family as well around these stresses has really informed my time here as the chair of the board. I'm not sure if SEHA had an opportunity to engage in the board's racial equity resolution or the racial equity action plan that the board has developed. But I think this might be an opportunity for us to make sure we further strengthen that, because I can tell you from this seat that I understand the frustration and the pain and the just frustration around what is a lot here that we all are collectively kind of reconciling and trying our best to do. So I want to thank you for the comments. I want to thank you and acknowledge that interpretation services weren't like they were usually at our board meetings. As I'm sure you know, at our board meetings, we've done an okay job, as most state agencies, as you know, struggle with the work. But we usually have a heads up when we are going to be able to prepare and have the resources to execute well. So we did execute, I hope, as well as we could there, and know that we need to do better amongst it. And especially when we can have the resources to actually execute well with it, with some engagement, and look forward to what will be a continued engagement on that. On the merits of today's decision, look forward to what I know will be a lot more discussion around how, again, understanding the compounding challenges that our communities face, we do what we can at this board to focus our decision, but importantly, root it within our communities. So just thank you. I appreciate what I know is a lot of emotion, and do know that we're here to continue not just the discussion today in this decision, but the ongoing work of this board, as you noted, whether it's in the water rights space with US EPA or others. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up, I think, Sierra Club, who follows after. And I believe we had someone earlier that I skipped for a moment from Sierra Club. And I believe it was, I think it was, yeah, well, thank you. Sorry, Aaron, thank you. Apologize.
Hi, Jenny Binstock. I'm the Deputy Regional Field Director for the Sierra Club here in California. I'm here, I came from Los Angeles today to support my colleagues, our partners, stand in solidarity with all the communities that showed up to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Woolley. I'm a Senior Policy Strategist at Sierra Club California. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for the opportunity to give comment today. My name is Teresa Chang, and I'm the California Field Manager for the Sierra Club.
Hello, board members. My name is Jennifer Cardenas. My pronouns are she, ella, and I'm an organizer with the Sierra Club. You got to give me a second because you're from the Coachella area and I'm from the IE, so kind of resonated a little. So I'm here on behalf of our 500,000 members and supporters in California. We know you came here with your minds made up, that you believe keeping the OCT plants open is a sacrifice that must be made in order to keep lights running during summer, that you must sacrifice air quality in communities around Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Armand Beach, that you must sacrifice the millions of fish, dozens of seals and sea lions that DWR itself admits are killing when they're caught in intake from once through cooling, that you must continue to sacrifice habitat zones artificially warmed every time these plants are operated. I'm here to tell you that that's a false choice. You don't have to continue treating our most vulnerable communities and even ecosystems as sacrifice zones, where more affluent communities, and you know where they're located, benefit from the clean energy transition. In 2023, clean alternatives for reliability exist, are affordable, and simply require effort and will on the part of CEC, CPUC, and Governor Newsom. You, the board members, can force that effort by saying no to the extending, not just for one, not just 3 toxic gas plants, not just 1, but 3 extra years. Instead of spending $1.2 billion on extending the OTC plants, the state should invest that money, time, and effort into the following clean alternatives: to augmentate supply or lowering peak demand. And it's going to be a list. I'll try to go a little fast, okay? So local battery storage adjacent to and near gas peak plants, community solar paired with the battery storage, proven demand response programs to reduce peak demand, such as critical peak pricing, flex alert programs, and smart AC programs, and sustainable transmission build out that takes advantage of newly built renewable facilities, such as Central Valley Solar, and the renders gas peak plants unnecessary. All around the country, utilities and policymakers tell Sierra Club members, if we shut this coal plant down, if we shut this gas plant down, we will be seeing rolling blackouts that renewables and batteries won't be able to keep up with the grid. These are the dog whistles that keep fossil fuel running. How do we know? We live in these communities. But where we have been successful in closing plants, that fear mongering has proven incorrect. It turns out that when we can't just fall into back on turning on dirty gas peak plants, we have the ability to flatten demand, to build out batteries and renewables and keep lights on. We don't have to burden EJ communities with even more air pollution days so that corporate warehouses, like the ones in my hometown, like the ones that are coming to your hometown, can't run unabated.
And I also just want to speak on the Scattergood 5-year extension. We urge you to vote no on the 5-year extension for the Scattergood gas plant. What we know so far from LADWP is that their plan in 2029 is to blend and burn hydrogen with methane gas. There's no feasible clean energy future at Scattergood that we know of. This plan will continue to spew toxic NOx emissions into the communities that live by the plant, and will also have significant water impacts for the production of this hydrogen and for the continued cooling of the plant. LADWP is exploring non-combustion alternatives to Scattergood per mandate from its own LA City Council. And for that reason, we support these semi-annual reports that have been proposed by staff, but we ask that they also include progress on LADWP's interim progress toward its 100% clean energy plan by 2035. We urge you to approve only a 1-year extension, and if additional extensions will be granted, that LADWP will be required to show how they're going to retire units 1 and 2 instead of continuing to depend on polluting combustion resources at the Scattergood site. And I'll pass it to my colleague.
Over a decade ago, as you've been reminded multiple times today, this board adopted a policy to phase out once-through cooling. These systems pump billions of gallons of seawater to cool the steam that's used to generate electricity, killing marine life and contributing to ongoing ecosystem decline. The ocean water that is taken in by these systems contains high biodiversity, and by continuing to allow extensions, this allows these facilities to kill millions of fish and marine life at a time when California has adopted policies to protect biodiversity and to restore ocean ecosystems. Further extending the compliance dates for these facilities perpetuates harm to marine ecosystems and to air quality for local communities. So we're asking you not to continue to grant these extensions and allow these facilities to continue to pollute both the ocean as well as the local communities and residents nearby. Thank you.
Thank you all. I believe we have some folks from Sierra Club that are here virtually, so I'll try to call them up. Next, we have Nihal Siranath. And then otherwise, next would be Jennifer Binstock and then Eddie Junsey. And I apologize, I'll take a look on the virtual platform. Oh, okay, you were. Oh, okay, thank you so much. Then next, we'll go to Kate Mills from Tree People.
Hello there.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Thank you for this time. My name is Katie Mills. I am the Director of Education and Outdoor Equity at Tree People. I'd like to share about Tree People's collaboration with AES, and the environmental education is one of the reasons we support item number 7. Tree People is an environmental nonprofit with a 50-year history of inspiring and supporting the people of Southern California to come together to plant and care for trees, harvest rain, access environmental education in schools and with families, and to renew depleted landscapes. Tree People unites with communities to grow a greener, shadier, and more water-secure environment, and we advocate for a healthy, thriving Southern California. Toward this end, Tree People has partnered with AES to create the Coastal Enhancement Program in collaboration with Los Cerritos Wetlands Authority, the Bolsa Chica Conservancy, whom you've heard from, the Huntington Beach Wetlands Authority, whom you've also heard from. We aim to help restore coastal wetlands in Long Beach and Huntington Beach by engaging disadvantaged communities in order to expose families and students to these precious wetlands through education and stewardship programs. I'm here today to express support for item number 7 and to urge the board to adopt the proposed amendment to the OTC policy. And I say that with full acknowledgement of the complexities. I've been hearing the EJ people and the labor unions, and I recognize and thank the board for consideration of such complex issues. We do recognize that the state of California depends on the reliability of the grid and existing infrastructure while it transitions to renewable energy resources. We do support California's clean energy future and continued efforts to prioritize zero and low emission technologies. And until that time, we do ask the board to consider state and local needs and adopt the amendment today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Mills. Next, I'd like to call up Dave Shukla, be followed by Martin Marufo.
Okay. Afternoon, members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Dave Shukla. I co-founded the Long Beach Alliance for Clean Energy in 2017 when lead, PB, atomic number 82, was found in the drinking water, Cal State Long Beach, a couple of blocks up from my home. My home address is 6333 East Elliott Street in Long Beach. That is directly across the street from the AES Alamitos plant. Stack 1, as well as the new battery energy storage system, are 415 feet from my mother's bedroom window. On agenda item 7, I call on each of you board members to reject the extensions of these 4 once-through cooling gas plants, including AES Alamitos. These plants do not need another extension. Californians need them to be retired. Now, you have the power to do so, and you have a responsibility to me and to every Californian to do so. It's the Water Board's responsibility to protect marine life and water quality, which these plants negatively impact. But this board also has a responsibility to be fair to the facts about these 4 OTC plants and the role that they have in the state's energy system. 3 of these 4 OTC plants failed to deliver promised power during last year's heat wave, the exact circumstance used to justify their continued operation. What saved California from blackouts during last year's heat wave was battery storage and other localized distributed energy resources, along with voluntary load shifting and demand reduction. I'm very proud to be a Californian, board members, because Californians voluntarily reduced energy demand by 2,600 megawatts in 45 minutes. That is comparable to the total output of these 4 OTC plants for an entire day of operation, if and when they are online. These plants are old, aging, unreliable, and incredibly polluting. On average, nitrous oxides, sulfur oxides, and carbon dioxide pollution from gas plants across the state were 60% higher than normal during last year's heat wave. Pollution from the AES Alamitos plant, adjacent to my home, doubled during the heat wave last year. Moreover, board members, this peaker plant failed regularly during peak demand hours, and we can hear it from our home. In the 12 to 24 hours it takes AES Alamitos to ramp up, we hear the screeching, the popping, and the ground shaking droning when they have problems, which was about once a week last August and September. One such problem was the mile-tall plume of thick black smoke emitted from AES Alamitos on August 7th of 2022. So much for reliability. Board members, my family literally breathes this pollution. I have wasted countless hours of my life over the past 25 years to cleaning up the dark soot that this plant emits directly onto our home. But what's most troubling to me is the role that these gas plants, particularly AES Alamitos, has in oil drilling. This is where being fair to the facts on these plants really matters. The bottom line issue is not grid reliability. Without the AES Alamitos and AES Huntington Beach plants, it simply would not be profitable to move the massive amounts of water and energy required for oil drilling at the Thumbs Islands or the offshore oil drilling platforms along the Long Beach and San Pedro pipelines. Board members, the retirement of all OTC plants was based in 2010 on sound policy. Extensions past 2023 simply are not. It is your responsibility to ask, reliability for whom? Reliability for what? Which uses are actually part of the state's energy future? Please do right by Californians and the facts and be as stringent as possible, not only in not allowing these plans to keep getting extensions, but in imposing conditions. You've heard many suggestions from NRDC, Sierra Club, and other people, but imposing conditions that will actually provide for the water quality that all Californians deserve. Thank you.
Mr. Shukla, I really appreciate your words. Appreciate your words and contribution to today's discussion, Mr. Shukla. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Honorable Board. My name is Martin Rufo. I'm a Senior Assistant Business Manager for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Local 18, we represent the workers at the LADWP. I'm also a ratepayer. I've lived in Los Angeles my whole life. I've worked in refineries, worked in the chemical plants. I've worked at the port. And I've worked at all the steam plants that are mentioned except for Diablo Canyon. I was a painter and I've earned my living working in a union job for that whole time. And I see the noticeable difference in my life as opposed to those that I grew up with who didn't have a degree. They grew up the same as me. I just barely got out of high school. I was a non-participant in college. I went to college just to try to give myself some sense of hope. But getting a union job changed everything about what I was doing, how my life went. In the underserved communities where we see around Los Angeles, most of them do not have AC in their homes. Most of them are living in places where they don't usually get hot. So I can't say most of them, but some of them. But when it does get hot, there's trouble. The ones that suffer are the young and the very old. I go out on outages when our guys are trying to restore the lights. And I'll tell you, in a small spot where the power's out, there is suffering. It's a tough thing to see. Now we have electrification. We have communities and politicians that are pushing to electrify everything, and that's good. The end result is health for everybody. We have good clean air, but they're creating a situation where we have new cars that are electric trucks, hopefully trucks that transport large cargo, trains, public transport. All that creates a draw. It creates an environment where we're gonna not have enough system reliability to support all that without reliable generation. And I hear the comments about not being reliable. Gas is very reliable if you have a good plant. Speaking for the Scattergood plant, it's decades old. It's very old. And it's time to replace that. This would, yes, it would replace that plant. And it will put a gas-powered plant in there with hopefully the goal of hydrogen. I sat on the LA 100. We stopped the process for creating the new generation in LA because we wanted to find alternatives. The LA 100 was about health. It was about the health of the citizens of the Los Angeles. And that the bottom line was we cannot have everybody's health if we are not reliable. It risks everything in the worst times, like now when it's so hot. I live less than 2 miles from a generating station. So do my children, my grandchildren. I've grown up there. I understand the need for reliability, and I understand the need to leave a healthy planet for my children. I just, what puts us in this position is we've stalled in LA to try to resolve health issues and concerns from the community. It's not about the water. Water Resource Board, this issue it came first. It was primary at the time to stop the once through cooling. When we get the new generation, it will have air cooled or liquid cold enclosed cooling. With direct demand response as a potential alternative, as was mentioned, we have high hopes for the public deciding they're going to help out and shut down their power. We need to be reliable. So as a union worker, I support this. As a father, a grandfather, ratepayer, I support this.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Annalisa Moe, will be followed by Tevin Schmidt, and then Ben Harris. And I believe we then have a panel from LADWP. Good afternoon.
Before I start really quickly, I believe my colleague Tara also signed up for public comment.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Tara Khan as well. I see that there. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the State Water Board. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, pronouns are she, her, and I am speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay. My colleague Tara Khan will speak about the full suite of extension requests before you today. I will focus my time on the LA Department of Water and Power Scattergood facility, which was not included in the original recommendations from the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures on supposed grid reliability needs. For over 5 years, Heal the Bay has participated in negotiations with LADWP along with many other organizations, including NRDC, LA Waterkeeper, and Sierra Club, concerning this expected extension request for Scattergood. Heal the Bay is generally opposed to deadlines extensions and urge enforcement action if deadlines are not met. However, we were open to discussions if an extension of OTC operation would ultimately result in a responsible power plan and additional mitigation funding. In 2019, former Mayor Garcetti announced that the ultimate goal was to not repower ocean cooling thermal units at Scattergood and replace those power needs with 100% renewable energy, which at that time was defined as in-basin and out-of-basin solar, wind, and geothermal power. Our negotiations with LADWP over the additional mitigation funds began with this ultimate goal in mind. The NGO's original proposal for extra mitigation funding was $10 million beyond the baseline mitigation fees for once through cooling operations after the current 2024 deadline, as well as the commitment to additional mitigation if the new 2029 deadline is not met. NGO groups spent time and energy to create written mitigation proposals to move these conversations forward, and these were submitted to LADWP in 2020. Unfortunately, in spring 2021, the situation changed. LADWP announced plans to repower Scattergood with green hydrogen, which lost the support from NGOs for this power plan. In early 2022, the NGOs resubmitted our written mitigation proposal, formally requesting $20 million, given the significant concessions on the energy side. We waited for a counterproposal from LADWP, but did not receive one. During a meeting earlier this year, we again brought up the increased mitigation fees, and LADWP agreed to a total of $15 million to be given over the 5-year proposed extension period. I do want to recognize the fact that when we were looking at numbers earlier today in the informational session, $15 million is a pretty significant amount. It's 3 times as much as some of these agencies receive per year for specifically restoration projects. So this $15 million is going to do a lot of good. However, the NGOs were left out of the process for developing the memorandum of agreement for allocation of this additional mitigation funding against our request. And after 6 months of waiting for MOU language and a full 3 years after we first sent in our written proposal. Sorry, lost my speech. We have yet to see any counter language. We do not have certainty about key components of the agreement, including definitions for quote unquote local or quote unquote shovel ready projects. So we cannot yet support the mitigation agreement. Considering that we do not have a mitigation plan that we can support yet, no commitment to additional mitigation if the 2029 deadline is not met, and the long list of concessions made on the power side, we must unfortunately oppose the extension request for the Scattergood facility. We urge the State Board to respond to the many community members who spoke to you today, who live with these impacts every day, and reject the extension request for all of the power plants before you today, including the Scattergood facility. Hilda Bay was involved in a group letter sent in July requesting either no extension and therefore follow up with enforcement action, or a limited extension with strict planning and implementation requirements that would ensure progress towards final compliance. And at this point, we have yet to see these types of plans. Other groups involved in this letter include LA Waterkeeper, NRDC, Friends of Biona Wetlands, and Sierra Club. Hilda Bay is disappointed that the State Board is still considering a full 5-year extension for the Scattergood facility. However, we do appreciate the additional requirements proposed concerning important planning processes. We urge the board to ensure these requirements are clear and transparent and associated with enforceable deadlines so that LADWP must provide a sufficient power plan, including a fully explored zero emissions alternative. This had not occurred to date, and so we do not believe that the extension is justified. If LADWP does not provide this justification in the future, the extension should no longer apply, and LADWP must be subject to enforcement action. Very quickly, I do want to thank the State Board for listening to comments during the workshop last spring and including required annual updates from SACWIS, which I think will improve transparency significantly. And just want to thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for bearing with us, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mo. I appreciate the consistent engagement across this. I know this isn't the first time we've had this discussion, so appreciate your presence. And I would like to call up Tara Khan, who will be followed by then Tevin Schmidt.
Hello and good afternoon to the members of the board. My name is Tara Khan and I'm speaking on behalf of Hilda Bay. I would like to submit a public comment to oppose any more deadline extensions for once through cooling or OTC power plants. As a reminder, Hilda Bay has played a pivotal role in the development and tracking of the OTC policy due to the significant harmful and ongoing impacts of OTC operation on our valuable marine resources. It has been nearly 2 decades since the California Energy Commission first recognized OTC as a contributing factor to the degradation of California's fisheries, estuaries, bays, and coastal waters in 2005. It's imperative that we transition away from this harmful operation, and we are extremely disappointed to have to speak to you once again concerning yet another deadline extension proposal. And we're frustrated with the lack of progress made by the energy agencies and remaining OTC facilities towards their energy procurement commitments. At this point, the remaining 4 facilities, Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Scattergood facilities have had ample time to come into compliance. And the OTC policy came into effect in 2010 and has been in place for 13 years now. 11 other facilities have used this time to come into compliance with the OTC policy. The remaining facilities have had over a decade to come into compliance, and to request yet another extension shows a lack of accountability and a lack of commitment to clean energy and clean waterways in California. More than mitigation fees and restoration projects, what we need to see now is for once through cooling projects and practices to cease completely in California. Allowing these power plants to pay their way out of compliance through extensions and mitigation fees means that our coastal ecosystems continue to experience OTC discharges, harming our marine resources and negatively impacting the already burdened fishing industry. We are well past time for another extension, and these facilities must be held accountable for their failure to adhere to the deadline. It has been an endless cycle of OTC discharges polluting our waters, which local organizations have then had to work to restore. If we switch to alternative forms of energy generation, we won't need to spend more and more taxpayer dollars on restoring these marine ecosystems. We are well past the time for additional extensions, and it is no longer reasonable for these remaining facilities to request another extension and to continue to avoid accountability and responsibility for the degradation of our oceans. They have yet to show a real commitment to reducing their discharges, and there must be consequences for this. At some point, these extensions must end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Thank you. Really appreciate the engagement and comments. And know it's been a long discussion, but continue to really appreciate everyone's participation within all. Next, I'd like to call Tevin Schmidt, who will be followed by Ben Harris, and then we have a panel from LADWP.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Tevin Schmidt. I'm the watershed scientist for the Wish-Toyo-Chumash Foundation. I present this comment on behalf of Wish-Toyo to oppose the extension of operations and compliance of the Ormond Beach generating station and other OTC plants. The once-through cooling systems employed by these plants cause mass impingement and entrainment of marine wildlife, killing millions of fish and invertebrates, as well as their larvae. OBGS has never been in compliance with the Clean Water Act Section 316B. Discharges of high temperature water used in once-through cooling that warms the surrounding environments can have devastating impacts on surrounding fish, kelp, and invertebrate communities. This impacts local fisheries, commercial fishing, recreation, food supply, and endangered species like the California least tern that rely on healthy nearshore fish and invertebrate populations. These temperature impacts compound the ongoing warming of ocean waters and ocean acidification, which is currently driving the shift in nearshore fish populations in Southern California, causing mass die-off of seabirds and reproductive failure of marine mammals. The continued operation of this plant threatens the reproductive success of nearshore wildlife communities, impacting the delicate food web, local fisheries, and cultural keystone species of Chumash peoples. South Oxnard is the only coastal community in Ventura County that experiences limited coastal access due to an over-industrialized coastline, 2 naval bases, industrial and municipal pollution, and a Superfund site. The surrounding communities' populations are more than 75% Latinx, with these communities suffering linguistic isolation, exacerbated by state and local governments' lack of communication or information in the proper languages. The South Oxnard community is far too often the victim of environmental racism, with the state and local policies harming these communities because of their linguistic and socioeconomic isolation and the perceived limited risk of community mobilization. You displayed your contempt for these communities today as your staff recommends the continued pollution of disproportionately burdened communities. You make excuses and a half-assed apology for failing to provide adequate resources for Spanish translation. The Ormond Beach generating station does not even work properly. 2 of the Ormond Beach units were ranked 1st and 6th in the top 15 gas plants with the highest rates of curtailment during a heat wave last year. OBGS cannot be trusted to provide electricity during times of need, which was the entire purpose for extending its operations. It is not worth the risk to the surrounding communities or the environment. The Ormond Beach generating station, along with other OTC gas plants, cannot be allowed to operate for another 3 years. Our marine wildlife is disappearing, and policy decisions like these ones made to extend operations in 2020 are driving that decline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Schmidt. Next, I'd like to call Ben Harris.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. Thank you for your patience and attention today during a long meeting. I appreciate all of the time. My name is Ben Harris. Again, for the record, I'm the staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. I was really glad today to see so much community presence here today. And, I just wanted to support some of the concerns they were raising about air quality in their communities from these plants. Nobody really can tell their story better than they can. So it's always really great when I personally get to see that presence at a meeting like this today. I wanted to focus my comments from LA Waterkeeper specifically on scattergood. LA Waterkeeper has serious concerns about the proposed 5-year extension for the scattergood generating station to continue operating its OTC units. And my comments are really about accountability here because LADWP needs to be held accountable for the many years that it's already had to plan for the retirement of its OTC units at scattergood and for its clean energy future. There's been, many planning processes. We've seen a 100% clean energy goal by 2035, 0 emissions by 2045. And yet, after 13 years of this OTC policy being in place, LADWP has dragged its feet on pursuing a feasible clean energy solution that would replace scattergoods generation capacity with non-combustion clean energy and grid resources. Instead, what we have now is LADWP is pushing forward with a plan to retrofit scattergood to burn some combination of green hydrogen and natural gas. And unfortunately, we just don't have enough information about what that means at all. They've just started this process, but there's no clear commitment on timelines, on milestones, or anything. And more importantly, the water impacts of LADWP's future plans for green hydrogen are uncertain and likely very significant. Scattergood will not only continue to operate its OTC units for 6 more years to harm marine life, as we've already heard today by many commenters and in the previous item, but more importantly, they have not had any answers to questions that we have asked from the environmental community about the water resources that would go into producing green hydrogen, transporting water from reservoirs to production sites, transporting it to the plant for combustion, and what will happen with any cooling water that will be necessary given the plant's continuing combustion activities. And while I appreciate the change sheet that staff issued that would require milestones every 6 months and at least annual reporting from LADWP, that reporting just does not quite provide the fulsome information that you've heard others comment today that we're looking for from LADWP about their energy plans, not just their clean energy plans for 2035 and beyond, but also the associated water use and impacts that those plans will impose for a long term. And because of the many details that we still have to figure out about LADWP and Scattergood's future energy plans, it's far from certain that 2029 will be the last compliance deadline that LADWP will seek. That is something we are particularly concerned about because as where things stand now, any future extension, regardless of what LADWP does between now and 2029, would be unwarranted. So with that in mind, I want to mention that we're pleased to see LADWP has purportedly agreed to commit $15 million in voluntary mitigation payments that will go to the Coastal Conservancy for local coastal projects to address the harm that would be caused by continued OTC operation. And this funding is critical to restoring a lot of the local wetlands that I mentioned in the previous item, while maintaining other critical MPA funding from the interim mitigation that the State Board has already collected. And just to clarify my previous comments, LA Waterkeeper does not take a position about the use of those funds for MPA funding, but certainly would like to see more of that funding as the payments are increased, hopefully moving forward, used for local coastal projects. And voluntary commitments like LADWP's really help go a long way toward allowing for some of that coastal restoration to occur. But that being said, our groups of nonprofits that have engaged with LADWP have been very frustrated with the negotiation process over this mitigation agreement, and we have not been fully able to participate in a meaningful way. While LADWP increases a mitigation offering from 10 million to 15 million, it's now refusing to agree to any penalties for future extensions, which is something that we explicitly sought to be included from the start. They've shifted away from the clean energy future that we were hoping to see, now going with green hydrogen combustion, and they won't let us review a draft of the agreement to provide comments on it. So obviously that frustration is something that's been challenging for us, but we still support the 15 million that they've set aside. And just bring it to a conclusion, at this point, we simply don't have enough information to be able to assess LADWP's future energy plans to be able to support the Scattergood extension. If we knew more about what they were planning to do for non-combustion clean energy resources, then we might be in a different position today. So for this reason, LA Waterkeeper urges the board to reject LADWP's proposed 5-year extension, and instead enforcement is a more appropriate tool that you have at your discretion right now, given LADWP's lack of action so far. And if you are inclined to grant an extension, it should be limited to just 1 year, as you've heard other commenters call for, with full public transparency regarding LADWP's energy future, its future for OTC units at Scattergood, and the water implications of its pathway toward 100% clean energy by 2035. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Appreciate the contributions. Next, I think it's Glenn Berry, who will be part of a panel for LADWP, including Catherine Rubin, and I think it's Dennis Obi Yang. Okay, thank you.
All right. And Chair Escobar, I will start us out, and then I'm going to come back to pull us together.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So good afternoon, Chair Escobar, Vice Chair Adamo, and members of the board. My name is Catherine Rubin. I'm the Director of Environmental Affairs at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And I have with me here today to also provide testimony, as Chair Escobar just mentioned, Glenn Berry. He is our Assistant Director of Power Supply Operations, and Dennis Obiang, Manager of Transmission Planning. Also with us today to answer any questions is Matt Hale, Director of Legislative and Governmental Affairs, and Morgan Hector. He's our Deputy City Attorney from the City of Los Angeles Attorney's Office. And we also brought Shane Beck, our consultant, a marine life expert from NBC. We appreciate being able to testify today and want to start with thanking your staff for working with us these past several years in a constructive effort to enhance environmental protection while balancing essential services for electrical power needs to protect public health and safety. To begin, we are in support of the extension. And we are here to let you know that we will meet the 2029 date. It does not have any, we do not, LADP does not have any plans to return and request another extension. We have a path forward and a schedule that we have already started to implement that will meet the 2029 compliance date. We have seen the change sheet that came out Friday, and we accept those conditions to provide the status updates to make sure that we comply and are on schedule. For an extension, the policy requires that we show grid reliability impact with the current schedule, and that CAISO supports the granting of the extension through SACWIS and make that recommendation to the State Water Board, both of which have happened. We are facing, that's LADWP, dire circumstances with grid reliability, and we need the full 5 years to install the new hydrogen-ready units that everyone is talking about at Scattergood. We are leading the way and are the largest municipal utility in the nation committed to fulfilling our environmental stewardship and our commitment to the public to safeguard their vital necessity for electrical power. LADWP is a vertically integrated utility. It's our own, we have our own balancing authority, and we are not a part of the CAISO grid. Our in-basin locational capacity is absolutely necessary. Back in 1994, when we had the Northridge earthquake, it was our in-basin units that carried the city of Los Angeles, kept it secure and safe, and protected public health and safety. This cannot be left to chance. With wildfires growing and easy to lose transmission lines, in-basin capacity is a must. Due to the way our system was built out from our coastal plants, we are a cul-de-sac. We are isolated, and the in-basin units provide that critical capacity. And we explained this in the past informational hearing back in the March of this year. LADWP must have locational generation at its OTC plants due to the configuration of its grid system that evolved from its OTC plants. So let's revisit, why are we here today? What changed? Why are we not able to make this 2024 date as stated in the policy? Because as everybody has mentioned, in 2019, there was a change in the direction from the City of Los Angeles mayor to halt the repower for all of our OTC units, not just Scattergood, but Harbor and Haynes, but including Scattergood units 1 and 2, and to figure out another path forward to address climate change and transition our power system to 100% carbon-free by no later than 2035. LADWP has not been dragging its feet. We have not been delaying, but just the opposite. LADWP has been working hard on integrating renewables into its power grid for years and has in fact incorporated the most renewables into its grid system. But due to the electrical grid configuration that we have, and as you will hear from my colleagues, locational generation will be needed to keep the grid reliable. LADWP is not able to retire capacity at its OTC plants until capacity has been replaced and online at that location. In 2019, after LADWP was directed to halt its repower plans for Scattergood units 1 and 2 that were well underway and on schedule to meet 2024, stakeholder meetings began, as you have heard from others, and it was with a third-party consultant, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, NREL. They ran millions of models, and in the end, also confirmed that the locational generation was required for LADWP's electrical grid system. In addition, a plan was mapped to move forward, and LADWP jumped right into it. And this is where we are today. It is not for lack of foresight or planning on LADWP's part. Time was lost as we had to stop our plans and start over. We did not sit around and do nothing for years. That is just not accurate. At present, solar and wind and other technologies can supplement, but not replace the capacity needed. It just is not enough and does not balance the electric grid system. At present, hydrogen was found to be the best technology to be the demonstrable and effective solution without replacing the electric grid system and public health and safety in peril. So now I'm going to ask Glenn Berry to present on our uniqueness and grid reliability, followed by Dennis, and then I'll come back and conclude. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. As Catherine stated, my name is Glenn Berry. I'm the Assistant Director of Power Supply Operations for the LADWP. LADWP operates 3 coastal plants that are critical to reliability and managing transmission flows on the system, one of those being Scattergood, which we're talking about today. The LADWP system is unique in the fact that it imports predominantly from the north side of its system and relies on these 3 coastal plants to regulate flows on the system and prevent line overloads. This is how the system was designed to work decades ago. We have some reliability requirements that we must follow. One of them being a reliability must-run unit are identified daily using regulatory required studies that show the amount of energy that must be generated at a particular facility at different load levels on the system to prevent cascading outages and voltage collapse of the system. On higher load days, Scattergood is required to be a reliability must-run unit based on these studies. And not only will Scattergood generation be critical for future load growth, but also will be critical for a zero carbon future with these hydrogen capable units. The biggest value of Scattergood is in its ability to prevent overloads of transmission lines into the west side of the LADWP system. The west side transmission system can currently only support a total of 640 megawatts of imports into that area. Anything above this must be generated locally by Scattergood. This happens between 61 and 110 days per year historically. Without Scattergood generation, 4 times as many megawatts are needed from Harbor Generating Station and 6 times as many megawatts are needed from Haynes Generation to maintain reliability on our Tarzana to Olympic transmission path and avoid blackouts. If you only take one thing out of this today with regards to Scattergood, what I would like it to be is that without Scattergood generation, we will burn much more gas to maintain system reliability than we would if Scattergood was available. And that's not what anybody wants, as we've heard over and over today. But it will be a reality if these units go away before we have time to upgrade transmission lines. I'll turn it over to, you know what? One more, sorry, Dennis. We also want to talk about fires. I think Catherine touched on that. All 4 in-basin facilities that we have, Haynes, Valley, Harbor, and Scattergood, are also critical when transmission lines into the LA basin are threatened by fire, as they have been a lot recently, and especially on October of 2019 during the Saddle Ridge fire. In this fire, all 3 import paths into the Los Angeles basin were affected, and every available unit in basin was needed to prevent blackouts. Peak load on this day was 3,331 megawatts. The most we could have covered on that day was approximately 3,500 megawatts. We were able to get by without resorting to rolling blackouts. For context, LADWP's average October load, which is when this fire happened, over the last 10 years is about 100 megawatts above that, meaning we would have had to shed load most of the time in October. We got lucky on that day. Our all-time peak load is 6,502 megawatts. If you can only cover 3,300 and you have that fire on that peak load day, you're shedding load to about 2 million customers in Los Angeles. I don't think anybody wants that. And lastly, I'll just add, since 2020, LADWP has been able to supply much needed energy to the state of California during declared emergencies. We have delivered over 37,000 megawatt hours during those emergencies. And during the same time frame, Scattergood units 1 and 2 have produced almost 49,000 megawatt hours. Without these units being online, our ability to help the state will greatly be diminished. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over.
Good afternoon. My name is Denis Obiang. I'm a manager of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power Transmission Planning. I think I also want to acknowledge the various comments we heard this morning. One thing I noticed, this is my first time here, is that we all share the same vision, is a clean energy future. That's what the common thread here. Nobody is here to argue. Everybody wants the same thing. As an engineer, I can tell you that there is a path to get to that promised land called a clean energy future. But there are challenges to get there, and we will meet those challenges. DAP is here to let you know we are committed to a clean energy future. 7 years from today, we will meet 80% renewable energy in our grid, 80% in 7 years. That's not a theory, this is a fact. So we are planning constantly acquiring more resources. Our policy is to diversify our resources, one that include solar generation, local generation of solar. We continue to invest in that part of the city. We also have to invest in large energy resources, wind, solar, geothermal. But we also have to recognize that it's not enough. We have to also have a way to bring those resources from out of the city into the city. As a transmission planner, we need transmission to get that resource into the city. We have a saying in Los Angeles, there is no transition without transmission. That's what the problem begins for us. That's what we hear today. We need time to build those transmission. And what we're finding out is that the energy transition to go from fossil fuel to clean energy, we will need Scattergood to maintain system reliability. Now, what are the risks we face absence repowering Scattergood? We have many. I'm going to just highlight a few of them. The number one risk is that we're going to have a shortfall of 254 megawatt of power. You all know that during summer, we have a heat wave. Every single megawatt matters. Can you imagine I'm short by 254? That's not enough. So we need that unit there to help us basically build transmission as we transition into a clean energy future. The second problem we have is that I have so many transmission projects happening today because we're trying to repower. Remember, I mentioned I need to reach 80% in 7 years. We're working right now about 17 transmission projects working right now. The challenge for us is that how do I de-energize the line, working on the line, while also maintaining system reliability? So coordinating outage while maintaining system reliability is a challenge. This is the reality of the business we're dealing with. The last one is that absence Scattergood, we're going to face outage. EWP has 47% of our customers live in underserved communities. These are the communities that will be at risk during extreme weather conditions like extended heat wave. They need access to cooling, and energy is needed for cooling to work. We cannot afford to shut down Scattergood because we will need every single megawatt of that to ensure we maintain system reliability, but also we keep our communities safe. We will get there to 100%, but it takes time. It takes a lot of effort. We welcome all the discussion, but we also need space for the Department of Los Angeles Power to work it out to ensure that we have enough resource to get us there. I'm going to pass it back to Catherine.
Wrap up. I just wanted to really quickly go over our OTC compliance. As you know, we had 14 OTC plants or units, and we're down to 6. At Scattergood alone, we took off the largest OTC plant. That was Unit 3. When we did that, our impingement impacts went down 97%. the graph, it's just about flat. We also, that particular plant, we're pretty much violation free. So with this particular plant, everybody's talking about the aquatic impacts. It doesn't have those types of impacts at this plant, and yet we're still willing, and we were still willing to go into this MOU with the Coastal Conservancy. We thought, yes, this is a good idea. We started working with the NGOs. We were very happy to be working them, and I still want to work with you, Ben. I'm hoping that you'll come back. My door is open, and we are getting there. We are pretty much done with the MOU with the Coastal Conservancy. It does say that there is 15 million in there. It's a 35-mile radius, and we can go over that together later. I also wanted to say that, as Dennis points out, we would be 254 megawatts, critical megawatts short without scattergrid units 1 and 2 for grid reliability. And as Dennis pointed out, we may not be in a disadvantaged community. I know that I had invited some of you, the board members, down to visit us at Scattergood so you could see the layout. On one side of us is Chevron. On the other side of us is Hyperion. And across from us is the Dockweiler Beach, and just kitty corner to us was the old El Segundo plant. Behind us are multi-million-dollar homes. May not be in a disadvantaged community, but as Dennis points out, we do serve one, and that's Scattergood units 1 and 2. And these units also, as Glenn pointed out, they assist the state when their grid system is stressed, as well as balances LADWP's grid system. The extension for us is critical, and the schedule to 2029 is as fast as possible. So again, to the NGOs, I hope we come back to our meetings. I hope you will meet with us and we can start working on this together, and that you will join us in this path forward to 100% carbon free. I just want to say thank you. The LADWP is here to answer any questions. I'd like to entertain anything.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rubin.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Board Member Firestone.
Just before you leave, and thank you. Just I think 2 follow-up questions. So in the change sheet and the follow-up in terms of identifying next steps and milestones, and given that the reason for this delay or inability to meet the original timeline is because of the intent to reach 100% renewable, when you're working on in terms of your plan, are you going to be considering 100% renewable alternative within that? Or it sounds like I was just confused between, it sounded like initially you were trying to do 100% renewable. The ultimate goal is for the city to get there. But at this point, what you're looking at is actually continuation of gas fired with some potential for hydrogen. So that's not 100% renewable. So if you can clarify whether what you will be considering is as you move forward with identifying these milestones and being able to get off once through cooling is going to consider 100% renewables or not.
100% carbon free.
Carbon free.
Yeah, I think we should make it clear. 100% carbon free. And the way that South Coast AQMD is permitting us, by the way, we are in the permit process right now with South Coast AQMD, is they start us off. They only permit up to 30% hydrogen. So we have to start off there. And then we go to 50, then we go to the 75, and then we go to the 100. And we're expecting to be at the 100 by 2035. So that's the expectation. And we won't be on once through cooling past 2029. This is going to be a combined cycle, closed cycle cooling unit, not using once through cooling.
And thank you for that clarification. And then and this is sort of a clarification on, based on some of the dynamics that we've heard from concerns from the NGO community with scattergrid in particular, was just throughout these milestones that you will be helping to identify? And first of all, I understand by our change sheet that these milestones, we are expecting the executive officer to issue an order to make them enforceable, right? So this is not just a report. These are developing enforceable milestones, is what the change sheet proposal is.
And just so and Jonathan, maybe you can help me here, Jonathan Bishop. Just so you understand, I believe that everything that goes into the policy is then put into our NPDES permit. We have an NPDES permit for Scattergood.
Mm-hmm.
We've had milestones in there before, and those are enforceable.
And so just question on that is, it does sound like there's, a lot of concerns around information sharing around water use, around meaningful sort of public participation and transparency, I assume, but would just want to make sure that we're obviously what we're going to be, our process is all transparent and public, and we would be presenting that. But I think the expectation would be that, LADWP would be pursuing that as well throughout development of all of these.
We are very transparent. They are allowed to come. We invite everybody to all of our meetings. We've started our CEQA. We've had a meeting. The NGOs were there. And yes, it's all a transparent process.
So and then just as part of those milestones and studies, is there going to be an analysis or a planning around understanding water use within that proposal around hydrogen power?
When we get, right now, the CEQA focuses on the hydrogen ready units because we're getting off of once through cooling. 2029, we're off of once through cooling. That's what the focus is right now. Everything else, yes, after it's going to be there and everybody's going to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. Wiles, did you want to add something?
Yes, if I could, thank you. Board Member Firestone, I wanted to clarify what's proposed in the change sheet is an enforceable reporting requirement. We would be asking, and the executive director would be issuing an order requiring LADWP to identify its own interim milestones to achieving its future plans. But it's not proposing that those milestones then be turned into actual enforceable milestones, either in the once through cooling policy or in the NPDES permit. So I wanted to clarify that. We essentially, the mechanism would be intended to track LADWP's progress toward, are they making progress in accordance with their own schedule, so that we would have an early indication if they fall off schedule.
So all we'd be getting are reports every year on whether they're on the schedule that they set for themselves, but we wouldn't be able to enforce if they're off track already within the second year. And we are concerned that they're not going to be able to meet their even 2029, given that they're missing even early milestones.
That's correct the way it's set up currently in the change sheet. The ultimate enforcement opportunity would be for the board to decline to further extend the final compliance date
in 2029.
Yes.
So we wouldn't be able to enforce anything until 2029, except if you didn't submit a report. We could say
that's correct.
You didn't submit a report, but even if, I'm sure you're not going to do this, but even if LADWP did nothing except submit a report, but wasn't making any progress, we couldn't do anything until 2029.
We wouldn't have any recourse through the once through cooling policy unless we were to amend it to do something differently. That's not exactly the same thing as saying we wouldn't have any recourse. It would be through a different avenue.
So there are other enforcement options available to the board, and so I'm looking at Phil, but he can't kick me under the table. But given your theoretical scenario that the first report comes in blank or no progress, at that point the board could decide to issue an order on compliance, setting milestones for compliance. We can't issue order today setting milestones for compliance because we're asking them to submit those milestones. That's the first report is what are your interim milestones to get there? And we can evaluate at that point the need for actually issuing an order based on that a time schedule.
Okay, because I had thought, maybe as I understood the language being that we were saying once we receive milestones from LADWP that we would then issue an order making those enforceable or making those each of those requirements that are enforced in an order. So that's not, that sounds like that's not a correct interpretation.
I don't believe we can do that without actually having the milestones.
Well, I know, but we're saying we're going to get the milestones and then the direction is for the executive officer to then use those to issue an order after they get the milestones, right?
Actually, no, just to be really clear, the direction in the change sheet is directing the executive director to issue an order to LADWP, telling LADWP to give us the milestones that they have. We don't have them yet, as Jonathan said, and then also to provide us with annual updates so that we can see whether they're on track with their own milestones. Jonathan's correct. If we do see that they fall off track in the future, we could issue a different type of order in which we would essentially be finding that because they're starting to fall behind, they are likely to violate their ultimate compliance date. And we could issue an order in that situation. At this point in time, we don't even know what their interim milestones are. And so we don't have an opportunity to enforce them or to conclude that they are falling behind yet.
What I want to say, I plus up the board members' desire to ensure that there's some enforceability in the discussion we're about to have. The reality is that this isn't the first extension that we've seen here. It continues to be a bit of a moving target, and we have additional commenters, and this will, I'm sure, be part of our further discussion as we consider the item further. But for me, I know looking to figure out what that, and here I know the board member's question is, what actual enforcement sort of mechanism do we have? I think that the reality is that we have enforcement options, and I think that at this point, it's what's best to kind of tuck into this. And again, I'll just note at least that with the SACWIS and others, kind of spaces where the energy issues that are before us are better discussed and resourced, and maybe the more openness of those SACWIS proceedings is something that can help as we go into the next years to keep some accountability. But we'll have further discussion on this, I'm sure, here. So thank you. Okay, let's move to Sean. I apologize. Henry Rogers on the platform has his hands up, and Henry was around prior and wasn't called upon. So, Mr. Rogers, we'll call on you remotely, and then we'll have Sean Bothwell come up, Don Kopecki, and then Alyssa Ramey, and with that, maybe coming close to the end of our commenters here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you for hearing me this afternoon. My name is Henry Rogers, and I'm the Executive Director of the Harbor Association of Industry and Commerce. And I'm also a resident in the University Park Estates neighborhood of Long Beach, not far from the AES facility. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed final amendment to the water quality control policy. The amendment represents a critical step towards enhancing energy reliability and facilitating the transition to cleaner energy sources. We commend the insightful recommendation put forth by the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures, which reflects a comprehensive understanding of the intricate challenges in our energy transition. Notably, the suggested 3-year extension to December 31st of 2026 for the Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach plants, alongside the 5-year extension to December 31st, 2029 for the Scattergoods plant, hold paramount importance in ensuring the robustness of our statewide and local grid reliability. By affording power plants the necessary temporary leeway to transition away from once-through cooling technology, these amendments enable California to productively embrace carbon-free energy sources while upholding the dependable supply of electricity to our communities and our businesses. In summation, the HAIC unequivocally urges the State Water Resources Control Board to embrace the proposed amendment, recognize the well-calibrated response to the intricate interplay between energy demand and environmental consciousness. Your pivotal role in shaping the energy landscape is deeply acknowledged, and we are confident that your decisive action will pave the way for a sustainable future that stands as a testament to your commitment. Thanks again for hearing me this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Next, I'd like to call Allison Ramey, who will be followed by, Sean Bothwell, and then Don Kopecki, who will be followed by Allison Ramey, and then I believe our last commenter is Leslie Purcell. Mr. Bothwell. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought there was one before me. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members. Sean Bothwell, I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeep Alliance. I want to start off at the top by just saying that I recognize that we're here today is not because of the State Water Board. I don't think it is the State Water Board's fault that we're here today dealing with these issues. But that said, you guys can help comments you've heard today from different community members. The once-through cooling policy was the very first thing I worked on when I came to this organization. And our organization was one of the primary groups advocating and negotiating for the once-through cooling policy. We used to tout the policy as something that the state should be proud of. It was something that our organization was proud to be a part of, and something that we really felt moved the needle on helping with marine health. My entire career, I have worked on the implementation of the OTC policy, from the LADWP's first set of compliance extensions back in 2012, which, by the way, kind of felt like deja vu just a second ago because I heard a lot of things about, grid cul-de-sacs and dire straits and similar terms. I worked on the nuclear review. I worked on the once-through cooling, the mitigation fee, and annually the mitigation determinations. But after 13 years of the ongoing harm, and it has been an ongoing harm, even though the mitigation didn't start till 2015, Member McGuire from the last item, we're no longer proud of the implementation that this policy has taken. The policy has become something that was supposed to carry out Clean Water Act Section 316B, but has become nothing more than a pay-to-pollute scheme, or more, in this case, a pay-to-kill policy that power plants can continue to do until they decide to retire. The Supreme Court made clear in the Riverkeeper case that power plants were not allowed to comply with 316B by paying for after-the-fact restoration. I don't want to get into the semantics of legal arguments and that type of thing, but the intent of that case was you can't just pay to come into compliance. And unfortunately, that's what we're doing here today. We're allowing them to continue to operate once through cooling and just pay a mitigation fee. This was a while ago, but during the staff report, there was mention that there was I heard three compliance pathways, one of them being retirement. If you look at the once through cooling policy, there's nothing in there that talks about retirement as a form of compliance. It is true that if it retires, then you're in compliance because you've met track one of getting to the 93% reduction using the wet cooling towers. But that wasn't an actual intended thing when the once through cooling policy was created. When we developed the once through cooling policy, the SACWIS and the interim mitigation were envisioned as flexible tools to allow the good faith actors to be building cooling towers while ensuring grid reliability. That is different than what we're seeing here today, where we're talking about retirement at some undetermined time in the future. No one believes that these power plants that are getting extensions here today are making good faith efforts to build cooling towers. They're just going to keep operating until they decide to retire. So you heard a lot of messages today from community members, and I appreciate that you guys don't necessarily have the authority to shut down a power plant. But again, you guys can help and provide deterrence so that no future extensions are made and that people are held accountable for achieving their compliance schedules. So I didn't know if to ask this or to present this as a question or a recommendation, But I don't understand why we can't treat this situation like an enforcement matter. And it actually just got brought up a second ago, so I'm glad I kind of teed this up. The way I see it is you can't continue to allow in lieu restoration and keep pushing the compliance deadline forward. But you do have enforcement tools at your discretion. And the way I see this, power plants that are no longer meeting their compliance schedules are out of compliance. So what I would recommend, and what we've recommended all along, is give these facilities a time schedule order. That is something that they can build in milestones that are enforceable now. It's a tool we can use now to require that instead of bumping down the compliance schedules. Make them pay a multiplier for every year that the power plants are not coming into compliance, and ensure that no future compliance extensions are allowed. This will provide deterrence, but will also give the governor's office, the energy agencies, what they want to continue grid reliability while you guys are doing your job of ensuring that you're acting within the scope of the Clean Water Act 316B and the Supreme Court case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bothwell. Next, I'd like to call up Don Kopecky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Dawn Kepke with McHugh Kepke Padron on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. CEB is pleased to be here today to convey support for the compliance state extensions under the proposed amendment to the OTC policy, and specifically for Diablo Canyon, as well as the LADWP Scattergrid Generating Station Units 1 and 2. These extensions are important to ensure grid reliability and resiliency, as you've heard, as well as for support of that of the broader state of California's grid. Further, the extension for Scattergrid in particular will be helpful as LADWP works to transition to a carbon-free future, as was discussed, and ensure that it's undertaken in a fiscally sustainable manner with the LADWP ratepayers and ensuring critical infrastructure and energy needs are met. Further, under this proposed agreement, also as discussed today, LADWP is committed to going beyond the goals of the OTC policy, as well as funding local coastal mitigation projects that go above and beyond what is required in the policy as well. With this in mind, CEB respectfully urges the board to approve and adopt all of the extensions, including Diablo Canyon, as well as the Scattergrid Generating Station Units 1 and 2, believing that such action will ensure grid reliability, maintain critical infrastructure, as well as ensure the balance with environmental protection. So for these reasons, CEB is pleased to support the extension and urges it to be done so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kepke. Next, we have Kyle Brochard, who'll be followed by Allison Ramey, and then Leslie Purcell.
And Chair Esquivel, we've given Mr. Brochard a couple opportunities to unmute, and so far he's not accepted the offer.
Okay, thank you. Then let's move to Allison Ramey, who will be followed by Leslie Purcell. And if there's anyone after that who is wishing to speak, either on the platform or here in the room, just indicate either on the platform with your hand raised, and just kind of raise your hand here. I'll call on you.
Thank you, Chair and members. Allison Ramey here today on behalf of the State Association of Electrical Workers, the California Coalition of Utility Employees, the State Council, Pipe Trade Council, and the Sheet Metal Workers here in support of the proposed amendment to the OTC policy. Specifically, we support the cooling policy compliance date extension for the Alameda Generation Station, Huntington Beach, and others to ensure energy reliability in Southern California and for Southern California residents. These facilities play an important role in supporting the state's energy grid. As we all know and have talked about today, power outages, especially during heat waves, are dangerous for California's most vulnerable, specifically elderlies and those with complex medical needs relying on the energy grid. It is for these reasons, in addition to the fact that these plants provide a vital economic and employment opportunity to Southern California residents, including our union members, that we're here asking for you to support the proposed amendment and extension. We also want to go on record that we do absolutely support the clean energy future for California.
We're excited to see what that holds, but we believe that this extension lends to the ability to achieve those goals while also maintaining the electrical grid. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ramey. Next, I'll call up Leslie Purcell and then Gus Torres. And again, if you're on the platform and haven't spoken, please raise your hand, and here in the room as well, just indicate.
Hi, this is Leslie Purcell. I would like to make a few comments, and I appreciate all the time and effort that's gone into these proposals, but I would like to recognize what Henry Stern, Senator Stern, said. His points about these potentially significantly large investments in the infrastructure of these OTC plants and the Diablo Canyon nuclear generating station would enable them to continue. And it's really an issue of, are we going to try and move as soon as we can to very much more green and sustainable energy production? And I am most familiar with the Ormond Beach plant, as I've lived in Oxnard a bit and then Ventura. And I believe that we need to retire these plants and instead invest in what we could be doing so much more of, solar. And there are so many opportunities for commercial, industrial, municipal, rooftops, parking lots, and so forth, statewide even. And in Ventura, the county of Ventura has instituted solar arrays in one of their main parking lots for their administration building. And it was so successful, they're doing a second array, and people like it because they can park in the shade. It creates energy, it saves money, and it cools the parking lots as well. So overall, it's a win-win-win. So I'd also like to raise the concerns for marine life that folks have spoken about, and the use of ocean water for cooling these plants, and including Diablo Canyon. The ocean waters already are warming significantly, as we know. So we need to scale back on any more harm to our oceans. Therefore, I would urge you not to extend the life of these plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. I know it's been a long morning and afternoon, so I appreciate you hanging on and providing your comment to us today on this discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Gus Torres, and I believe Mr. Torres may be our last commenter here amongst us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Gus Torres, and I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 250 welders and apprentices. Our 6,300 members and I are in full support of the amendment, and in Southern California specifically. The extension of the operation at these plants are critical and provide economic and employment benefits for Southern Californians who desperately need them, including the union members we represent. California needs to be able to draw on every possible source of reliable energy. Please keep California in mind and support this extension. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Appreciate your comments. Just checking, don't see any further hands on the platform. If there's anyone in the room that was anticipating to speak, hasn't had a chance to do so, please do stand up or come to the front. And then hearing none, we're left with board discussion. I know and just want to acknowledge we've had over 60 commenters here today, and just that level of engagement shows how much this decision and this work matters to I know so many out in the communities. It's difficult to hear what I know are lived experiences and compounding challenges in our communities And here a plea to shut the plants down and not allow for extension, absent the sort of balancing that unfortunately is always part of this board's work. I mean, I say fortunately, ultimately, because it isn't any within one. I'll just take a step back and say, you know, in the energy space, there's obviously a lot of tension on this issue. And here before the board, you know, this policy wasn't one, as Mr. Bothwell indicated, to shut down power plants. It was to comply with once through cooling. It was to address the impacts that that energy production was having. But it had the benefit, and it merged with what is an urgent climate need that we have amongst us, and has become then here the forum for so much of the tension that is still there on how we get to that clean energy future. And I wish that I could fix all those spaces as well amongst then the board's decision-making space. We're here to do our part amongst that decision-making space, but it makes it difficult to appropriately address what are decades and years of underserving, of a lack of connection with our communities at a really critical time. And so I just want to thank everyone for what we've heard, and here hopefully reflect back the challenges of the decision-making space before this board, where we have the once through cooling policy, and we have and are not ignorant of the larger energy discussion that this decision for the board rests within, and the context of what our communities all experience. I think for me, what I want to ensure, and this is a frustration that I know I expressed and others on this dais did as well when we first made extensions, was that we get some assurance that we're not going to be back here again, and that we fulfill the goals and obligation of the work around the once through cooling policy. You know, we're doing that a bit with Scattergood, I feel, here with the proposed change sheet, where we're holding better to and providing and being provided milestones as to how we'll, you know, all collectively ensure that we're actually moving forward from this point in a better place. I don't know how we do that with the other plants in a way that is meaningful, but I'd like to think about that. You know, I know the SACWIS itself was set up to advise on the intake structures, but because the energy agencies are there, because it's already a forum, it'd be good if they reported back to us on some of the progress on these milestones, or how we can ensure that this board is signaled for a year or two before another extension is contemplated, that we have an opportunity to ensure that we're putting the appropriate pressure, whether through enforcement or otherwise, to keep us to, I think, what I've heard a lot of common agreement around the need to decommission and move on from these plants. But I don't have the expertise. This board is not established to have the expertise to second guess all of our energy agencies here within the state. And here, again, hear the clear frustration and disagreement with some of that space. But here, I want to, again, I think for myself, ensure that we are moving away from the plants, but importantly, on the issue of last resort, keeping a firmer hand on ensuring and understanding that these plants are at the very back of the loading order, aren't being here falsely propped up within the work, if you will. And I think, you know, for me, I don't know if that's through the SACWIS to be reported back out to us or other ways, but I'd like to figure out how we ensure the milestones around some of this work, and that the plants will ultimately be used in a last resort.
So maybe I can provide a little, not therapy, but at least discussion on the issue, which is, I think you have two different situations that we're looking at the same time. The Scattergood is the city of Los Angeles, as their own power authority, is asking for an extension to address their laudable goals of moving towards clean energy. The other three power plants are not asking for this extension. They the energy agencies are asking us to extend their life, which puts us in a position where making enforceable, deadlines or finding them for continued operation is a difficult position because they're not actually asking for this. They're in support of it. They're not going to oppose it, but so that puts us, I think we have to separate those two in our minds when we're thinking through this. I believe that we have signaled very strongly to the energy agencies that this, that this is an uncomfortable position for our board to be in, and we don't really want to be here every few years. I believe they understand that and they're taking that very seriously. But every year has been a more difficult year than the last. So I can't sit here and say we have an ironclad commitment from the energy agencies that they won't come back after 2026, to ask for an extension. They've said that they don't anticipate that. They are ramping up renewables. They're ramping up battery storage. As you heard, we have in 2020, when we did for the last extension, we had 300 megawatts of battery storage. We have 5,000 megawatts now. That's quite a big difference in those years. They're still uncomfortable. And I don't know if they'll be uncomfortable in 2 more years. I can't make any predictions on that. I do think you're in a different situation with LADWP. This is the city's self-inflicted position. It comes from their mayor, and I understand his goals and support those. But they are asking for it, and you can be essentially push them more comfortably on that. So I think I was going to say something else, but it's gone out of my head. I apologize.
Well, and again, I think that's where, at least when it comes to the energy goals, which we're not an energy agency here, we don't have the time to oversee and ensure that we're meeting those, and there's other far more capable agencies to do so. Just some way for it to be reported back to us so that we're, allowed to, I think, and I agree with you completely that the request from Scattergood makes it that we have a little more say when it comes to kind of what we expect there from. But the other plants and the work, just a way to keep the information, I think, flowing, and especially because we've heard so much from the folks at Oxnard, and so I think it's
so the problem we have is that they're not proposing to do anything at those plants. What's being proposed is that the CPUC is proposing to procure additional resources to replace that. We can ask the CPUC to come and report on us on their procurement over the next few years, but it's not like there's a time schedule of work that's going to be done at Ormond Beach or at the other two that we can put a reporting back.
No, I appreciate that and understand that part.
And can I just follow up? I know we have some folks from CPC and energy agencies, but I completely agree and appreciate that difference and the challenge here, because really this, as you said, isn't certainly our expertise, our jurisdiction, but this is something that's why we set up SACWIS, and it's why we rely on our energy agencies. But also, given that there's been 3 extension requests in 4 years, we need to know that this will be the last, that you're going to be on track, and that we can see that. Of course, there's never 100% guarantee. But I'm just wondering if maybe you all might comment on what could be done. Maybe this is something that we request be reported through. I know SACWIS does an annual report, right? And so if this could be incorporated into that report from the agencies a little bit more concretely, so that we can see what those milestones are and whether we're on track, and feel more comfort that we're not going to end up back in this position.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and Water Board members. My name is Luam Tesfaye. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Energy and Climate Policy at the California Public Utilities Commission. In this role, I serve as our representative on the SACWIS. And so we can commit to working closely with your staff to figure out the best way to incorporate this type of information into the next report.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Vice Chair, please.
Well, I just want to take this as an opportunity. I think that's an appropriate way to move forward. But one of the things that I think is important is that this was originally set up, and I appreciate Mr. Bothwell, you know, kind of reminding us. A previous board adopted the decision on once through cooling, and it was not for the purpose of shutting down plants. It was for the purpose of water quality and marine life protection. And it was recognized at that point that this board was not in a position to determine grid reliability. So that's why this whole process was set up. I'm just a little uncomfortable about making statements that we want to ensure that this is the last time it's going to happen. That would be my desire, but the very structure of this is there for us so that we it can make those determinations based upon grid reliability. And so I guess we could always question the experts, but it's important for us to hear back. I think additional reporting, notifying as soon as possible if it looks like there's going to be another request for an extension, and to make it clear that's not what we want. But the way the policy was developed was for this adjustment in the event that there are challenges with grid reliability. And we have a very different situation now than when the policy was originally adopted, just because of climate change and all of these extreme events that we're seeing. And so I think that just underscores the importance. I keep looking back to my time on the Air Resources Board. A lot of this discussion is, you know, a bit familiar, especially in terms of electrification and thinking of how if a water issue came up in the context of something that we were working on at the Air Board, I would want to, and we should defer to the Water Board. And so, and I just want to assure those that the many people that came here expressing concerns, your concerns are, I would be expressing the same concerns if I lived in those communities. I absolutely would. But at the same time, it's also important to know and to demand upon us that we work collectively with our sister agencies and that we do a better job getting that information out as soon as possible, working with communities. And what I don't want is for us to leave an impression that we're staying in our lane and we don't care about what's going on outside our lane. We absolutely do, but that is through partnerships with the agencies, with SACWIS, with the Energy Commission. And I think it's important, you know, to continue to demand that we work closely with those agencies through appropriate partnerships.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll advocate as well and say it's important that we maintain that balance. We have a lot on our plate as it is, and we would do injustice to the discussions and the work to overrun. And also, there is, I think, space here because of the impact on the policy to just be better informed and connect the dots across it. So maybe we just, again, we're not here to make energy policy, but at least here to better form those dots between that energy water nexus within this, I think. And perhaps the SACWIS, I think, would be a good opportunity for that. Without, again, to your point, it'll be a balance amongst that. And I appreciate your points.
And then the only other question that I had was on scattergood, and there was the initial discussion there about enforcement and other tools, and just wanted to see Mr. Bishop, if you, Mr. Lawfer, Mr. Wiles had given it any further thought as to
we have
other tools.
Mr. Lawfer has a recommendation on that. I would suggest that that if I'm reading you all's concern correctly, what we really want to know is that there's replacement power for the once through cooling lined up, and that that's on track so that it doesn't need another extension. And so I think we can work with the SACWIS to be looking at the the next 3-year period each year to see that that is on track. And if that's what you're looking for, I think that we can accommodate that. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to turn it over to Chief Counsel Lawfer.
Well, so having heard the conversation from Member Firestone, based on the feedback from a number of the members of the public about an enforceable schedule, as was indicated by Assistant Chief Counsel Wiles and Chief Deputy Bishop, the present change sheet anticipates that LADWP provides, in response to an order issued by the Executive Director, a schedule for achieving the 2029 compliance dates and the proposed amendments. There is that challenge that until they develop the schedule, what's the mechanism by which we make it enforceable? Is it appropriate to even make it enforceable? But understanding the importance of sending the signal that these dates need to be made and that the board is going to be looking over LADWP's shoulder, one possibility is to add a sentence at the conclusion of new resolve number 3 that was added in change sheet 1. And it would just pick up at the end of that change sheet resolve 3 language with a new sentence indicating, following the 2024 SACWIS annual report and consideration of the LADWP progress report, comma, the State Water Board will consider whether an enforceable schedule in an NPDES permit or an appropriate enforcement order is necessary to ensure continued progress by LADWP to meet the December 31, 2029 compliance dates, period. It's not bounded in time. There will be subsequent reports and the board can continue to evaluate it, but it sends the signal that we'll be looking at it. And also it doesn't prejudge whether it's better that it be folded into an NPDES permit or be an enforcement order if the circumstances warrant.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lawfer. We haven't heard from a couple of our other board members, and so I want to make sure we do. But on that issue, at least, as board members speak, just give a plus or not. So thank you. Board Member Morgan and Board Member McGuire.
Hey, thank you. First, just want to thank everyone who's come here today to share their voices and express their concerns. Just really, it does concern me the cumulative impacts that the communities are experiencing and facing. So I do appreciate the commitment to share just the timeline of bringing other sources of energy online in the regular annual report. That helps me to understand just what is happening, but then also for that to be shared with the communities and so that everyone understands how things are moving. Because I think that that's one piece that, at least like today, was for me somewhat missing, that communication of just where we stand today, what does tomorrow look like, what does next year look like, and moving forward. And just want to make sure, just as we move forward, not just with that piece, but then also the restoration piece, that also we're communicating clearly what does the timelines look like, and making sure also that we are doing true community engagement. We're hearing the voices, and when stakeholders, EJ groups, community groups contact us, we're really sitting down, listening, and bringing the voices into our decision making in our process, because that's critical. It goes along with our racial equity resolution and then also our action plan. And so I want to make sure that we are, we adopted that for a reason. It's very important to me, and I want to make sure that we are really following and seeing that through. And so then just, I am in agreement with the additional language that Mr. Lawfer read into the record for Scattergood. That is a different situation. I believe that, once we need those dates, once we do get those, we really staff, I want to make sure that we're paying close attention to those dates and making sure that that is moving through, and that that LADWP does stay on track. And so just quickly here, there was another. So that's pretty much that's, those are my thoughts right now. My biggest thing is just making sure that we are, we do what, to me, what we set out to do is as a board of making sure that we are being transparent. We're hearing all communities that we serve. Everyone is taking a lot of time out of their day to be here, to raise their voices, to share with us. And I want to make sure that, we as a board and as staff that, make sure that I'm being transparent, everyone, we're getting the information out so that our public process is truly that it is a public process and we're bringing the voices into our decision-making process. So just want to make sure as we continue to move forward that that is occurring.
Thank you, board member. Here. Board member McGuire.
Yes, definitely echo all those comments and all the good comments from the other board members as well. I concur with the additional accountability on the reporting for SACWIZ on those measures. I concur with the amendment to the resolution that you proposed, Mr. Laffer, as well, as it relates to scattergood. I think that's completely appropriate here, given the circumstances. So I don't really have too much more to add, except just one note on grid reliability. And that is, I heard a few times today about how actually these very facilities weren't operating properly during the actual extreme heat events that we're experiencing last year. And for me, that raises some flags and some alarm bells, because ultimately that's what my understanding of the intent for these plants to even remain in service in the first place. So when one area where I'd like to better understand as we go forward, and maybe not even today, is how can we ensure not only that these milestones are met, that the commitments for decommissioning the facilities are met over the next 3 years or 5 years in the case of scattergood, but also for those, because part of the resolution is requiring participation in the strategic energy reserve, so that those facilities are in fact appropriately prioritized and utilized minimally and as only as needed. So I guess I don't know if that makes sense, but
so let me see if I'm understanding. I think there's two parts to that question. One is, how do they actually perform when they're called upon, and two, that they're called upon only in the extreme event. The way the contracts are written now, DWR is the only one that can call upon them, that Cal ISO can't call on them. And so they are just part of the strategic reserve. And so reporting back on, as we move forward, on when they're called upon and how reliable they were when they were called upon, I think are the two parts of your question. I think that's you can look at that data in different ways. We heard two different stories today from different speakers. They were 97% of the time they were there, and from other speakers that they failed during some of the things. Some of the units went down during some of the crisis, but other units were on. And so it depends on the way that you want to look at that. But we will try and get as independent a analysis of the how when they were called upon, how much of their energy were they able to produce? Because it's their.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's the looking back, but also the looking forward. So for this year and the next 3 years, how will those decisions be made? And maybe that's then DWR that we need to hear some input from as we go along here. And then the other I just wanted to emphasize is on the community engagement, to Board Member Morgan's comments, and the AB 2108 environmental justice analysis. It's all new. It's new to a lot of us, and admittedly, we heard a lot of concerns and frustrations from the community members that were here. And I thank you for your participation and engagement and being here. And I know I appreciate the travel and the coordination and all the effort it took for you to get up to Sacramento to be able to share your voices today. And I appreciate that. And that does resonate with me, and it does signal that we can do better, certainly. to the translation issues, but also in the analysis, the engagement, and making sure that our policy decisions going forward truly do reflect the holistic needs of the community that are impacted, by whether it's these facilities or other decisions that we make going forward. So I just want to encourage our staff again to think through ways, not just if another policy amendment comes forward, let's hope that it doesn't, but between now and over the next few years, how can we reach out and work more closely with these communities to make sure that we're hearing their concerns in the intervening time? And I'd like to hear back on that as we go forward. How have you reached out to those communities? What are you hearing? What are we learning? So that if there's ever another decision that comes before us, we're well informed and well prepared to understand the different options and paths that we should be considering when we make that decision. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Plus up your comments on the colleagues. Any further direction, comments? And then otherwise, I'm not sure if we're prepared for motion.
Entertaining a motion. I'd like to move adoption of the resolution with the change sheet and provision number 3 that was read into the record by Mr. Lawfer.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Okay, Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted, and again, appreciate everyone's engagement on this and what will be continued engagement, and just thank you.
Fail the community.
Fail the community.
Thank you.
Fail our community.
Next, we'll begin to transition to our next item, item number 8. I want to thank everyone that's held on. I know the Scott and Shasta discussion is a very important one before this board. You have our full attention. We'll keep going in. This will be a late evening that this discussion will go into, so I appreciate everyone's patience amongst that. So let's go ahead and take like a 5-minute break to be able to transition to our Scott-Shasta agenda item and discussion. We'll reconvene here at 4:17 or so. Thank you, everyone.
Camera?
I want to smile. Here now. Yeah, I know. On a blazer and a shirt. I was like, okay. Would be right outside. Touching the equipment, ma'am.
I'm happy.
I wonder if it's, I think I should turn this off. Yeah.
Well, if you.
All right, everyone. It is about 4:20 and would like to get back so that we can get to this critical item. At the start, we were having just brief discussion on dinner. I don't know if folks prefer we take a dinner break and then we all go off and break, or we can just roll through and folks can eat as they may and food can be brought for folks or not. I don't know. Everyone kind of arrange on their own. No, it's not the easiest thing. Just go through. Okay. We won't take a structured dinner break through, and especially all of you here that here in person want to respect your time. But please break as you need then, and we'll keep going. Okay. I have an opening statement, so I'll read it. This is a hearing on a petition for rulemaking to set minimum flows for the Scott River with potential board direction regarding minimum flows on the Scott and Shasta rivers. The petition was submitted by the Karuk Tribe of California, the Environmental Law Foundation, the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, and the Institute for Fisheries Resources. The board adopted and implemented a drought emergency regulation establishing minimum drought flows for the Scott and Shasta watersheds from August 2021 through July 2023. Additionally, in response to the petition, the board received comments requesting similar action on the Shasta River. Given the board's recent experience related to flows in these two watersheds, the critical fisheries needs, and the request for action, this item provides for possible board direction on both the Scott River and Shasta River. Accordingly, the board will be soliciting input today on both watersheds. This hearing is being held in accordance with public notice dated June 19, 2023. The hearing is being broadcast online and recorded. There will be sworn testimony. There will not be sworn testimony, I apologize. Following the hearing, the board may discuss and consider direction to staff regarding the Scott River and the Shasta River. During the hearing, the board will hear panel presentations from the petitioners, State Water Board staff, the Siskiyou County agriculture community, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Following the panel presentations, the board will accept oral comments for the item. And just so you know, at the top, I'll call up elected officials from the tribe and from the county and other governments first to provide comment. And we will prioritize commenters in the room. I apologize to those that are joining us virtually. We're doing that in case anyone has any traveling restrictions here, so we'll be able to get through first before. And I would hope that folks on the virtual platform are a little more flexible. During the discussion, the board may ask questions or seek clarification from commenters. Following the conclusion of the hearing, the board will have time for discussion and provide direction. Now, to get us started, we have a staff presentation on the schedule and background of today's discussion, and I'm going to turn things over to Eric Ekdahl and Aaron Regazi to provide a short overview of today's schedule and briefly provide some background information and context for today's hearing. And at the start, just incredible thanks again for everyone's patience and ultimately contributions. I know we've had a lot of conversations. This is critical work for the board and appreciate everyone's leadership here amongst it, including Mr. Ekdahl.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights. I'm joined today by Aaron Regazi, Assistant Deputy Director for the Division, Mariana Awi, Office of Chief Counsel, and Philip Dutton, a Section Chief for our Supply, Demand, and In-Stream Flows section. If we go to the first slide of the presentation.
Slides coming right up. Thanks for the patience.
No worries. And while we're waiting, I'll echo the thanks for those that did stay throughout the day today. I know a lot of people drove down multiple hours, and just acknowledge the trip that they made and say thanks for participating and joining in the comments that we're going to receive. We do have a number of panels that will occur. I can kind of run through the overview in lieu of the slides. We will have a short staff presentation, will be followed by a presentation by the petitioners. You'll probably see the folks in the row here getting up and down and moving around a number of times. Then we'll turn it over to two separate panels, one from the Scott River watershed and another from the Shasta River watershed. And then we'll turn it over to a review of public comments and a presentation by CDFW. And I may have done that slightly out of order. If we go to the next slide. There we go. That was pretty close. Public comments at the end. Following public comments, we do have 3 short slides, again, from staff that will potentially help frame the board discussion and talk about potential options, at which point we'll then turn it over to the board discussion and possible direction to staff. Next slide, please. We'll go through very quickly, recognizing that it's already late in the day. Quick background, and let's just go right to the next slide. For some context setting, the hearing today is focused on a petition the board received from the Karuk Tribe of California, Environmental Law Foundation, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, and Institute for Fisheries Resources. The petition was received May 23rd, 2023. By law, the board has 30 days to respond to that petition, either by scheduling a hearing at some point in the future for that hearing, or to deny the petition in writing. And on June 19th, the board did issue a notice of hearing. We're at that hearing now today. We had an open public comment period, which closed July 20th, 2023. And we also noticed the agenda, including the Shasta watershed, on August 5th as part of the normal board agenda process. Next slide, please. We thought it would be helpful to just frame the discussion with some maps to start. You'll likely hear reference to a number of these locations as we go throughout the day. I don't have a pointer with me or a mouse, but I'll try to narratively describe. I think it's easier to look at the more simplified diagram on the right, and specifically want to call out, this is an overview of the Scott River watershed. The yellowish dot towards the top is the USGS Fort Jones gauge. That's the point of compliance for the board's emergency drought regulations. You'll note that the Fort Jones gauge is not in Fort Jones. Fort Jones itself is located a bit to the east. There's also a section in between those called Reach 9 that is sometimes referred to as part of ongoing activities, restoration activities, and other kind of flow and conservation work. Shackleford Creek, which is a bit south of the Fort Jones gauge, but towards the bottom part of the watershed itself. The town of Etna, which is located about halfway through, and then towards the southern part of the watershed, you see Wildcat Creek and French Creek, calling those out for various references that will come up later on, specifically about adjudications. Next slide, please. Doing a rough overview similarly for the Shasta River watershed, you can see at the top of the simplified diagram, the USGS SRY gauge. That's the Shasta River Wairika gauge, which was the point of compliance for the drought emergency regulations. You can also see about halfway down the diagram, Big Springs Creek, a little bit farther down, Dwinell Reservoir. And again, you'll likely hear reference to these as we go throughout the afternoon and evening. Next slide, please. As a very quick overview and background on recent flow efforts, I think it's no surprise to anyone that we refer back to the emergency drought regulations. The state of California was in, potentially the worst drought it had seen in 1,500 years between 2020 and 2023, or at least the start of 2023. In August 2021, the board adopted emergency regulations to set minimum flows for the Scott and Shasta rivers under an existing drought proclamation. Those became effective September 2021 and were based on recommendations provided by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. In June 2022, the board readopted those emergency regulations, making some minor adjustments to the flows, which kind of continued to be in effect throughout the summer and fall of 2022. In winter 2023, we saw much above average or above average precipitation and snowpack in the Scott and Shasta watersheds. We saw elevated flows in the Scott in particular, with increased storage in Dwinell in the Shasta River watershed. On August 1st, 2023, those emergency regulations expired. emergency regulations by their very nature are in effect for up to 1 year. Next slide, please. With this, I'll turn it over to Aaron Ragazzi.
Good afternoon. I'm going to cover a bit about the 4 adjudications associated with these watersheds. There are 3 adjudications in the Scott and 1 with the Shasta. These adjudications are each unique with differences regarding what portions of the watershed are covered and which of the water rights are included. The 3 adjudications in the Scott watershed, which this slide covers, went into effect more than 40 years ago between 1950 and 1980 and cover most of the surface water and some groundwater rights. Specifically, the larger 1980 adjudication that covers the main stem Scott River and most tributaries also includes groundwater rights within a certain boundary identified in the adjudication. However, it does not include surface water rights for tributaries downstream of the Fort Jones gauge. There are differences with oversight and upkeep of adjudications. A water master who oversees irrigation decisions and ensures that diversions are implemented in order of priority can ensure that the decree is implemented. A further benefit of water master service is that the water master updates its records over time when land is sold or water rights are transferred. Only 2 tributaries in the Scott watershed are covered by water master service. Those are Wildcat and French Creek, as Mr. Echdahl stated earlier. One unique feature of the 1980 adjudication is that it includes in-stream flow rights for the United States Forest Service. These rights include a higher priority right to protect bare minimum fishery flows in the main stem Scott River as measured at the Fort Jones gauge, as well as lower priority right at the gauge for additional purposes. In past years, when the drought emergency regulation has not been in effect, the board has issued notices of water unavailability to protect the Forest Service's first priority main stem water right. Next slide, please. Turning to the Shasta watershed, there is 1 adjudication or decree. This adjudication only covers appropriative surface water rights that existed when the adjudication was issued in 1932. Accordingly, it does not cover riparian water rights, appropriative surface water rights issued after 1932, or groundwater. While the Shasta adjudication is overseen by the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley Water Master District, the fact that it covers only a subset of water rights makes it difficult to oversee, as the most senior, such as riparian or overlying groundwater, and most junior, appropriative groundwater and surface water rights issued after 1932 are not part of the Water Master services. Additionally, while the adjudication contains water rights for Wairiko, Willow, and Julian Creeks, these water rights are not overseen by the Water Master. Accordingly, the majority of water rights in these 3 creeks do not have water use reports filed with the State Board, and changes in ownerships and exercise of water rights over the 90 years since the 1932 decree was issued are largely unknown. Next slide, please. Now we'll look at a few slides that show flow trends over the past few years and then the most recent period. Starting with the Scott River watershed, this figure shows January 1st through yesterday. The blue line shows flows at the Fort Jones gauge. The red line shows the drought emergency flows. And the green line represents the 2017 CDFW flow criteria, which you'll hear more about today. As you can see, this was a much better water year than the preceding ones. You can see that the Scott River sees fairly high flow events followed by a quick recession to the base flow when there are not subsequent precipitation events. You can also see that summer and fall base flows are quite depressed, and precipitation plays a key role in providing higher flows in the fall that are needed to support salmon migration. Next slide, please. So drilling down a little bit, moving to the most current flows on the Scott River, here's a figure that shows flows since May 1st of this year. In this instance, the blue line represents flows in existence prior to the expiration of the regulation, and the red line represents flows following expiration as of August 1st. As you can see, this year flows remained above the drought emergency flow until Thursday of last week, August 10th, and dipped below the CDFW 2017 flow criteria in early July. As of 8 a.m. today, the flow was 19.9 CFS at the Fort Jones gauge. Next slide, please. Moving to the Shasta River for the same period as before, January 20 period forward, you can see that even outside the regulation period, flows generally remained above the drought emergency flows in the wet season, but were substantially below the flow requirements 50 CFS in the summer period. During regulation implementation, flows generally followed the flow requirement throughout the year with few exceptions. I do want to note that the board has a contract in place with the water master, which has helped the board understand the Shasta River watershed better, including demand associated with water rights it oversees. The work of the water master was critical to the state's drought response efforts over the last 2 years, and a note of thanks is due to the work and creativity in working with water users in the watershed and managing diversions. However, as noted earlier, the exclusion of large amounts of the watershed from water master services creates hurdles in the management of the watersheds. Next slide, please. Looking at the more recent flow trends in the Shasta, immediately following the expiration of the regulation, flows on the Shasta decreased to approximately 20 CFS and have varied, remaining below the drought flow requirement since then. As of 10 a.m. today, the flow at the Wairika gauge was 34.5 CFS. Staff understand that some locals have taken near-term efforts to keep flows higher than they've been in previous years. We expect to hear more about such efforts during the Shasta Watershed Panel discussion later today. Next slide, please. A quick recap of today's schedule. So next, we're going to hear from the petitioners, followed by a staff presentation summarizing comments we received on the agenda item and the petition. Next, we'll hear from each of the watersheds, Scott followed by the Shasta, and then CDFW staff will provide a discussion of fishery conditions in the watersheds. That will be followed by public comments, and then there'll be a short presentation by board staff, followed by a board discussion and possible direction to staff. That concludes staff's background introduction. Thank you for the time, and next up is the petitioners.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mergazi. We'll give a moment for the petitioners to swap out here with you on the panel. Good evening. Yep, you may need to turn on the mic. I want to acknowledge, I think Chair Atterbury is on the platform as well, and just didn't know if you wanted to speak at all as well as part of this.
Yeah, if Chair Atterbury is on and ready to speak, we should have him speak first.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Chair Atterbury, apologize. I don't know if we're prepared to speak here, but would welcome you here to address us. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks for the patience today. I know it's been long before the start of this item.
Appreciate your patience as well.
Feel free to begin here, Chair. Oh, apologize. You got muted. You should be invited to unmute again.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and colleagues and staff. I know it's a long day. I'll get right into it. So basically, as you know, the Kurok tribes lived in the Klamath Basin since time immemorial. Our ancestors enjoyed a bountiful watershed with robust fisheries, forests filled with acorns, mushrooms, plenty of deer and elk, a really healthy way of life, with the salmon being the main food source. But the combination of climate change, low flows, water quality, and the low flows and water quality are what caused the disease for the 2002 fish kill, the wildfires, the mudslides that follow the wildfires in 2023 caused the a fish kill not as recognizable as the 2002, where the salmon actually washed up on the shore, but it killed a lot of our salmonoids, our young salmon, and dewatering of our surface water and our aquifer system is very concerning. All this has left our rivers dry, our fish crippled, and our forests reduced to ash. The Scott River is one of the most productive subbasins in Klamath watershed. Its low gradient and close connection to groundwater makes it extremely productive salmon stream in general, and for coho salmon in particular. The Scott and Shasta are the heartbeat of the Klamath salmon production, serving as key spawning grounds and nurseries that stand apart from any other subbasin. The Scott River goes dry in most summers, even in the wettest years. Flows today are less than the driest years a half century ago. After years of efforts to compel state and federal agencies to protect fish in the Scott River, the Karuk tribe has petitioned the State Water Board to require a minimum flow in the Scott River and the Shasta River. The petition highlights that state law provides the authority and duty to take action to protect fishery resources. We're not here to drive farmers and ranchers out of business, but we're here to seeking justice, fairness, and inclusivity. It's really hard to overstate how important the salmon are for the Karuk people. I mentioned before, they're the main food source. They're part of our cultural identity. We have ceremonies that in respect to the return of our salmon. It's part of our DNA, part of our religion. If these fish are driven to extinction, we will lose a part of who we are as a people. It's also a way for our young people to gain respect from their family and their elders. The process they go through to process the fish, to give them out to their family, to give them to their elders, and to hear their parents give thanks to them for providing food is part of passage to becoming an adult. So we're here today to ask the Water Board to protect and restore our fisheries, ensure we continue to exist as a people, and ensure the process is just, equitable, and fair. I know that you are, and one more quick thing. As we do that, we also put this petition in place, these water flow restrictions in place, and then while we do that, we could work on water conservation efforts, so we can see how close we can come to the farmers and the fish having all the water they need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Atterbury. Really appreciate your comments here and look forward to the further discussion. I'll look over to Mr. King now, or Councilmember Hockaday. Good to see you. You may need to turn on the mic. There you are.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon, Chairman and the Water Board. Thank you for your time and for this matter. As my chairman said, that the fishes are one of our heartlines. We worked hard for 30 years to get the 4 dams out to hopefully we can replenish the river a little bit more. As a Fish and Game will tell you that I've told you guys before, this year is one of the worst salmon seasons we're gonna have on the Klamath River. We're only expecting 30,000 salmon hit the Iron Gate Dam this year. And without the flows that we had on Indian Creek with the wildfires that we have devastation in 2021. We won't know the effects of that until 2027, because that's when the fish will come back into that area. So we don't know how devastating that run is going to be. We also have the McCash fire, which is in Elk Creek, that this summer during the early summer when we had the thunderstorms, our community was out of water for months, almost 2 months, a town of Happy Camp. That means tribal members and non-tribal members that we support in that community, all do because of the wildfires. And so that drainage is also going to be on the list. It's for salmon also that's not going to probably produce in a couple of years because of the fires. And then like the chairman said, we had the McKinney fire that all of a sudden, killed the river for 50 miles, no oxygen for almost 24 hours. It killed everything in that stretch. So that's another devastation. And that was also killed our small fish, our eels, our crawdads, catfish, everything that was in the river that was in there. And the catfish don't belong in the river because they came out of the dams, but still they live there. So that is devastation. Then what really hurt us all was when the farmers on the Shasta took half the river right after that. Right after that, knowing we just had a major fire kill and took half the Shasta River. So I understand that farmers have to survive just like we all have to survive. But at the same time, how long are we going to keep killing our fish? When's the last time the Scott River people gave up water for the fish? If you go back and look on Google Earth from 1980 to today, the Scott Valley has been the greenest part in California. They've never, ever had to stop watering their crops. But the river goes dry. We all know that. We see it. We just seen it the other day. Parts of the Scott River right now are dry as we speak today. And those fish live in there. I'm not here to take away from the farmers. I've talked to the farmers. My family was one of the first families to move to Scott Valley in the 1800s. I have family members that raise cattle in the Shasta Valley. So I'm not against them. So I'm not here to take away their livelihood. But I have to protect those fish. That's part of my culture. That's part of my religion. And I left the ceremonies today, just yesterday, to come here. Our medicine man is doing a salmon ceremony as we speak tonight here, as soon as the dust comes on, which I'm here to protect our fish so we can have those ceremonies. We're going to keep doing those ceremonies no matter what, if they're fish or they're not, because that's what the Creator gave us. But I would love to sit down and work with the farmers. But right now, we need these flows in place until we come to a spot where we can all agree on everything and work together. There is a lot of great ideas out there on the table, talking to the farmers and talking with the other tribes up and down the river. But it's time to protect those fish. Our fish have been starving and dying for the last 30 years. And you see it all. I just don't know how to explain that the salmon, I'm here to represent them because nobody else is here to represent them besides the tribes. But there is a way we can all have water. We can do it, but we just need to all come to the table and find out. But right now, we need these water flows because we don't know what next year's going to bring. Yes, we had a great winter this year, but one winter out of 20 years is not going to make up for the water deficit that killed some of these fish on the river. So keep that in mind. Just because we had one great year, don't mean next year's going to be a great year. We're still in a crisis of climate change. And we need to come to the table as the board, farmers, and everything, and figure out how we can protect the fish and the farmers. Like I said, I like garlic. I need hay to grow my cattle, to feed my family too. But at the same time, I have to speak for the fish. It's time for us to save the salmon. So thank you guys, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for hearing me out.
Councilmember Hockaday, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Atterbury. Councilmember Hockaday. My name is Nathaniel Kane. I am the Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation. I'm here on behalf of the Creek Tribe, on behalf of ELF, on behalf of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations and the Institute for Fisheries Resources. And I'm here to tell you why we need a flow setting regulation on the Scott River. This river is one of the most important rivers for fisheries in the entire North Coast. Flows have been dropping for decades. And we're now at the point where absolutely nothing else has worked. State intervention is absolutely necessary for the continued viability of coho and chinook and other species in the Scott River. Next slide, please. Let's start out with a little bit of the geographic context. So this is the northern half of California that we're all familiar with. I would just like to point out the geography, the topography of this region. It is extremely mountainous. There are a lot of very steep river valleys. Next, please. I put this circle around the Scott Valley to show how unique an area it is. It is one of the few flat, low gradient valleys in all of the North Coast. And it's one of the few alluvial basins with groundwater that can actually hold water and hold flow through the summer months after the snow melts. To put it plainly, fish love it here. And that's why it's so unique and so important. There just are not a lot of other spots like it. Next, please. This is just a zoom in on the Scott Valley itself. Flows from south to north. We already saw a slide on the tributaries. So I'll just point out the location of the fish counting station. And I just want to point out how that it is right above the steep canyon reach. So the fish that don't get to that counting station are not getting where they want to go. They want to get into that low gradient, slow moving valley where they can find good spots to spawn. If they're not getting to the fish counting station, then they're spawning in the canyon. They're forced to spawn on top of each other, and they're subject to scour in the winter where they just get flushed out by the floods. Next slide, please. This is Councilmember Hockaday. I believe this is summer 2021, standing on a bridge over the Scott. That pool in the water right there, that is the Scott River at this time. Councilmember Hockaday this morning told me that there were fish, there were coho and other similar pools, and those pools a few days earlier had been big enough to support fish and dwindled down and dried up over the course of a couple days that summer. Next slide, please. We're going to look at flow trends over the Scott over the last few decades. This is the entire record of mean August flows in the Scott River from 1942 to 2022. We have to start the story in 1942 because that's when we have good numbers. But next slide, please. This earlier period is the record of an impaired system. This is the record before large-scale groundwater withdrawals, but it's also a period that postdates beaver removal. It postdates hydraulic mining that severely disrupted the river. It includes significant surface and groundwater diversions. And over the course of this period, and even before, we see increasing channelization of the river, increasing incision of the river into its bed, disconnecting it from the floodplains. And even in this period, we're moving far away from the braided river, the beaver dam complexes, the wetland ecology that likely prevailed in this basin in the 19th century and before. In this period, spring chinook are already in steep decline, and they would be completely extirpated from the Scott by the 1970s. And yet, even in this, with all the obstacles facing the river during this period, we never saw a single year where flows dropped below the CDFW emergency minimums of 30 CFS in August. With no flow management whatsoever during this period, we see many years where flows exceeded the 62 CFS, the 77 CFS CDFW flow recommendation. And the next slide, we see the period after 1980, after the adjudication. In this period, in the majority of years, we fail to even hit the emergency minimum flow. It's been more than a decade since 2011, since we've hit the CDFW flow on average in the month of August. The flows we see in the last 10 years are a trickle. 7 CFS in 2014, 7.2 in 2015, 6.3 in 2020, below 10 in 2021 and 2022. We need over 20 to connect even the most downstream tributaries in the valley, and we're just not seeing those numbers. Next slide, and then the next slide. This is the same trend in September flows over the same period. Again, next slide. Before 1970, a degraded system, but we meet the emergency minimums in every year but one, and we frequently hit the CDFW recommended flow. Next slide. After 1980, we rarely hit even the minimum flows, and it's been 25 years since we met the 62 CFS September flow. Next slide, please. And then the next one. So this is the same flow data presented a little bit differently. So I want to look at the upper graph here. This graph shows the same data. Each of these dots represents a water year, and they're color-coded to represent how wet the year is, how much precipitation fell that year. So I want to point out, next please, I want to point out this period in the 40s and 50s. We had some very dry years, those yellow dots. But those flows in August of those years were in the 50s and 60s at Fort Jones. And then we had dry and normal years. The light green and dark green dots where flows were well above 50. And I want to point out the trend line down over time, especially after 1980. Next slide. I put this horizontal line here on the driest years in the 50s to show how far we've fallen. Now we have normal and wet years. Those are the blue dots that are well below the very dry years in the 40s and 50s. Towards the right, you see a dark dot that's touching that horizontal line. That's 2017, the Scott River's most recent very wet year. Flows in August of that year were 52. That is below the CDFW level. It's half of what wet years saw in the earlier period. And it's touching that horizontal line that marks the very dry years from the 50s. Now, I want to direct you to the lower graph on the same slide. This shows that what's happening in the Scott is not just climate change. No one's denying that climate change has an impact. No one's denying the higher temperatures, the lower precip, the less snow, the more rain. But it's not just climate change, because the Salmon River, which this graph shows, is the next major river to the west. It doesn't have the same agricultural industry as the Scott, and we just don't see the same trend of steadily declining flow. We see that wet years are roughly as wet as they have been, and dry years are roughly as dry as they have been. We just don't see the same trend line. Next slide, please. This is another way to look at the decreasing water in the system in the Scott. These blue bars on the bar chart show days in a year when flow at Fort Jones is below 40 CFS. As you can see, the numbers go well up after 1980. And then at the red line, this is the number of ag wells in the valley. And it just shoots up in the late 70s and keeps going up and up and up throughout the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. This is perhaps the issue here. This is a complete re-engineering of the Scott Valley. And what we're asking today under the public trust doctrine, the waste and unreasonable use doctrine, is for the state board to take a holistic look at this valley and say, there needs to be balance and there needs to be limits. Next slide, please. This is a representation of the location of ag wells throughout the valley. We can see that they're both within and without the adjudicated zone, but especially without. Hydrologically, the Scott Valley can be thought of more or less like a big bathtub filled with gravel. All of these wells are taking interconnected water. You pump a well, creates a zone of depression, lowers the water table. It affects the tributaries, it affects the main stems. The more wells, the more pumping, the less flow we have. Next, I want to shift to talking about the two of the main species in the fish, in the Scott. This picture is a Chinook that is attempting to migrate up the canyon reach into the valley. It is a day when flows are 7.4 CFS at Fort Jones. This fish can't make it up this waterfall. There's not enough water to get the velocity it needs to jump higher in the stream. This is one of the main issues. Salmonids have essentially 4 needs from the freshwater portions of their lives. They need passage to where they need to spawn. They need to spawn in appropriate habitat. They need to incubate and rear, which means they need appropriate conditions to grow from eggs to fry to juveniles. And then last, they need to outmigrate to the ocean. For each of these stages, they need cold, clean, wet water. Next slide, please. This is a picture of fall run Chinook staging in the Klamath at the mouth of the Scott, waiting for sufficient flows to move upriver. This is an early fall. The Klamath is hot. The Klamath is full of parasites. And this waiting is a recipe for disease, and it's a recipe for a failed migration. Next, please. I want to zoom in on coho, which is one of the 2 main salmonid species in the Scott. They're listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. These are the goals that NIMS has set for their recovery. 6,500 spawners and a steady 6,500 spawners with minimal variation. And then a depensation level. That's the level where the risk of extirpation goes up dramatically at 250. So what do coho need? They need to migrate in late fall, November through January. And in several recent years, including this past fall, they cannot get to where they need to go. This year, we only saw 236 coho get up the canyon into the valley. And that's despite all the snow we got in December and all the rain we got in January. There just wasn't flow to get them up the river. Once they've spawned, they need a full year plus in cold, fresh water. That's a whole hot summer where they need to live in cold water. And they want that low gradient, slow moving water. They like that messy habitat with beaver dams and woody debris. And that's why the Scott is such a great habitat for coho. This flat plain used to be full of beaver, and that is their ideal habitat. The best science in the NIMS recovery plan has found that coho's survival and growth at all life stages improves with better flow conditions. Flow brings cooler temperatures, more food, more options to redistribute throughout the system, more shelter from predation, and better water quality. Next slide, please. Let's look at coho populations over time. We track coho by brood year because they keep a very regular 3-year cycle. So here, black is brood year 1, blue is brood year 2, and red is brood year 3. The top of the y-axis of this graph is 3,000. That is less than half of the 6,500 spawners that NIMS has set as the goal here. But we can see the resilience of these species. We can see them bounce back, especially in the black line and to some extent in the blue and red lines. We see that when there's good years, they can come back, but we see the crashes too. Next slide, please. This is brood year 1, which historically was one of the strongest, or was the strongest brood year, until 2014, when in a severe drought year, despite heroic efforts by local people in the watershed, relocating fish, trying to do everything that they could to save this fish during the long, hot 2014 summer, this population crashed, and it has not bounced back in the previous few years. The other 2 brood years have shown a little bit of improvement, but we are well below recovery goals and still experiencing significant variability in those populations. And they're still vulnerable to crashes in future years with poor flow conditions. The species is currently at the mercy of fall rainstorms. It takes so much water to rehydrate the system in the fall that if we don't get significant fall rain, there is simply not enough water to get them upstream in the fall. And the numbers that we do have are propped up by the extraordinary efforts of people like the Scott River Watershed Council, CDFW, local landowners, and tribes who have dedicated water under forbearance agreements in 1707s. They've been out there relocating fish. They're doing stream restoration work to improve conditions in the habitat that remains. But this level of effort and money is not sustainable without adequate flows. Next slide, please. I want to look at Chinook. Chinook has historically been a very strong run in the Scott. This is fall run Chinook. There have been big swings, but next slide, please. Since 2015, this population has been down and stayed down. And there's nothing like this in the historical record. And this is really, really worrying. This graph only goes through 2021, but the numbers from the past 2 years or from the past year are worse. They need to migrate early, late September through late October. If they can't get into the valley, then they have to spawn in the canyon. And like we said, the success rate of spawning in the canyon is much, much lower. They need those mid-fall flows, those summer base flows to get upriver. And without it, they're at the mercy not only of late fall rains, but early fall rains, which we all know have been fewer and fewer to come by in recent years. Next slide. To quickly talk about some previous efforts to provide flow in the Scott. The adjudication, the minimum flow is too low. It is below the CDFW 2017 figures. And it's too low priority. It can simply not compel enough other curtailments to achieve that flow. It makes no attempt to regulate groundwater outside the adjudication zone, which we know from modeling is having an impact on stream flow and in the tribs. And the regulation under the adjudication of groundwater pumping inside the zone is also inadequate. Moving to water quality regulations, the Clean Water Act and TMDLs, there is a temperature TMDL in the Scott, but it does not address flows. And the regional board has not otherwise acted on flows. However, the regional board has signaled its support for a flow setting regulation in this river. It was mentioned earlier, the non-regulatory notices of unavailability in the previous drought, those had no regulatory effect and had ultimately no effect on flows. Sigma, it excludes surface water. It excludes the adjudicated zone, and it calls for very limited reversal of depletions elsewhere in the valley. Finally, the emergency regulations. They were an incredible first step, but they're only possible in droughts and under certain limited circumstances. And we know that flows are not adequate in regular dry years, in normal years, and even in wet years. And it's unfair to the river, it's unfair to stakeholders, and it's unfair to the fish to rely on ad hoc emergency solutions when there is such a need for long-term management, for certainty in this river. And that's what we don't have. And so relying on emergency regulations is not a sustainable path forward. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend too much time on the legal authority. It's well covered in our petition. I recommend anyone read it if you have questions. But suffice it to say, this board has the authority to issue a flow regulation. Every previous flow regulation has been upheld. There is nothing standing in the way of this board's actions. The courts have repeatedly urged the board, not just that they have the authority to act, but they have the affirmative duty to act to protect the public trust and to avoid waste and unreasonable use. Further, this board has adopted a racial equity resolution where the board has promised that it is going to break the pattern of extraction of water resources and water quality from tribes and other disadvantaged communities, and that it is going to commit itself to action to rectify historic injustices. This is an opportunity for the board to put its money where its mouth is. Next slide, please. In closing, we have seen in the Scott a complete re-engineering of the hydrologic system, but no government has taken a holistic, long-term view of the Scott with a view to balancing tribal, fisheries, and agricultural interests in this valley. What we're asking for is a regulation setting a minimum flow based on the CDFW 2017 flow criteria. This is the best available evidence. It's endorsed by the trust agency for these species, and they're saying what the fish need. The state board is in the best position to act, and to act soon. The fish are in trouble. The people who rely on the fish are in trouble. The board has the authority to act. It has the duty to act. And so now it should act. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Any questions from fellow board colleagues from the petitioners? I know we have additional panels and we'll have comment, but welcome question. Vice Chair.
Thank you. And I know it's late, but I'll try and go quickly. Okay, this was really helpful. Thank you so much. So first of all, on the last slide, you've got here mandatory monitoring and information reporting. Could you give us a sense? I know there in the curtailment reg we already had an information order. And so are you looking for the same sort of information, or are there certain gaps that need to be filled?
That's a great question. I think that the information reporting under the emergency area is a huge step forward. Because under Sigma, we don't have metering, and we don't have water master service in most of the basin. So even just getting the basic data on who's diverting, how much are they diverting, how much are people pumping, this is all absolutely necessary. And to the extent that there are gaps, I think we can work with staff on the details going forward. But continuing and building on what was in the emergency reg is absolutely something that we're asking for.
Great. And then I hear you loud and clear. You're seeing a connection to agriculture and to the pumping. But what about other stressors? Temperature, climate change, beaver dams. I mean, could you quickly list the other stressors?
There are seen. I think you hit on a number of them there. The river is not what it was. And restoration efforts are ongoing. There's been an enormous amount of money and effort put into this valley. But these things are multiplicative in my mind. Flows by themselves are important. They're absolutely necessary. They will help tomorrow if there were flows. But if you combine the additional flows with stream restoration, with beaver reintroduction, with beaver dam analogs, with all the immense work that's going on up there, you see multiplicative effects, and you see so much more effect than just from flows or just from restoration. But the flows are absolutely necessary. I've stood a couple of weeks ago on the banks of the Scott and seen restoration infrastructure high and dry, just sitting there in the sun, and that's not effective. The fish need water. They need to be wet to live, and ultimately that's what we're asking for here.
Right. And then I think you've already answered what was going to be my next question, but Council Member Hockaday, you indicated that you're interested in working, the tribe's interested in working with the agricultural community. And so presumably it would be on these issues of a combination of flow and restoration. But could you comment, is there anything in particular you'd be looking, in a general framework?
Yes, ma'am. And like I said, we need these flows. We need them today. And as we put them in here, we can work together with the farmers and the agriculture, with the communities out there, how we can bring back ponds like we do on the Horse Creek with our coho. We have a pretty good success with that. Some of the farmers have went out with us and checked them out, and they're really wanting to work. Bring them back to beaver dams, because if you bring back the beaver dams in the spring, it holds water back. So it holds water back, and plus they flush out, so the water doesn't get stagnant. But it also, when you hold the water back, it fills the groundwater. It holds the groundwater, so all the water is not just going to the ocean. And it also keeps cool pools for the coho, so they don't have to stay in these little tiny streams. They can stay in the beds. And it also will hopefully not dry up during August. Because right now, if we would go down there today, in the fall run should be starting here shortly, they're not going to make it. They have to sit there and wait for the water to fill up the upper lake because it's dry. I mean, the upper river, because it's dry right now. They can't get to where they can go up French Creek or all those little creeks and spawn because there's no water to get there. So they're waiting. But we can work with that. But if we don't throw these entitlements in now, these flows now, and if you guys decide to get rid of them, we're going to be back here 2 years ago because we don't know what the future is going to hold. We don't know if we're going to get a big snowstorm next year. We don't know if we're going to be dry for the next 5 years because we don't know the future of what's happening with this climate control. But if we can just sit at the table, the farmers will sit at the table knowing that we're protecting fish. We need to get money in their pockets, because that's their livelihood. That's how they live. I need garlic. I need hay for, like I said, with my horses to survive too. But the fish can't always take it. It's taken so much to now, as we see, that our fall run is in dire needs. And so is our coho. We showed you the documentation. It's dropping. Pretty soon, if we wait another 5 years, we might not have no fish left in the river. We went from a major river having 200,000 salmon going up the river down to 30,000 in just 50 years. So we have to start somewhere. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against the farmers, because farmers have, we all, that's how we live as Americans. But at the same time, do we kill a species off knowing that they can take, instead of making 4 cuts a year, they can make a 3rd cut, only 3 cuts and survive because they did it before and survived? Do they have to farm 3,000 acres when they only farmed 2,000 acres back in the 50s? Yes, economy makes you have to do that because that's what economy did. It made us make more money. We had to get that money to survive. But when's enough's enough? Do we lose another species? Just, when we can make a difference. And I know we can make a difference when we sit at the table together and put everything out there and go from there, because that's how America works.
Right, and I appreciate that commitment. Last question is, and I know the chair and I were out in Scott Valley and Shasta Valley, and really good discussion. And I'm just really excited because that's not the first time I've been there, and I hear a different tone, which is really, causing me to have hope. But as you indicate, the species are at risk now, and so there's a lot of different groups that are out there in the community trying to work through these issues. Do you have any suggestions on facilitation? Do you think that facilitation services would help? Do you think that there's sort of, something happening sort of organically out there with communication? Just want to get your opinion on this.
I think the facilitation would absolutely be helpful, but I think that it would be the most helpful if it was backed up by regulatory action, because I don't think we're going to get as far as we want to get without participation from landowners and without talking to landowners and farmers. I've read the comments that came in on our petition, and there's some good ideas in there. It's not everyone is at each other's throats all the time. There's good ideas, and there's we don't have to make this a zero sum as sometimes it's made out to be. But at the same time, we do need change in how this watershed is managed. And I think that facilitation backed by this board's action and this board's movement towards action, I think could really make a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to plus up. The reality is, and I did appreciate the Vice Chair and I's opportunity to get out into the watershed. So we hear a lot of commonality, actually, amongst the discussions we had. Disagreement on how you get to where we want, but I know this community wants to see thriving agriculture, thriving fish, thriving tribes, and acknowledge that there are obvious tensions here, and an opportunity to continue to work together. And I think for me, what's been rewarding, and today's discussion is an example of that, is that this is a working board, and we're here to work with these issues and work with the communities that are impacted through them, and are wanting to provide that space and that opportunity, whether it's through facilitation services or just our ability to continue to connect across the many communities here. And just want to thank the hospitality that welcomed in to have some good conversation before we got to today. So thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions, comments for the petitioner panel before we move on our panel? Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the good discussion already. I just have one question, and I think you covered it in your petition, but it speaks to the timeline for this. I think, having experienced the drought these last couple of years, I understand firsthand how quickly this can come upon us, and hearing your comments about your concerns about the coho maybe not having 5 years left. Can you just maybe discuss a little bit your vision for a regulatory action and your request and what that timeline might look like in your eyes, so I can have a better sense for that as we continue the discussions today?
I think it's a great question. The emergency regs expired. So the Scott is without any flow protection as of a couple of weeks ago. we would like to see something in place by next irrigation season. I know that would be very fast by regulatory standards because I know that there are procedural hurdles that need to happen. But we would like to move very quickly on this. And we would like to do everything we can to help the board to move quickly on this because, you know, I'm going to do everything I can to make it rain as much as possible this winter, and I'm sure we all will. But we ultimately don't have control over that. And if we're lucky enough to get a wet winter, you know, it might not be enough because we see the flows drop so low even in wet winters. So we really want to push to make this happen as soon as possible.
Thank you for that. We'll circle back to that later, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate that question and the response amongst it. I think we'll have, I sense urgency, and I think here it's a question of, as we decide and provide direction, how best we acknowledge that, you know, a lot of this work is still mid discussion amongst it. So I appreciate it, Mr. Kane. Anything further from board members? Hearing none, we'll have further discussion certainly though. Thank you, Mr. Kane.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you guys very much for.
We'll keep chatting here. Let's move on to our next presentation though. I would like to now call up the Scott Ag community members, Scott River Agriculture community members, and give a moment for folks to swap up. After the Scott River community members, we'll go to the Shasta, and then we'll move to CDFW presentation. And amongst there, there'll be an additional board question to discuss.
Order.
Short chair.
Here, turn this way. I know my name.
Thank you all again for traveling down and the patience today, as we've had a longer item than we expected prior to this. So just thank you and appreciate you all being here with us. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thanks to everybody for allowing us to present today, and appreciate your effort in a very long day and your efforts in being willing to meet with us, come up and visit the watershed. I get to meet the people, understand the issues, and I'm just buying a little time as we see if we can get a PowerPoint up. But if we can't, we'll move on anyways, because I know it's late in the day. Okay, my name is Gary Black. I am a restoration and conservation consultant and contractor, and my family also has a couple hundred acres in the Scott Valley along the Scott River, where we farm alfalfa and grain. And so I'm happy to be here today. I appreciate the presentation we heard before. I think there are a lot of commonalities before I get into my little spiel. And I think, you know, that was even presented as we waited for our agenda item, and we had a lot of discussions with the petitioners. And a lot of the sentiments were talked about. This is an issue that needs resolve, and we need to work together on it. We have some differences of opinion about how to go about it. We have some differences of opinion about what the sources of the impacts are. But dialogue is the way to do it. And this is not the way to do it. To have a pathway to come before the board without having discussions with the petitioners beforehand. It's too early to come up with a conclusion and to have you make a decision tonight, you know, about the duration of, or the balance between agriculture and fisheries in the Scott River watershed. The appropriate way to do this is for us to work with the petitioners, for us to work with the other collaborators within the watersheds, and you know, the tribes, other tribes that are dependent upon the importance of the Scott River. And I think that's really what we want to push here this afternoon is that we know the petitioners, and we're more than willing to sit down and have those discussions and work through it. And I think that's where the solution is at. Continuing on though, I think the we're all looking for an achievable balance. Next slide, please. Sorry. What we're looking for is an achievable, balanced, implementable, and effective method to identify methodologies for agriculture and in-stream needs to collaborate in the Scott. The objective here is to maintain, improve, and expand the fisheries for all the fisheries that use the watershed. That includes Chinook salmon, coho salmon, steelhead, then lamprey. The local community is very familiar with all of the timing and the areas that these different species utilize the watershed. And we've done a very nice job of working with management in order to ensure that these fish are able to typically fill out their life stages that they need. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about the Scott River. 804 square miles. Notice that there's a ton of upland and upland grazing. And we'd like to probably focus the attention of the change in the hydrograph over the last 40 years to upland consumption. That is a change with forest plan management. And so, that 437,000 acres is having an impact on the volume of water that is entering Scott Valley. We're not denying agriculture doesn't use water. We use water as agriculturalists, but there isn't an increase in irrigation. There is actually a decrease in irrigation. There is actually no increase in the amount of acres that are irrigated. There's probably a decrease in those numbers as well. We just don't have those numbers exactly in front of us or through a process. There's probably a transition in irrigation methods over time where there used to be a lot more flood irrigation and less groundwater extraction. But I would say the regulatory environment encouraged people to move from surface water diversion to groundwater diversion. And there's probably a nicer balance there 20 or 30 years ago than there is now, where there is a better conjunctive use strategy. We would like to go back and work with our collaborators to evaluate a better conjunctive use strategy throughout the watershed. We feel that's a much better way to go. We want to work with the Forest Service and private timber companies to reduce the volume of upland consumption and get that balanced. It's up to 400% over its carrying capacity. The snow fields have disappeared, and that has a huge difference on the snowmelt time and the duration of the base season flows. So we think those are some issues that we could really work on together. Just another good time to identify that we should have more information on the condition of our watershed. We should have probably better gauging data throughout all of our tributaries. There's some, but that's an area where that I think we could probably quickly jump on and improve. Agriculture has a lot of interim recommendations that we think would help out with fisheries, and we're interested in working with collaborators on that. Next slide, please. This is just a pie chart that identifies the land use within the 30,000 irrigated acres. I think you see that pasture is about half, alfalfa is about 38%, and grain is about 11%. I would say that the grain percentage has been increasing lately, and when the economy is right, grain is a great alternative to help out, because when you're farming a grain crop, you're done irrigating by the first week of July. And so a lot of people are incorporating that rotation into their farming rotation. I think alfalfa gets a lot of blame for being a water thirsty crop, but in Scott Valley it actually fits nicely because it's a stand that can go dormant and not need irrigation. And through water conservation efforts, through improvements in growing, we're able to end our third crop earlier and earlier. And I think, including myself this week, I will turn off several fields that are irrigated in alfalfa this week for the rest of the year. And a lot of people are moving that way. There's not a lot of fourth crop grown anymore. It was a fad at one point, but there is not a lot of fourth crop grown anymore, and people are focusing in on third crop. And a lot of people, while the curtailment regulation ended, they're still practicing a lot of those measures, myself included. They're still practicing those measures, trying to reduce the amount of water that they've applied, trying to reduce the irrigation sets, and decrease the duration of irrigation. So there's going to be a lot of irrigation that's turned off by the 1st of September. And we're mindful and we're sympathetic. We love a strong run of salmon. We feel the pain when the salmon runs, the Chinook run ends up just spawning within the canyon reach below Scott Valley. It's our goal to get the Chinook into Scott Valley where there's less risk of scour. There's a little bit better velocities there for rearing. It's our goal too. And we don't like these droughts either. I think we just have a difference of opinion on some of the metrics that are consuming the water. There's definitely been a reduction in precipitation. There's been a reduction in the volume of water the volume of precipitation in September and October, and that's been really difficult on the Chinook runs. And we've got to get our hands around that issue and find a way to have a supply there for the Chinook in the month of October primarily. Next slide, please. As I've already touched on, Chinook and adult migration is our most difficult issue because the Scott River is a snowmelt-driven system. So we have high variable flows in the winters, followed by spring snowmelt in spring, followed by a decline in the snowmelt to a base flow condition. And that base flow condition continues on until we start getting some fall rains. And if we don't get those fall rains, then the base flow condition intersects with adult migration. And that's a condition none of us like to see. And it has happened fairly often in the last few years with the drought. We'll talk throughout this speech about some of the interim measures that we propose to use, including further collaboration. You can see that the Scott is important for Chinook, but it's only 10% of the Klamath run. It seems like the Scott and coho salmon really have a connection, and the Scott River community has done a good job of bringing the coho run from nearly non-existent back to some of the charts you've already seen before. And I won't even hit on the bottom point there that we definitely need collaboration, and we're acquiring that. We're working with a wide and diverse group of collaborators to implement projects, to implement new concepts, and to implement interim measures. Next slide. Just a little bit about the turnabout that occurred on some of the conservation strategies that we've implemented over the last 30 years. When I first started working in the Scott Valley, the measure that was on the forefront was riparian fencing and riparian protection. And that was kind of a contentious issue in its time. And I see it now as an evolution of agriculture, understanding fishery needs, water quality needs, and moving along. And the Scott River community has been excellent in analyzing, assessing, making a determination, talking to neighbors, and moving forward with conservation efforts. So now over 90% of the watershed has riparian fencing, and the riparian area has improved, which improves the amount of holding capacity for aquatic habitat, and we're able to hold and rear a lot more fish with the same amount of water compared to 30 years ago. The next limiting factor that was identified by the community and collaborating agencies was the lack of fish screens primarily in the tributaries. So the SWRCB at that point, along with Fish and Game and some of the other agencies and funding partners, embarked on a fish screening program and we ended up installing over, I think, 62 fish screens in about 8 years, and a fish screening maintenance program, and protected a lot of fish from entrainment. And it wasn't very long after we started that process that we started to see more and more coho enter the system, because a lot of the coho are spawned and reared in the tributaries of the Scott River, where there's prime spawning habitat that's right next to prime oversummering habitat where they rear. So our goal is to get the adults coho into the tributaries where the rearing habitat's at, so they don't have to search far and wide for oversummering habitat. So that's basically a real simple snapshot of our coho strategy. Another thing that the community has taken on is developing the first water trust in the state. And that is a very good tool where we can provide water in critical areas at critical times to satisfy important life stage needs. So that's been a very successful recovery measure for coho. And we're now at the point where we're talking about flow enhancement at stream reaches and even at the watershed wide level. We just need some more assessment and more understanding of how the watershed works. And I think we can learn a lot from the SGMA process through that and understand the surface water, groundwater interconnection. Next slide, please. So you've already seen this slide, but we have a different interpretation from the previous. We see incline and we see decline. I agree with that. So we had the one strong brood year, which are the black bands, and then the increasing on the weak brood years. And if you had the slide go back 9 years prior, there would just be one black band that started at just a couple fish in 2001. And so we were able through the recovery process for coho, bring that from one brood year to 3 brood years to the brood year strengths, even inversing, based on drought years and things along those lines. Yes, we'd love to get all these numbers up, but nowhere else in the state can any watershed boast the recovery numbers compared to the Scott River and coho salmon. Next slide, please. Just a quick recap and just a photo of a fairly unique for the Scott River, but a fairly typical fish screen for Siskiyou County called a cone screen. Next slide. This is just kind of a typical photo off of the Hornlane Bridge that identifies and shows you the change in habitat over time. The habitat and the in-stream conditions in the 50s were not all what they've been brought up to be in the previous presentation. The channel used to go dry. There was no riparian habitat or very little. And through education and enhancement and riparian planning measures, you can see the evolution improve and increase the holding capacity of the Scott River for rearing and production. Final photo for me. Next slide. So yeah, here's that same photo in August of this year, and you can see the riparian areas, still improving, and we're getting braided channels where it improves the habitat and makes the habitat more complex and usable. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to pass the mic on to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Thank you for having us this evening. And I want to make sure to extend an invitation, if we haven't already, to Ms. Firestone, Ms. Morgan, and Mr. McGuire to please come up to Scott Valley. We would love to have you, and I think it goes a long ways when you get to see it in person. And it's been interesting trying to prepare a talk today because, like Gary was saying, we actually had some pretty interesting conversations in the waiting room. And this situation is evolving, and it's evolving really quickly. Our landowners are more engaged than ever before. And you heard from Gary that there's been a cohort that's been pretty involved and very engaged for a lot of years. But I think, especially in the last 2 years, we have seen everybody's awareness is growing. Not only do we have a serious drought situation happening, we're seeing things happen in our river that we don't like to see. we are doing more monitoring of the groundwater now so we can kind of see what's happening with our aquifer. And everybody's becoming more and more keenly aware that we have to protect that aquifer. And I think the other awareness that's growing is our landowners realizing the pressures. There's social and political changes that are happening. And we're aware of the pressures on you, the water board, to act in the interest of the public trust. And times change, we have to change as well. And so forgive us for not always being the first ones to realize we have to change, but we know that it's coming. We just want to be able to be part of a process that makes sure we survive the changes. And some of what's being asked, the 2017 flow criteria, CDFW's flow criteria, it's not reasonable for our system. It wasn't based on any data collected in our system. So Ms. Summerstrom will go into more detail on that later, but we just want to make sure that there's a process. It feels like so far things have been rushed, and I know it was an emergency regulation, so by definition it was a rush. However, we would like our day in court. We would like our time. We would appreciate your facilitation of a process if needed, to get all the parties sitting down. I think Mr. Hockaday referred to this as well. We want to have these conversations, and they are happening, but we just need time to let it play out. About the letter that we had landowners, we circulated with landowners in Scott Valley, and we now have more than 90% of the irrigated acreage signed on to the commitments in that letter. And it wasn't done without a lot of thought and a lot of hours of conversation, talking on the phone, getting together and having meetings, talking about the seriousness of the situation that we're in. And so it wasn't that I asked people, please don't sign this just because you trust me and you think that you should do what I say. I need to hear from you whether you were really in on this. And people are. And so I just want you to be aware of that. And next slide, please. Here's the AGWA. We started in spring of 22 as a grassroots communication group because of the emergency regulation and the learning curve for myself. And in turn, a lot of my neighbors and people who joined AGWA just went. Phew. So here, you can see some people you might recognize in this picture. But it's been a huge deal to just open the communication with the agencies, between the farming and ranching community and the agencies, where there was not a lot of that going on before, at least I would say not at the state water board level. So next slide, please. So one of the commitments in our groundwater or in our landowner letter is a commitment to participating in data collection, and I would add data sharing. We're realizing, like Gary brought up, we would like to be nimble and be able to react to conditions in real time. And so collecting data is very important to that, obviously, real-time data preferably. And right here, you see a local rancher doing a spawning survey, I believe, with a high school student. He's out there. So this photo is several years old, but it shows that we've been engaging. But like I said, we are advancing by leaps and bounds with the level of engagement just in this past year. So we have more landowners signing up their wells for groundwater monitoring. There's always fears that access issues and broad data sharing can make you a target. So I think we have to be sensitive to that moving forward. So next slide, please. And just that's not to say that people don't want to engage and participate in that, but they want to be sure that they're protected and not punished for participating in that in some way. So I think something that we have to really push for if we're going to improve the health of our aquifer is this environmental managed aquifer recharge and conjunctive use or in lieu recharge. These are pictures that on the right, you see Scott Valley Irrigation District doing a research project. This is actually Lauren Sweezy's property, where they're putting out water during the winter on ground with the goal of tracking that water as it makes its way to the river and seeing if we can help with in-stream flow by putting water out on the ground in the winter. So it's not being done for the benefit of the Sweezy Ranch. It's being done for the benefit of in-stream flows. So next slide, please. Another study that's happening on the west side is studying the effects of our stockwater ditches, infiltrating and contributing to groundwater and ultimately base flow. Next slide, please. You can see some monitoring wells that are being added. This was just us engaging landowners and our group AGWA engaging with the state water board staff and our CD staff to put in gauges. Go ahead, next slide, please. This is just a discussion. One of the commitments, third commitment is to continuing to improve our, having some stuttering issues, improve our efficiency and effectiveness with irrigation. As installing center pivots is one of the best things that we've been able to do for that efficiency. Although we must note, as Gary said, that we also want to do that in combination with a conjunctive use concept, because we have been encouraged over the years to go more to groundwater and veer away from surface water, but we should be definitely using that surface water in a wise way that's not dewatering any kind of fish habitat. When it's in abundance, and that cuts back considerably on the amount of groundwater pumping you need to do when it comes to irrigation season. And so these are just examples of how just changing the nozzles on these center pivots can do so much for your irrigation. You can do so much more with less. So that's one of our goals. And AGWA has put out a survey to landowners in the valley asking them, what are your needs for increasing your efficiency? And we've had about 30% response so far. We're still working on it, but in turn, we've taken that to the NRCS and they have come back with us with a response saying, yeah, you've got about $5 million worth of work here, and we are going to work on finding a pot of money to make that possible for you. So we're really pushing for this efficiency, these efficiency gains. Next slide, please. This is a soil moisture sensor. It's another way that we can improve our technologies, and a lot of people are using these now to make sure they're not using more water than they need. Next slide, please. Another, just to pause on efficiencies, variable frequency drive pumps is another way of really increasing your efficiency and effectiveness in your irrigation. Another thing that we've committed to in the letter was that we would do best management practices workshops on water application, just to make sure we're using our technology to the highest extent, and knowing what we really need to put down on our whatever the crop may be, whether it's pasture, whether it's alfalfa, just knowing that we're doing as the best amount of water, which would probably be the least amount of water with the most productivity. The number 4, it was a commitment to foregoing stock water during the fall and into the winter if need be, to allow, because we've identified that the in-migration for adults Chinook right now is a real challenge, depending on the kind of fall you have. So being prepared to enter water transactions for surface water diversions so that we're putting as much water in stream as possible to allow that migration to happen. It's something we can do to try to help, and that's what we want to do. So next slide, please. This is the group, Scott River Water Trust. Sari helped she was the founder or one of the founders of this, and it's still in existence today, and it's the group we use for those water leases. Next slide, please. I just wanted to mention following agreements is the last is the last item in our letter, and that kind of is a nice transition into, I wanted to mention that our local cooperative solutions last year, we almost had every eligible acre enrolled. And according to the coordinating entities, we had pretty close to full compliance with those LCSs. And it was a 30% reduction in groundwater use. And you could really definitely see that around the valley. There was some real sacrifices made. Up here, you can see, this is just an example of grain versus alfalfa, but next slide, please. Shows us the fallowed acres and the dry corners in this pivot field, and the field itself looking a little browner than normal. So I think we want to make the point here. We made some real sacrifices under the emergency regulation, but going forward, we're really hoping to craft a regulation that is more targeted on meaningful places at meaningful times for the fish, so that when we do make a sacrifice, it has more meaning for the fish. So we didn't see, because of these 30% reductions in groundwater use, we didn't necessarily see large increases in flows or an improved environment for fish. So there's places and times in the valley where we know fish need access, and we would rather focus on those in a pinpointed way. And I think we have enough knowledge in our valley to make that happen. We just, like I was mentioning earlier, we just need time for the sit downs and the process of coming up with a water management strategy that works for us. So I will pass it on to Gareth Plank, who's on the board of the Farmers Ditch, and he's a farmer in Scott Valley. So thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
We could advance a few, like, oh, I get two mics. This is great. Don't tell my kids or wife, they'd be highly traumatized. If you could advance a few slides, a few more here. Let's see, keep going here. Not that we. This is a picture of our ranch, and this was taken in October of 21. And one of the things I always do every year is I'll read the Chronicle and hear about how dreadful the Scott River is. And I walk the ranch and I go, wow, you got a number of beaver dams on it. It's obviously not the river that we would like to see from 1491, but it's a lot different than what you're often seeing in the San Francisco Chronicle, for example. One of the things I really want to share is that as a community, we intend to be an integral part of the recovery on an equitable basis for the restoration of the Scott River. That is deep down in all of us, that's something we're committed to. And I think if we can go to the next slide. Within that is something that, I look at in former Governor Jerry Brown, and you need to do these things locally. And I just finished a book that the folks from Caltrop gave me, and it's called A Water Always Wins by Erica Grease. And in it, it's talking about restoring watersheds in Kenya. And what do the NGOs say there? This is the Nature Conservancy. We found that if we don't have the buy-in from the local farmers, nothing happens. So it's our former governor, it is NGOs around the world. You have to have buy-in. And with that, what I really want to stress is I think that we're committed, and we understand when I talk to Vice Chairman Frankie Myers and I talk with Troy Hockaday, it's essential we do something today. We don't have time to do a study. So we want to be part of the solution over the next 3 to 5 years. But within that solution, there has to be that collective buy-in. And when I listen to the previous presentation and I see things that are a little bit nuanced relative to what I've experienced living in the Valley, it makes me not want to buy in as much. So what we really recommend strenuously is that ask us to help what we can do on an interim basis, and then make sure that we have the data from people of what we're already starting to do in the Scott Valley to know that we're going to be intelligently doing something that is beneficial for the fish, that is beneficial for the tribes and their continual cultural continuation, and for the ranchers and farmers. It is essential we get this right. I'm going to repeat it. It is essential we get this right. This cannot just be a political action that meets certain platitudes to make people go home and be happy. We must get it right. And that means we have to have buy-in of the communities. and we have to have sharing. Can we have the next slide, please? This is something I don't think anybody would have ever expected. So you can look at this cast of characters. This is a group of farmers and ranchers. This is hosted at our ranch, where we have the Yurok tribe signing a memorandum of understanding with the Farmers Ditch Company. Now, these are rednecks that nobody would ever want to be around generally. Signing an agreement to partner with a tribal neighbor and cow trout. That means cross commitment. That means that folks from the Yurok tribe have said, we are going to trust you to do the right thing. And we are looking at them and we're saying, we trust you to help us as well. The aim for this agreement is to do what? It is to enhance the fishery, and that is also through improved efficiencies. So let's go back to Jerry Brown's comments. Let's go back to the Nature Conservancy's comments. You have to have buy-in. We need more time for science, but we also have to act today, but it's probably not through a statutory curtailment that chases all of my neighbors away from cooperating. So let's go to the next slide. This is the dredger tailings. And when I've been up and I've hosted people from the Watershed Council and other things, and they look and they go, well, you need to do this, you need to do that. They go up and they see the dredger tailings and they go, wow, 4.5 miles of a turned upside down, destroyed river. This is one of the reasons, and you can go to the next slide. One of the reasons we are so anxious to partner with the Yurok tribe, because they look at this and they go, oh, opportunity. Let's have friends. Let's see what we can do as neighbors. As the Farmers Ditch, we own part of that mess. We look forward to them helping us and helping the fisheries. We can do that through partnerships, not through what I call bullets and bayonets. If we can go back to the previous slide or 2 slides back. So what I want to ask and I want to share with you is that we are confident in these partnerships that we'll have a healthier ecosystem, because we do not have the opportunity to mess this up. We need to get it right. And that we'll have a healthier for the flora and for the fauna, for tribal success and prosperity, as well as for the farming communities. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Ryan. If you could advance 3 slides, please. I could talk another 10 minutes because I know no one's hungry.
He can, I'll attest to that. My name is Ryan Walker. Thank you, Chair Escobar. Thank you, board members, for having us today and making this panel available. I'm the president of the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau. We are the largest ag membership organization in Siskiyou County. And together with Agua, most of the Scott Valley irrigators are members of us or Agua or both. And that puts both these organizations, I think, in a very good position to help facilitate change and direct what I feel is a new motivation in the valley, a new direction in the valley, I hope. And we've heard a lot about what's happened over the last 30 years. I think the story for Coho has been a great success. Going to be better, absolutely, but it's been a very good success. The trouble for the story for Chinook has been a difficult one, and there's a lot of reasons for that, as you've already heard. The question is, how do we go from the work that Gary's talked about, the work that Theo's talked about, the work that Gareth has talked about over the last 30 years, this new desire to get work done? How do we get from there to a future that Gareth talks about, where we can develop a science that both sides agree on? And I think that's been a difficult problem in the past, is that there's been a bit of a combat science scenario in the valley. And I think we want to end that. I think our neighbors up and down the river want to end that. We want to develop data together. We want to work together to develop a science, to develop flow models, to develop hydrologic models that can help direct restoration and that we both trust. And I think if we trust science, we'll make sacrifices. If we don't trust science, it's really hard to make it. If we don't trust the science we're being told, it's hard to make those sacrifices. So that's the future. And we're doing that. Farm Bureau is working very hard. Other agencies are working very hard. Other groups are working very hard to get to that sort of community science, if you will, consensus science. I know that's kind of not always the best word, but that's where we're trying to get to. It doesn't have to be everyone agree, but the center has to agree to it. And but that still leaves the today. And we understand that. And I am sympathetic to our neighbors up and down the river that depend on these fisheries for more than food, more than economy, but for culture, for more than culture, even for religion. These are important issues, and I don't envy the board having to sit here today and try to figure out this problem. Believe me, we've been beating ourselves up over this problem for some time, so we know it's a hard one. But how do we get from here to there? And the next slide, please. I'd like to talk about some interim measures, or at least a framework for interim measures that would bridge the gap from where we are today with a real desire to make change to a future where a real science-based model is pushing our restoration. Next slide, please. It's going to start with a couple goals, I think, that we put up, and the first and foremost is we want to focus on where we see the biggest problem. That's Chinook adult immigration, to some slight degree, Coho adult immigration as well. But adult immigration is the problem. Lower snowpack, later fall rains. Those are the issues. You're going to hear from Dr. Harder, I believe later. We can shut off all of ag. We have difficulty meeting fall flows for in-migration in a lot of years. Ag can be part of the solution, but it's not going to be the only solution. So we got to look at what we can do to help Chinook immigration. I think we need to develop scenarios that don't penalize people that have been conservation and done the work. And most importantly, any interim measures got to be done collaboratively. We could propose all sorts of things, but we need to work with our neighbors. We need to work with you guys. We need to work with agencies, and we need to work with the Karuk. We need to work with the Yurok. We need to work with Quartz Valley Reservation, and we commit to doing that. Next slide, please. These are just a framework of things that we think are doable, that we can achieve. I think we can get some water in the system. CDFW has given Farm Bureau a 3.2 billion or million. I wish billion. I'm wishful thinking. Freudian slip there. A $3.2 million grant to do some fallowing and do some stock water. We can pour that money in over the next 2 seasons. That's going to help us to meet some of these interim measures. I think that's going to be a big step in meeting flows, even if we have some dry years. Lord willing, it'll be wetter in the coming years, but I think we can meet some of these goals. And we could put dates on this and measures on this, but what I really would like to do is sit down with our neighbors and sit down with you guys and come up with with interim flow measures that can work. And there may be more things than just this framework. This is part of it, but this isn't all of it. I know there's a pressing desire for something, and I know that we need to have encouragement to work hard. I've talked to most of you already, and we need that. But it's there, and I think the board can help facilitate this conversation and accelerate where we're at. We're moving down a good path, and what we need is the foot on the accelerator, not a pothole. So that's what I would suggest. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over to questions from the board, and I know we've taken quite a bit of your time, so thank you once again.
No one's hungry or tired, though, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Now, Dr. Summerstrom, were you presenting?
Here for questions and answers. I'm going to be speaking as an individual later.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Any questions? Board Member Firestone.
Well, I was just going to request, because we've received so many materials, but I want to make sure I've seen the one that Ms. Johnson, you were mentioning. So I don't know if staff can re-forward that or show us where that is.
Landowner commitment letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I just want to make sure and maybe if you want to summarize briefly what that is. So
Sure. That letter was actually submitted on July 20th.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yeah.
And was that part of I didn't see it in the response to comments, so it was a separate letter, right? I'm just trying to, there's so many documents in this,
we can
so I
resend
want to
that.
track.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
I
have
can-
a paper copy I can give you right here. So, but
that'd be great. But
I have a question that might help, because I've got the letter right here, and I've lined it up compared to your slides, Ms. Johnson, and then your slide, Mr. Walker. So the only thing that I'm not seeing, it seems that Mr. Walker's slides are, they incorporate this letter, and then maybe they add a few things. But the one thing that seems to be missing is the data collection and possible access. And so other than that, it seems that the slides that Mr. Walker has
That's not
is
meant
the
to be an
most-
intentional drop. I'm simply, we view data collection and access is just an ongoing. I mean, that's not an interim measure. That's just that's status quo at this point. If you guys want on, we want more gauges. We need rated curves on our flow meters. We're tired of having these flow meters that are no longer useful after a month or so. We need a good understanding of the water budget. I mean, there's a lot of data where we're pro data. We're team
Yeah.
data.
It is a commitment in the landowner commitment letter as well. Yeah, it's listed.
Yeah, it just seems that this list is more comprehensive, updated.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
State that. Thank you. Strong. Oh, sorry, she's not speaking. Okay, available for questions. Apologies. Missed a beat. So thank you. Any further questions? Board Member Firestone.
And I may have more questions. I can't keep track of all the different panels we have. So I saw that we have, and is Dr. Harder going to also be on a panel or present today?
I don't believe he's on one of the panels, but he is one of the speakers. Yeah.
He's going to be a speaker. Okay. I guess I'll just ask a kind of similar question to what Vice Chair Diadamo asked of the previous panel, which is, I think we all are looking to, as you said, we're all pro data and trying to understand, get really good science that we're all behind to be able to get to the most effective solutions that we can. So as we said, we had, interim emergency regs that had some data requirement or reporting requirements. And can you speak a little bit to if there's some gaps or information that we either weren't getting through that or you see as critical? I know I heard you mention just the operations and maintenance and sort of calibration of some of the gauges, but if you can just speak to what more might be needed, that would be really helpful.
Well, there was very detailed information revealed on your website for the LCS, 17,000 acres, and there were specifics in each of those of what they did. And then there was in-stream flow measurements. I wish we had some more data that was not gathered. We didn't get pool data and some of the groundwater elevations on just that. And so I raised this question 1.5 years ago when the whole thing was being proposed. I said, okay, how are we going to monitor this as we go forward into 2022? And some fish data could have been collected also. So there were some gaps. And if you ever go forward with this again, we better have a strategy and also how we evaluate the LCS, what we do know. I had an outline that I gave to Mr. Ekdahl of what I thought needed to be covered. And I know UC Davis is also plotting some of that LCS data, which was the entire valley. It was not just the interconnected zone. I think there was some misunderstanding about the whole valley was involved with that groundwater curtailment and the 30% reduction where they could qualify for an LCS. So yeah, I wasn't perfect. I would like to get some more information myself on how we go about evaluating any changes in irrigation.
I'd just like to add it. If your question was a little more general, I think some of the other items that we feel like we're missing data on is tying groundwater and surface water interactions together, tying the hydrograph and groundwater slope, and then just having more information to tie an active water budget together, so we know what our inflow is, we know what our stream flow throughout is. We can pull the surrogate together to know what our diversion volumes are, and so that we can have the components to work towards a more predictive model. And I think when I look at the result for the watershed and for the competing uses, it's about being able to be predictive and real time and recognize that what type of water year we're having, and then shift our management for that type of water year or even season. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. I want to thank you all again for hosting us and for the discussions, and for the discussions that had happened prior to here, even the meeting convening. I think there is a lot of commonality amongst a lot of what we're talking about. And I just want to caution, though, that we not proceed, kind of seeing it as an either or. I think the reality is you look as imperfect as it was, and here in emergency drought fashion, the real progress that's been happening because of the discussion, really bringing all the water users together and realizing that collectively in the watershed, with tribes and with the communities, yeah, we're all in it together. And we do need to better unpack so that we can connect those drops up and down the watershed. Reminds me of the very discussion we're having up and down the state, whether it's the Bay Delta, whether it's the Russian River. Here, it's about, to your point, being able to have the information to know that the decisions and the work that we're all doing collectively, and that spans both state action, but importantly, it all rests at the local level. And I agree, Mr. Plank, that that's a vital component around so much of what we're doing is keeping the faith of everyone that's paying attention to this discussion, that's part of this work. And I think we have an opportunity to do that as the board proceeds, as we discuss what appropriate action kind of looking forward is. But I agree that it can be in a way that is additive all collectively. And I want to acknowledge the leadership here, Mr. Plank, with the Yurok tribe and others to be figuring out those physical solutions as well. What are the barriers? But it's importantly, not the either or of is it flow or is it these other stressors? It's really how do they in combination come together to create the unfortunate situations we have, but the declining of our ecosystems, the stressors because of climate change, but then maybe the solutions better yet thereafter, if we're honest with each other around it. So I appreciate the comments from the board members around data. I know that will be a critical component of how we continue to talk about this work going forward. But I think, there is an opportunity, and here it doesn't need to be an either or as the boards work in action, but in kind of all jointly inform each other, and especially acknowledge that a lot of this is within the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act's purview as well, where we really are talking about, to your point, that interconnectivity that the law says we should be exploring. And I just want to acknowledge and appreciate actually the memorandum of understanding we have, I know out there, ground modeling and Sigma and with the county, because I think that's an acknowledgement and a space that, again, we want to create some common faith and understanding with folks around and all appropriately be able to do our part to do better amongst it. Vice Chair, please.
So I just want to thank you for this really thoughtful list. I can tell that, you've been busy over the last several weeks, and I think it's, and appreciate that you've been talking with the petitioners in the meantime. I keep going back to a comment, Mr. Black, that you made when we were out touring. And that is that, maybe with a little regret that there had been historically a resistance to collecting data. And you made a comment that, data is your friend. And I believe Dr. Summerstrom, you made a similar comment. And so I guess I'm a little anxious that the curtailment order is no longer in effect. And who knows where we're going to head with the petition and what we're going to end up doing. But it seems that there's a gap going on right now. And so just want to put it out there, something for you all to be thinking about. Would you be willing to, through your leadership, to encourage the growers to continue to file those reports that are no longer required of them? And I haven't even talked with our staff about this to see if it's something that you could collect, through the portal that's been established. But it just seems that would be a show of good faith in the meantime, as the discussions are continuing with the petitioners, with our staff, and as we deliberate, on a response to the petition. Not to put you on the spot to answer yes or no, but I did want to get that out there.
No, I appreciate that. And I am, my wheels are spinning as you're talking. And I think the answer will be yes, but it might be somewhat modified. And I think we'll have to put our heads together to figure out how, I'm trying to imagine like the LCS summary reports that we submitted and, how to develop that at maybe a cumulative level so that we can get some better data about timing and usage and quantify that.
I want to
So-
add, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
The Department of Water Resources does a periodic land and water use survey, and they just went here last week and drove around the valley to validate crop type and irrigation source. And then their aerial photos are documenting what is being irrigated this year. But the last time they did that was 2020. So now we have 2023. And they're asking the landowners to validate their water source. So we're going to get more accurate data now. And in fact, they were going to testify today, I don't know if after work now, if they're going to, about the trend in irrigated acreage, because their data shows from doing these periodic land and water use surveys that irrigated acreage has not expanded since the late 1950s. It's been between 30 and 33,000 acres in their periodic surveys. So we're working together to get that, and then actual applied water. There's been research from UC Cooperative Extension on how much the farmers actually are applying, which is lower than the evapotranspiration rate. We're doing deficit irrigation in that valley and have been for many years on alfalfa. So instead of 36 inches, which is their standard applied water rate on irrigation, we're doing anything between 18 and 24 inches. And that they convinced UC Davis to put that lower rate into the model because it's reflecting actual. And so that's why I said we're trying to get that real world data and not just use theoretical data in understanding the groundwater, surface water. If we're going to try and reduce applied water, then we need to know what that applied water is instead of some theoretical number. So we are trying. Unfortunately, we lost our crop advisor. He moved away. So he thought he can help get us our crop advisor back. But we need that for research too. You know, so it's all of the above. It's really important for getting changes.
Thank you.
We're happy to work with staff to try to figure something out.
Thank you, Dr. Somerstrom. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, let's move on to our Shasta panel. And thank you again for our Scott Valley folks. I'll note after that, we have a CDFW presentation. I accidentally skipped over our staff presentation summarizing comments that we received. So we will hear that after the CDFW presentation. And then we're going to take a break because it's about 6 o'clock and I think folks need one. So we'll try to get through the rest of these 3 panels quickly, take a break, and then we'll get into comments. And just thanks everyone for their patience. Appreciate the good conversation we're able to have here.
Okay, thank you, Gary Black. Again, I apparently drew the short straw, and so I'll start off again for the Shasta River. We appreciate the opportunity to speak. This was kind of a late add to the agenda, and so please excuse kind of a shortened presentation. We just kind of want to hit on some of the highlights and just talk about some general sentiment after that. The Shasta River is a, and I might compare it against the Scott River a time or two. But the Shasta River is a very different river, even though it's equal in size to the Scott River. The Shasta River is primarily a spring-fed system that is driven by nutrient-rich springs coming off of the base of Shasta and basically ocean floor that has a lot of nutrient-rich source water that drives a robust food web, which results in a very productive system. And one of the negatives of that productive system is that when you add temperature to that, you end up with quite a few water quality concerns. But in the areas where we can provide productive or suitable temperatures throughout the life stages for salmon, you end up with a very productive system where fish grow at inordinate levels, really. With the community and the involved agencies and the managers of the fisheries, water master district, everybody has a good understanding about how fish utilize this system as well, different species and different life stages. And so it's another scenario of how we're managing life stages and species in different portions of the watershed based on water quality and how fish utilize the system that we've learned through snorkeling, pit tag arrays, agency collaboration with Cal Trout, tribes, and other NGOs. The next slide, please. Oh, thank you. I think the only other thing that I wanted to identify here is that Big Springs Creek is like the headwaters of the Shasta River during the summer period. It's a large springs complex that comes up and produces a majority of the water that is produced in the Shasta River. It's a unique system where there's not really a riparian area that covers the stream, but it's actually aquatic vegetation that comes up and shades the stream. And so the warmest temperature during the year is in late May and early June. And then once the aquatic vegetation comes up and reaches over the surface flow, it creates a shading and creates a unique and highly productive habitat for coho and steelhead that over summer in the area. This is also a working cattle ranch, owns the top half of the Big Springs Creek, and Fish and Game owns the bottom half of Big Springs Creek. And so we have the working cattle ranch there that shows that fisheries and even the most difficult life stages like oversummering habitat and ranching can coexist. Next slide, please. Just some photos of Big Springs Creek. You see it's a very wide, shallow channel, except for your second flow there where it goes through kind of a man-made constraint where there's a crossing and where stream flow is measured actually. And so it's not your typical habitat for oversummering habitat because its width depth ratio is really wide and flat, but the temperatures and the productivity of it make it a excellent habitat. Next slide, please. One more slide. Perfect. So the another component or section of the Shasta River is Upper Shasta River and the Parks Creek. These two stream reaches are more of a snowmelt driven system. And there are some critical smaller springs that support base flow and provide oversummering refugia. For whatever reason, a lot of the population of the coho ends up at these smaller springs rather than the Big Springs area. I don't know if they like to live on the edge or what, but they end up at these spots, and these are very critical springs that we've been able to improve with projects to make them more dependable and expand their footprint. And a lot of that has occurred through the development of the safe harbor process and the Shasta Watershed Conservation Group, where there's been a lot of conservation commitments, and more are proposed and funded and ongoing that improve water quality and stream flow habitats. And this is the portion of the watershed where there is suitable temperature. And these are the areas that we focus on for our oversummering areas in our flow strategies. I'll just mention that the Safe Harbor Agreement, has recently went through a court case. The permits were remanded, but it doesn't mean that it's over. All the landowners are maintaining on their agreements, and so those are the main reasons that we have oversummering habitat that are existing, as well as just some commitments by landowner on Big Springs Creek. But so those are some critical components of our current interim flow strategy that the Shasta River community has implemented since the end of the emergency curtailment period. Next slide will show some photos. Okay, next slide. I think the other component of the Shasta River is Montague Water Conservation District in Dwinelle Reservoir. Dwinelle Reservoir is the only large reservoir storage facility on the Shasta River, one that does not exist on the Scott River. And it can store as much as 49,000 acre feet. The Dwinelle Reservoir got up to 30,300 acre feet this year, which was much better than 7,400 last year. And so we've been able to do provide more flows for in-stream benefit through our safe harbor commitments. We've submitted a 1707 agreement for in-stream benefits, and that is getting close to having a decision made on by the State Water Board staff. There's 3 others that were accompanied the Montague 1707 agreement. And another thing that Montague is doing is a lot of consideration and rediverting the water using the Shasta River as a conduit to deliver water rather than canals when the water temperature is good. So that will really improve flows, especially for outmigration. And then Montague has recently been assessing not only how it can reduce its impact, but how it can benefit, use its infrastructure and its resources to benefit conditions elsewhere, like provide water sources to other agencies like the Little Shasta or Big Springs Irrigation District, so that we can provide alternative water so that they can release water during important and critical times during different fishes' life cycles. One more photo. Next slide, please. I think the last thing that I wanted to just touch base on about the Shasta is that the Shasta is a more responsive stream, and it's on a acre foot contribution to the Klamath. It's a much smaller contributor, but related to Chinook salmon, it is a major contributor for Chinook salmon, and it is a kind of an optimum Chinook stream, a more difficult coho and steelhead stream, primarily based on water quality and just the timing of the habitat, and that's excellent for Chinook. But we've looked at several different flow strategies within the Shasta River and have gave them a trial basis. One exists through the Safe Harbor Agreement for oversummering life stages primarily, but there's also responsibility from the participating ranches to provide water for spring out migration, overwintering, and fall distribution. We've also experienced, as you're well aware, the emergency order and curtailment, where the Shasta River community did a fairly nice job of meeting the metrics of the emergency schedule, but we as a community, an agricultural community, did not really believe or buy into the 50 CFS during the oversummering period. And that was very difficult and painful for the agricultural community. We felt that that 50 CFS was, the water was lethal by the time it was provided to the canyon, and it's not where fish spend the summer periods. We know where the fish spend the summer periods. It's up in the southern portion of the watershed where the spring sources are at. So it was hard for the agricultural community to buy into that. So as a result of the ending of the emergency order, the community self-imposed a secondary flow strategy where we significantly dropped the canyon flow target from 50 to 25 CFS, but we had a temperature threshold on that as well. And so as the temperatures, we go later on into August and the temperatures start to decrease, we will increase the volume of water that's provided. And we have the Shasta Valley producers are committed to this flow strategy, this interim flow strategy. And as we get closer to the presence of adult Chinook migration, we'll increase the flows even more and begin to mirror some of the flow volumes that are closer to what the State Water Board values were for the entrance of Chinook adults. So I think we're proud of the fact that the community took this measure on. It's not just the surface water diverters. That was kind of like highlighted in the emergency order, but we're working with riparian users, we're working with groundwater users. And so we've got everybody at the table, and it's not a perfect measure, but we're proud of the fact that we were able to pull together an interim measure. Did we get it in and functioning on August 1? No, it was about August 4th or 5th by the time it hit. So we didn't nail it, but we've tried and we're trying, And you'll see the flows go up and down throughout the year. But we're really focused on trying to meet that minimum and then bring it back up and have the river prepared for Chinook, which is typically always the case for the Shasta. I'm going to pass this on to Tristan Allen.
There's not much more than I can say other than we're going to collaborate, and that's the key. We're going to learn, and we're going to continue to do what's best for the resource. We obviously, the petitioners, want to collaborate. They want to work with us. We want to work with them. I just want for everything. The resource is important to us on the Shasta River. There's a few individuals that are still a little hard-headed, let's put it that way, and they have a real difficult time with change and the evolution of the river, but we're working on that diligently. I've been meeting 3 days a week, just talking to water users, trying to get them to understand the new era that we're going with. And I believe Mr. Hockaday stated it best. We have to move forward now, and we have to play the game. It's not really a game. It's something I want my grandchildren and my children to experience the same benefits of the resource that I have. I raise cattle and hay on that Big Springs Creek, and I am proud of our work and what we're doing. And we are adamant in the fact that we will find other sources of water so that during the time the cold water reaches are very important to us, as they are to the fish and to the tribe and to everybody on the river. So we will continue to communicate and collaborate with everybody involved. You were at the ranch. You guys are all welcome to come anytime. I have absolutely nothing to hide. I would love to showcase that place at any time, but ultimately I need to get the water to the Klamath, and we have to work as a community. And that's a big part of what we're going to do.
Hello again. In addition to being the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau president and the Shasta side, I'm also the chair of the Shasta Valley RCD board. And, I think I'd have very little comments that I want to add to Gary's an expert on this river, and I couldn't say anything that he probably couldn't say much better. But I will say, as a procedural matter, and I think many of you know this, that it's frustrating for us that the Shasta and the Scott are often combined together, and we go to these group hearings, and it convolutes matters because they're very, very different rivers. And I think that many of the solutions, the collaborations needed is true, but Shasta is really about water quality. It's a very sensitive river. We can get flow. Is that flow useful? At times, at places, yes. At other times, other places, no. The Scott, I'd love if we could get storage there. We don't have storage there, so it ends up being a very flashy system, a very snow-driven system. And so I would request that if actions can be taken on the Shasta, that we could set up a separate hearing, as enjoyable as these things are. But so we could really do focus on both the Scott and the Shasta. That being said, there's solutions in the Shasta. I think much of what I said about the Scott is true in the Shasta in terms of landowner willingness to apply. This is absolutely true in Big Springs Creek and Upper Shasta, where the rearing habitat is. There's been projects that are really great. I think the safe harbor, whether it dies, whether it lives, no one cares because those projects are being done. And cold water is being delivered to fish. We can't get that cold water too far down the river. That's beyond our ability, beyond anyone's ability, but we can really keep the good rearing habitat up there. 50 in the canyon was a frustrating number. And I think because of that frustrating number, some things happened that, believe me, I banged my head on the floor about too. So it wasn't just you guys. We watch the hydrograph every day as well, more than every day. They're the favorites on my computer too. We're frustrated. Do we always hit the mark? Absolutely not. But we're there, and I think I would say, regardless what you see on the hydrograph in the canyon, above A12, where the coho are rearing, where the oversummering fish matter, those have been stable, cold water. Before curtailments, after curtailments, Tristan, the guys up there, they do an amazing job. And, the Wairika flow gauge is one gauge way downriver that shows very little of the fish story on that river. So I just would leave it at that and thank you once again. I appreciate allowing a panel on such short notice.
We appreciate it. And, I just want to acknowledge very different systems. I think it was very clear, obviously being there, you see the differences in the way the watershed functions. And so I think do know that this board is aware that the hydrology is different in each one. And again, the challenges amongst it and the one-to-one relationship on curtailment, which you definitely see on the Shasta. I guess just general question would be helpful. And I know we'll have further discussion. I think the next panel is CDFW, but what about the science, I guess, of what there is considered belly scraping? Amongst us, these are supposed to be belly scraping emergency flows. The petition is for restorative flows. So is there no discussion then, I guess, around where restoration is above that, given the frustration at where we were with belly scraping, or just trying to figure out, what is it really about that number and the science or the work around it that frustrated folks most, especially because I think, as we talk about, longer term, restorative type in-stream flows amongst the work, one would think it's going to be some number maybe higher than that. If not, then we're starting, just trying to figure out where we're starting.
Sure. I'm going to give a very brief answer. I'll turn it over to Gary, but I want to say that it is a false, I run a farm bureau and a cattle ranch. I'm not a fish guy, but I do know that flow and fish are not a one-to-one ratio. You can have a lot of fish. A creek runs through my ranch with very little CSF and has as many coho as Shasta River. There's a lot of reasons for that, but the flow and fish are not a one-to-one ratio. I think why the 50 was frustrating. It was for a number of reasons. One is you say it's belly scraping flows. Nothing's belly scraping through there in early August. Not in July, there's no migration. The last thing you'd want is migration. If there is anything in that canyon, and there may be, they're in a cold refugia pocket. If we dump 50 CSF of hot water down the canyon, we just washed out that cold refugia. We didn't, in that case, flow is actually our enemy. Now, are these all absolutely true? Is there different cases? Yes or no? I'm just saying, we know where flow matters. And I think there's agreement in a large degree. Cold flow matters through Tristan's ranch. I mean, sorry to throw you under the bus, Tristan, but that's the way it is. That matters. Yeah, exactly. Down at Pioneer Bridge, that in July, I mean, someone's got to explain to the farmer on the ground what the biological value of that is. And when that's not explained in a way that is believable, and this gets back to that sort of science that a good part of the community can agree with, maybe not consensus, but a good part of the community. And, I make no apologies for guys that broke their curtailment. That is a big problem. That is not a problem that helps anybody. But I understand what happened, and I understand the frustrations, and that 50 is what it was. And it is a guy and it's an organization that's trying to move things forward. It just destroys us when we can see the train wreck coming and there's very little we can do about it. And I think, that was many of our comments on the emergency flows on the Shasta focused on that sort of July number. And, we had a bad week and we got it on. And I was making calls, I was talking to Samantha Olson, everyone was making calls. We got it sorted out, but we're paying the price. We will pay the price. I understand that. Gary?
Really nothing to add. I think that the only thing that I would say to that is that, these are some numbers at this point in time. There's a lot of opportunity for conservation, for improved irrigation, for crop type changes, things along those lines as we all evolve and we understand flow opportunities, system potential, things along those lines. And so these are just some values for this point in time. As we work together and we evolve, those values will change, and so maybe we'll have a different opinion about what the objectives are years down the road from where we're at today.
Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, so following up on that, I just want to make sure I'm following. And again, I know we'll be able to talk with panelists on this on other panels, but so on this temperature issue, that can you just talk about who you all have been working with or consulting with, or is there a collective group beyond the agricultural users to develop that understanding and sort of the plan? It sounds like you all came up with a plan, a management plan that you thought was more appropriate. And so I just want to understand how that was developed and what the kind of broader collaboration process was around that.
Thank you. I think I would answer that. I'll speak specifically to like what the interim flow strategy that the Shasta producers have right now. Yeah, that was developed by a fisheries biologist, Mike Podlick, that's familiar with the system, with the understanding and the confines of what we're in right now, and the priority of where that water should be based on timing and life stage. And so, so that was, you know, the directive and the guidance behind that. If you talk about temperature in general in the Shasta, I think there's a deviation in the scientific fields about what the potential is of the Shasta Canyon being oversummering habitat or not, or suitable habitat or not, during the months of July and August. And I think that jury's out. I think there's very smart scientists on both sides of the opinion that feel like, yeah, if you got it up to, you know, 70 plus CFS there, the temperatures would continue to come down. It's just a flow mass, you know, quantity measurement. Then there's another component of scientists that say, no, there's these temperature nodes in the river, and there's a duration of time where this water's in you know, direct heat for X number of hours, and no matter what you do, you cannot, you know, reduce that temperature on that point. I don't know which one's right, but those are out there. Those are some of the things that you know, we need to understand, and we need to get the differing scientists, you know, to work that out through trials or whatever. I have no recommendations on how we figure that out, but I think there's the local interim argument, and in that strategy, we're not proposing that it can potentially be suitable habitat in the canyon. Maybe there's some long-term objectives within TMDL or water quality that feel like maybe that is the case, but that's down the road with a lot of improvement and a lot of infrastructure change. I don't know if that was helpful or not.
So just, are there spaces where already, you know, local agricultural users and tribes and environmental stakeholders, but also the different agencies, CDFW and other researchers are collaborating on specifically identifying the better understanding management around temperature that are already happening? Or is that an area that it sounds like folks are approaching differently and there's some disagreement, but a need to have some more consensus?
Yeah, I would say on stream reach strategies, especially in the southern portion of the watershed, there's definitely collaborative strategies going on with Fish and Game and NOAA. And there are stream reach approaches within the Safe Harbor Agreement that are developed by NOAA. There's a document that identifies, you know, the flow temperature strategy. And so that's well defined. And I think the reason that the northern half or the furthermost downstream piece is maybe not as well defined is because it just has to be an evolution. I think the southern half has to, of the watershed, has to get to a different level of enhancement, and a lot of projects that need to be done. And then we see the downstream extending effect of those projects and see if there's potential to move that continually downstream. And I don't want to speak for Fish and Game or NOAA, but I think that's been the strategy about why we didn't encompass the entire valley within a safe harbor approach, and that we wanted to take off a bite-sized piece, see the change internally within that area of work, and externally what it's providing downstream, and see if there's drive to move it to expand the area. That was the objective, was to expand it after we got the first work done. Thank you.
And I would just add, Board Member Firestone, that Farm Bureau has been looking for funding and looking for collaborators to do a stream-wide study on both sides, and that, in the realm of, probably $1.5 million on each watershed. To do that, to do a real, and Gary and I have gone around with Mike Podlick. We've had some conversations with CBEC on how to do this, but it would have to be a process that involves both sides. We need something that's done where we have our guys in there, but the tribes have to have their people in there. We've talked to Cal Trout. I think they're excited about some sort of collaborative science, and we need that very badly, because there needs to be science that there's trust in on both sides. And right now we're dealing with Norman Dow on the Scott side, or the 2017 flows, which are mostly desktop studies, or on the Shasta side, we've got the McBain Trust, which I think very few landowners have trust in. We want to have science guide us, but it's hard to be when we think it's politicized science. And so I think the only way to do that is for us to be involved, for our other stakeholders on the river to be involved, and fight these fights out as the process goes on, so we don't just get to the end and say, that study's no good. We want a study that everyone says, all right, that's a study. And we know it may not be the best for us. That's fine. We can live with that. But we'll know what's right. At least we know we're helping fish. It kills us to sacrifice and not help fish.
Thank you, Board Member, and thank you. Really do appreciate the patience, the engagement here. I feel there's continued advancement in these discussions, and think this evening will help us advance it as well amongst us. And it's because of the input and engagement you've all continued to have. So thank you. Let's move on to our next panel. I'm going to forgo the staff presentation summarizing comments, and instead, after the CDFW panel, we'll just ask folks in the staff if there was anything that we haven't heard, or anything particularly within the comments or received written that should be added to our discussion here. But to keep us moving, we'll go to CFW, do that addition if there's anything within the comments to understand. I will take a few of the supervisors. I want to make sure I hit the 3 county supervisors we have. Then we will take a break and we'll continue on. So hopefully for planning purposes, that helps everyone here. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Chairman Escobar, Vice Chair Diadamo.
You may, sorry, Mike.
Board members, thank you for allowing the California.
You still need to turn it on. Sorry.
Oh,
there you go. Sorry.
I'll start over.
Set. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Escobar, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. Thank you for allowing the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to present today. My name is Michael Harris. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Klamath Watershed Program, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. With me today is Crystal Robinson, Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor, also with the Klamath Watershed Program. I will be presenting today on the Karuk petition for rulemaking to set minimum flows on the Scott River in Siskiyou County. Next slide, please. I would like to begin with a brief summary of this presentation. I will first be reviewing the department's role as a trustee agency for fish and wildlife resources. I will then go into a need for minimum infiltrating flows on the Scott River, including a review of the Scott River fish population estimates. CDF developed interim flow criteria in 2017 and will review the background and applicability of those flows. I will then provide a background on the emergency drought regulations. And lastly, I want to touch on grant funding that's provided over the years and in recent months. Our mission is to manage California's diverse fish, wildlife, and plant resources and the habitats upon which they depend for their ecological values and their use and enjoyment by the public. Established within the California Natural Resource Agency, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife manages and protects the state's fish, wildlife, and plants along with their habitats. Some of the department's responsibilities include the management and regulation of special status species, including those listed under the California Endangered Species Act, such as coho salmon, as well as California species of special concern specific to this presentation, Chinook salmon, steelhead, and Pacific lamprey. Next slide, please. I'm starting today with Chinook salmon population estimates for the period of record on the Scott River. As you may be aware, the projected number of Chinook salmon adults expected to return to the Klamath Basin in 2023 is the third lowest on record, and this contributed by recent management decisions by state, federal fishery managers and tribes to close the California ocean and river fisheries in 2023, the second time in 3 years for the Klamath Basin. Average fall run Chinook salmon returns from 2015 to 2020 for the Klamath Basin population is 43% below the historical average. For the same time period on the Scott River, we are seeing a 65% reduction from that historical average. The graph on the right depicts the mean monthly flows for September for the same period of record for adult returns, 1978 to 2022. Chinook salmon migrating to spawning beds in the Scott River during the month of September, and you can see the reduction in the Scott River flows that has occurred since 1978. This drop in flows during migration is concerning because the passage into the Scott River for spawning is critical for protection of the reds during high flows. The Scott River flow velocities are much higher in the canyon than in the valley, which can lead to red scour during high flow events, resulting in lower survival if the fish cannot get into the valley from the canyon due to low flows. As we noted in previous presentations and today, Chinook salmon are declining in the Scott River faster than the Klamath Basin as a whole. You can see that there are below average returns in 7 straight years and 15 of the last 20. This is not a good trend, and we hope we can all agree increasing Chinook salmon numbers on the Scott River in order to prevent further regulatory issues is a common goal. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates coho salmon population trends on the Scott River. We refer to them as cohorts or brood years because they have very consistent life history, over summering for 1 year in fresh water before going to the ocean, and then returning back to spawn in the Scott River at year 3. This graph depicts the number of returning coho adults to the Scott River since 2007. These are minimum numbers because in certain years we were forced to pull the video weir equipment that actually records the fish coming in to protect that equipment. We've color coded the cohorts to see the last 5 years, generations of each cohort. The cohorts displayed in blue and red bars have been steadily increasing. Credit should be given to all those in and around the community that have made recovery of this species a commitment through restoration and efficiency actions. The cohort displayed in black demonstrates that the Scott River has the capacity to support even larger numbers of adult spawning. The reason we remain concerned is evident when you see the black cohort. You can see we lost approximately 90% of that cohort during the droughts of 2014 and 2015. The cohort is now making a comeback, but you can see that without supportive flows, we can set all the hard work back by several generations. For this reason, coho salmon in the Scott River remain a moderate extinction risk and deserve to be treated as such. Next slide, please. All right, CDFW believes the 2017 interim flow criteria for the Scott River is the best available science identifying flow needs for fish in the Scott River. The department submitted this report to the State Water Resources Control Board in the spring of 2021, urging a long-term flow setting process begin on the Scott River. The flow report is a combination of 3 peer-reviewed desktop methodologies. The QFP formula developed for the North Coast in-stream flow policy, Hatfield and Bruce, and Testman's adaptation of the Tennant method. CDFW currently uses this in-stream flow study as a trustee and responsible agency with the California Environmental Quality Act under Public Resources Code Section 2100 during the Lake and Streamlet Alteration Agreement program process and the implementation of the California Endangered Species Act. Next slide, please. State Water Resources Control Board approved emergency drought regulations for the Scott and Shasta River watersheds during the droughts of 2021 and 2022. The drought flows required were derived from CDFW recommendations along with consultation from the National Marine Fisheries Service. The emergency drought recommendations should not be construed to provide the same protective flow conditions for salmonids over extended period of times as a long-term in-stream flow study would provide. The regulation also allowed for local cooperative solutions known as LCSs to be proposed to the State Water Resource Control Board in both watersheds. The LCS proposed were landowner conservation actions aimed at reducing water. Efforts to increase in-stream flow and improve water efficiency have occurred in the Scott and Shasta watersheds both before and during the drought, including through the implementation of these LCSs under the emergency drought regulations. CDFW supports the continued inclusion of voluntary and other actions and is committed to assisting the State Water Resources Control Board and both watersheds with these efforts. Next slide, please. Recognizing a flow setting process will be lengthy, CDFW supports any actions that can be taken by the State Water Resources Control Board that would adopt the emergency drought flows as interim backstop flows as the long-term flow setting process requested by the Karuk tribe is completed. This slide lists the anticipated benefits based on observations during implementation of these flows during the 21-22 emergency drought regulation. For the Scott River, we saw improved west side tributary habitat for coho salmon juveniles, improved groundwater elevation, which provides earlier surface water connection and increased cold water discharges to the river, and also supporting healthy riparian habitat, as well as improved surface flows and connectivity during adult Chinook salmon, coho salmon, and steelhead migration. For the Scott-Shasta River, we had improved habitat for coho salmon juveniles watershed-wide, lower water temperatures watershed-wide, and improved surface flows through adult Chinook salmon, coho salmon, and steelhead migration. CDFW staff performed snorkel surveys on the Shasta River prior to the expiration of the emergency drought regulations on July 31st this year. Salmonids, both Chinook and steelhead, were seen rearing in the Shasta River Canyon prior to the 31st. However, post-regulation flows in the Shasta have fallen below the curtailment flow requirement of 50 CFS. And on a follow-up survey last week, we did not see any Chinook salmon in the canyon, only steelhead. This is concerning as the adult population of Chinook salmon in the Shasta River was below the 45-year average for 2022. And the adult population of coho salmon in the Shasta River has been hovering around 43 individuals since 2014. Next slide, please. So working together to develop and achieve protective in-stream flows. CDFW believes there is a better way forward for the entire watershed that is inclusive of several parallel efforts. We encourage the State Water Resource Control Board to create a fair, transparent process that allows full participation by interested parties. CDFW also recommends the State Water Resource Control Board acknowledge and account for the fact that flow setting exists within a much broader effort, allowing opportunity for collaborative outcomes in water management as well as increased habitat restoration projects. Next slide, please. In the spirit of working together, the department recently set aside and funded $29 million in projects for the Shasta and Scott watersheds, including the McKee Fire, in an effort to help restore our salmon populations. The Scott and Shasta are historic salmon strongholds in the basin. Rebuilding these watersheds and reconnecting salmon with them brings us one step closer to recovery. Some highlighted projects include securing water supply for salmon and agriculture in the Scott and Shasta rivers, which will return us actual water in stream during critical time periods. Funding for the groundwater recharge studies in the Scott Valley, including at the Scott Valley, for the Scott Valley Irrigation District, and then the Farmer's Ditch and Tailing Restoration Project in the Scott River, which was touched on in a previous presentation. But I want to reiterate, these are all great projects. Next slide. In closing, I would like to reiterate the support for the long-term flow setting process proposed by the Karuk tribe in the petition before us today. The populations of salmon and steelhead in these rivers are declining and in need of protective flows. CDFW would also support a parallel flow setting process on the Shasta River as those fish populations are also in peril. We encourage the utilization of flow study plans developed by the department for each of these basins. Those plans can be found on the hyperlink included with our presentation. And lastly, the Scott River is in need of some immediate level of flow protections, and CDFW supports utilizing the emergency drought flows as interim flow requirements while the long-term flow setting process is occurring. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today, and if you have any questions, we'll take them now.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I appreciate the collaboration across the agency. I know we've all collectively been working together in our watersheds for a while, but I know that this work, that spans multiple administrations when it comes to working with CDFW, working with local landowners to really continue to wrap our arms around this. It's not the first time this board has worked or contemplated around this. So just appreciate your leadership and work in trying to best keep the faith around some of the science. And we have heard some concern around July flows not being of importance on the Shasta, say, just as a specific point. Is there anything you'd be willing to talk about here? And if not here in this moment, I would like to figure out how it is that we all come together and see the same science, because we depend upon critically CDFW and your expertise here, and here I'm hearing stronger faith in the science than necessarily our ag partners. And I know it's an obvious space of disagreement, but just wondering how we might further still bridge, and I guess specifically on this issue of July flows being important. Your thoughts.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think the department still does believe and support the 50 CFS flows. However, I would say with all the discussions that have gone on today and all the discussions that are ongoing now, better than sending a letter back and forth over 2 to 3 month period. Now's the time to start talking about that science and talking about and getting their experts in the room with our experts in the room and seeing where we can find common ground and talk about the actual science. Because I think there's a lot of information out there and there's a lot of ways to interpret it, but getting us together and having start discussing is the way to do it rather than sending letters back and forth over time. So
I appreciate that. And I think, we'll continue to have further discussion, but I'm sensing a lot of momentum that's really coming off of these last couple of years. And I feel the urgency of us making sure that we not spend tons of more years trying to figure things out, but really start to see what immediate action we can do still yet here and figure out the way we can structure the way we all view the work into the time ahead so as to, not lose pace. And I think that's what I'm concerned about in some of this. So I appreciate that suggestion and that acknowledgement of getting in the room as soon as we can amongst us. I think I share the urgency. So, yes, please, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for your comments and the presentation. I really appreciate that and your commitment to working with the community largely on some of these issues and questions that we've been hearing about today. That means a lot. I'm trying to keep some binning here of both the short-term urgency that we're sensing, your suggestions for interim backstop while perhaps longer-term flows are developed, and then the longer-term flow process. And maybe these are two separate exercises that need to happen. So you covered the 2017 interim flow recommendations, which is a set of flows that are considerably higher than what was recommended or utilized under the emergency regulations. I guess just a question about that. It sounds like it was a desktop study and used some different methodologies, and I'm not a fishery biologist, so I'm not going to question any of those methodologies here today. But did the department look at the achievability of those flows in terms of, could those flows actually be achieved in these watersheds, considering all the different uses and needs that may exist, including agriculture?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I am not an in-stream flow expert either, just to be honest, and that's probably a question I should take back to my in-stream flow program in the water group. But I know that they were 3 peer-reviewed methodologies. It was not just one desktop methodology that was applied. It was the QFP for passage. It was another one that actually looked at spawning and rearing. And then Testman's adaptation actually takes the mean annual discharge and actually kind of tunes it to the monthly annual discharge, but it does use a historical record going back. So I didn't quite answer your question. I
appreciate it.
And that's something I can definitely get back to you.
I would appreciate some follow-up discussion on that,
definitely.
On that very issue, just so I can have some clarity.
She could add.
Ms. Robinson, if you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the groundwater sustainability plan that's been written for the Scott River watershed does identify a lot of actions that could be taken in the watershed to increase flows. Some of those are being pursued, some are not. Some have challenges with the droughts we've been experiencing. For instance, the groundwater recharge project, there hasn't been flows high enough for them to be able to achieve that action. But there are actions that could be taken in the watershed to achieve better flows.
Sure, certainly. And I guess, so in my mind, what I'm thinking about is here, what types of responses do we need? Should we be taking in the short term, but also what kind of work and data gaps do we need to be filling in the longer term as we're looking at longer term flow needs, whether it's your 2017 interim flow recommendations or some variant of those. I think there's questions that need to be answered on both sides.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I'm trying to tee up here is that, it warrants some additional thought as we're thinking about the next steps. And we need to keep these 2 different processes kind of distinguished a little bit. So anyway, thank you for that. And I'll look forward to some follow-up from you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Really appreciate it, Mr. Harris, again, and thank you, board member. Other board members with any questions or comments at this point? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Much appreciated. I know we'll have further discussion as we go on here. I want to call forward. I know we have 3 of our county board of supervisors from Siskiyou County here. I want to 4, 3, it looks like supervisors, sorry. And I would like to call you up before we then take just a brief 15, 20-minute break, just so people can kind of recharge a bit, and then get into the rest of the in-person commenters and then our virtual commenters. So first, I'd like to call up Supervisor Michael Kobseff, be followed by Supervisor Nancy Ogren, and then Supervisor Brandon Chris. Of course, but you can have it. Yes, by all means. Perfect. That sounds like a great order, by all means. Yeah, thank you. Of course. Oh, and just there's a button on top. It'll be a little green light once you're good.
I think we got it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for adjusting for us. My name is Brandon Chris. I'm Siskiyou County Supervisor, District 1 for Siskiyou County. These two sides really are not in contradiction to each other, as you said, Mr. Chairman. If this board remembers only one thing from my comments, this is the one thing I most hope that it remembers. In many instances, flows over the past 26 years have been below the recently expired curtailment orders in late summer and early fall, while the following years have produced high out-migrating numbers. I emphasize out-migrants because the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley should only be held responsible for what goes out. It can't be held responsible for what comes into its system, ocean conditions and those sorts of factors. For example, in 11 of the last 25 years through 2022, out-migrating juvenile Chinook exceeded 1 million salmonids in the Shasta River when the prior months of July, September through September were below recent curtailment orders. During 2006, 09, 012, and 2022, out-migrating coho salmon exceeded 45,000 juveniles in the Scott River when the months of August through October were near or below the recent curtailment orders. As noted, just adding more water does not mean more fish when we take into account all other factors such as ocean conditions. The Scott and Shasta rivers historically produce out-migrants in direct relationship to what comes in to their respective systems. They do very well in that regards. To set minimum flows that historically have not been needed for fisheries success, that at the same time cripple a regional agricultural economy, is of no benefit to anyone. Let's look at solutions that all sides can agree on, which actually benefits the salmon. To that end, there is a great potential to capture and store Scott and Shasta River excess flows during the months of January through March, when flows are most often in excess of any fishery or environmental needs. The Scott and Shasta rivers produce more than adequate flows. We just need the infrastructure to slow down the timing of releases. There's also the need for upland vegetation management to store our upper watersheds. This is also in our groundwater management plans. And more healthy stocking levels of trees, vegetation, and management of the large encroachment of juniper trees. We believe that the best future for the entire Klamath watershed lies in the collaborative, voluntary actions of all stakeholders and tribes, not in a top-down approach. With that, I thank you for your time and focus on this important region. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chris. Appreciate the comments. Thank you for the time and truly for the attention today and attendance. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Supervisor Nancy Ogren.
Good evening. Should have said good morning, but and I probably would have read this better at 9:30 this morning, so bear with me. When considering flows in Scott River, it's critical to consider how precipitation has changed from the 1970s moving forward, including changes in frequency, intensity, and total precipitation received. The Flood District's Groundwater Sustainability Plan for Scott Valley Basin clearly demonstrates that even if all agriculture were to be removed from the valley, current precipitation trends would make it impossible to reach flows most recently recommended to the State Board by the CDFW. Details on this can be found on page 74 of Appendix 4A of the Scott Valley GSP. Any consideration of minimum flow standards to the Scott River must require a thorough and transparent biological study. Minimum flows as prescribed by the recently expired emergency curtailment orders are not calibrated to Scott Valley. SGMA granted groundwater management authority in the Scott and Shasta Valley basins to the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, acting as the GSA. After years of collaborative work and technical analysis, the GSA submitted stakeholder-developed GSPs, and in April of 2023, these GSPs were approved by DWR. Implementation of these GSPs has begun through a variety of projects and actions that are outlined in the GSPs. Each GSP includes a number of sustainability goals that are only achievable through the implementation of these GSPs. For example, the GSPs have set a metric to reverse groundwater depletion through the implementation of several projects, many of which irrigators have agreed to support and/or participate in. The GSP's sustainable management criteria for interconnected surface water reflect an unprecedented, unparalleled, and significant effort to reversing stream depletion. Lastly, and most recently, the GSA submitted applications to the Department of Water Resources, and we have been tentatively awarded approximately $14 million for implementation of GSPs in Scott, Shasta, and Butte Valley. We are committed to working with all the stakeholders to move forward in a positive and meaningful direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Supervisor Ogun. I appreciate the patience and the still fine delivery of the comments. So thank you. Supervisor Kopseff.
Good evening, Michael Kopseff, Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors, currently the Vice Chair of the board. I want to thank the Chair Escobar and Vice Chair D'Amato with coming recently to a tour, a visit in Siskiyou County. I would highly recommend that we get each of you board members up there and host a tour. I know we can't do you all have you all at once, but come up by twos and maybe one. And I would also ask that you would require staff to come and get a ground truthing as well, so that what's coming forward to you, we're all on the same page. I'm in my 17th year on the Board of Supervisors, and this has been going on for at least the current time that I've been on the board with regard to water, fish, and agriculture in Siskiyou County. I would encourage you, you've heard today, a willingness, a collaboration, if you want to call that, in the last few weeks of getting together and finding out the solution. I don't personally believe that the regulatory environment is going to get you where you want to go. I think that a ground truthing of what really goes on in Siskiyou County and on these river systems that can be and are very highly productive in out migrants, working with the tribes, irrigators, and the NGOs. Let us figure it out. Give us the latitude to see what we can do together. And I think if you do nothing else today with the authority that you have, but require that, and give it a little bit of time to see what can be flushed out, I think you'll be far further ahead than any other element that you could take at this time. It's fragile. 17 years ago, a lot of constituents in Siskiyou County were in the no mode. No, no, no. That's shifted quite a bit over the last 17 years to the point now where you're seeing more flexibility. But the key to that flexibility and the key to being able to move forward is, one, you need the willingness of the landowners. Also need the regulatory environment, call it friendly, to what can be done for solutions that end conflict. Wouldn't that be a wonderful goal, that you'd have something else to deal with up here besides conflict? County looks forward to that. We're committed to working with all parties to get us where we need to go for a solution to ending the conflict within these watersheds and within Klamath region altogether. I will just leave with 16 years ago, Siskiyou County introduced a concept of what was called IDAG injection for the Shasta River. It's a process that came from Alaska and originally comes from the Native American tribes up there. Siskiyou County was a proponent for that, for supplementing fish to get fish populations back up. 17 years henceforward, I'll say finally, California Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, excuse me, has awarded the Karuk tribe a project which is similar to IDAG. It's a kind of a different form, but it's going to happen in the Shasta system. Siskiyou County is fully supportive of that. We've been supportive of that concept for all the time I've been on the board, but yet look at how long it took to get to a place to be able to actually provide a project that gives a potential solution. So I say that with time hasn't been our friend. Funding hasn't been our friend. It needs to be directed at things that will end conflict and not continue the ongoing dialogue we've had for the last 20 years or more within these. So I look forward to being able to work with your board and with your staff and all those involved to fixing these systems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Supervisor. I've appreciated your leadership in these discussions, and know that these aren't easy issues, but and to your point, I think we do have a real opportunity to put that past and actually be moving together forward. I will say that I know that our folks have been out in the watershed quite a bit these last years. They have visited, are putting the time in, and we look forward to continuing to make sure to put in that time. You look at dam removal on the system, look at the work that was done around the CEQA work, et cetera. We're here to best understand as we can the realities of the watershed and the realities of the opportunities to be working better all together, because it is sometimes not the most there is quite a bit of acrimony sometimes within the relationship, and I think we're looking to not carry that forward, and I appreciate your leadership amongst that. And again, caution folks not to see the board's actions as an either or, and friendly, yes, but also fair, I hope, when folks think of the board and its work. So thank you, Supervisor. Let's give ourselves a quick break, and let's go ahead and come back here at about 7:30, and we'll continue on. Saying that daunts me a bit as well. We do still have commenters here in person and online, and just appreciate that we'll be going a little late this evening, and just everyone's patience. I know people travel a long way, so we'll keep going in our discussion. We'll gather back here at 7:30, 5-ish.
There you go. Eric. I work in myself.
So anyways, if you need me to write anything or agree with
Good to see you.
No, I'm gonna take notes. Okay.
9:01.
Oh, funny.
Katie. It's much.
Okay, everyone. Let's go ahead and begin to gather back and continue on our discussion. I appreciate there's a lot of good conversation that happens outside of the actual board business here. And so appreciate everyone and their flexibility this evening. Hopefully everyone had a good break. Looking forward to dive back into the comments from everyone. As we get back, I'd like to go ahead and we'll start off with Elizabeth Nielsen from County Siskiyou, followed by Cody Phillips from the California Coastkeeper Alliance, Alexandra Beering from Farm Bureau, and then Laura Sweezy, and then Thomas Harder. So we'll be getting to folks here quick and appreciate everyone's patience. Ms. Nielsen.
All right, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate you guys taking comments tonight. Elizabeth Nielsen, Deputy County Administrator for Siskiyou County. And I'll actually be providing comments on behalf of our Agricultural Commissioner, James Smith. And so I apologize, I won't be looking you guys in the eyes as I make the comments. I want to be sure to read them as he wrote them. So it starts off with, my name is James E. Smith, and I am the Siskiyou County Agricultural Commissioner. As such, I am required to track agricultural production in Siskiyou County, including Scott Valley. I am providing a summary of agricultural acreage in Scott Valley for the years 2019 through 2023. These figures include both organic and conventional production acres. 2019 was 43,937 acres. 2020, 37,236 acres. 2021, 34,335 acres. 2022, 38,792 acres, and 2023, 37,988 acres. During this time, drought impacted Scott Valley, but fallowed acres were insignificant as dryland crop production was attempted where irrigation was not available. These numbers show no significant differences or increases in acreage and production over the last 5 years. There have also been significant increases in water use efficiency over this same time period, adopting low loss irrigation systems, computer controls, and soil moisture monitoring for irrigation scheduling, along with other measures designed to reduce water use. Thank you. And I'm also happy to work with Mr. Smith to provide additional data dating further back. So as requested or required. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nielsen. Appreciate that and appreciate the engagement on this. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, followed by Alexandra Beering, and then Laura Sweezy and Thomas Harder.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance. My comments are mostly skewed for the Shasta River today, two very different hydrologies and everything. I just want to make that clear right off the bat, though we are very much in strong support of the Scott petition and urge action in that regard. I do want to say that we're actually working on a similar petition for the Shasta, though we definitely don't recommend waiting until that petition is filed to act, but just to put a little heads up there. As the board is well aware, and as we've heard a lot today, the fish in the Shasta River are dying, and there really is no mystery to the cause. Decades of scientific research into these watersheds and the habitat and life cycle needs of these fish have all come to the same conclusion, that there's just not enough flows, and the flows that do exist are far too warm. And if these conditions are allowed to persist, then these fish populations will die off. And faced with the certainty and the board's legal duties under the public trust doctrine and the waste and unreasonable use provision of California's Constitution, inaction becomes unreasonable. The board has also made policy commitments in its racial equity action plan to consider the impacts of in-stream flow requirements on tribal beneficial uses and cultural resources. And any reasonable consideration would show that a complete lack of in-stream flow requirements in these watersheds can only do harm to these culturally important fisheries. We do applaud the board's emergency flow regulations, as those were an excellent and needed start. And the flow drop we saw in the Shasta right after those regulations expired really shows what happens to flows in that watershed without board intervention, and should be a point of consideration for readopting those emergency regulations while there's still a declared drought emergency in the Klamath Basin. However, the purpose of an emergency regulation should not be conflated with the purpose of a non-emergency rule. By CDFW's own admission, those emergency flow numbers were not meant to create the durable protections that those fish need to recover. They're simply meant to keep the fish already in the river alive. And the goal must be recovery, not unsustainable base levels of survival. To that end, we strongly urge the board to pursue non-emergency minimum in-stream flow regulations to recover those species for both the Shasta and the Scott. We believe that for the Scott, these regulations should occur before the next irrigation system, and they should be comprehensive, including riparian and groundwater extractions. And this rulemaking process will provide essential opportunities to all parties to engage. And as we saw earlier today, there is really urge to have serious attention to underrepresented communities by the board. In the interim, we also believe that there should be a level of flows in the river. Sorry, lost my place here. So as I mentioned, we're working on a petition for the Shasta because CDFW has not transmitted interim flow recommendations for the Shasta as it has the Scott. But there are more than sufficient studies in that river system that supply the necessary data to set interim flow standards. I'll save more of that technical information for petition, but to give the general summary here, there are accepted formulas that the board can use to identify minimum flows. You simply plug in estimates of unimpaired flow rates, known data about the Shasta River and the needs of fish. And the board has relied on this type of methodology for its statewide cannabis regulations. And they were, as we heard, the backbone of CDFW's interim recommendations for the Scott. This data can easily be supplemented by numerous decades worth of studies into the Shasta River and the flow related needs of the fish on that river, and that the quality of the flows cannot be ignored, that there's plenty of data about the importance of cold water for these fish and cold spring inflows into the Shasta, which the board could easily factor into where the flow requirements need to be met, the curtailment methodology, or some combination of all these factors. With all regulation comes inherent uncertainty, and when there is certainty that a lack of action will cause the destructions of these ecosystems, inaction is unacceptable. But we acknowledge that the future is likely to hold better data. And so we recommend using an adaptive management approach in the regulations, requiring ongoing monitoring of the effectiveness of these minimum flows, and for the board to include a reopener that periodically re-examines the minimum flow levels to ensure that the fish are in fact recovering. These river systems have quite literally been studied to death, and it's time for the water board to act. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for holding this important hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate the comments and engagement around the work here. Next, I'd like to call up Alexander Beering, followed by Lauren Sweezy, and then Thomas Harder and Theodora Johnson.
Good evening. What a day. I had a whole list of bullet points, but so many of them have been covered so eloquently by some of you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members, and some by the other speakers and panels who have been here. So I don't want to reiterate or rehash things that others have covered quite well. I'm representing California Farm Bureau today, and we wanted to be here to support the comments and the presentations from the folks on the Ag panel and others who have spoken so eloquently. Obviously, there's action that's needed to help support and restore salmon populations, not just on the Scott River or the Shasta, but throughout California. We're seeing similar things happening, and it's because of human impacts and hydrologic impacts and climate impacts. That's not unique to this area. I think what you touched on, Chair Esquivel, is related to the difference between setting a flow standard or flow requirement versus something that is more holistic and collaborative and has buy-in from stakeholders and people in the region who are on the ground doing the work and living with the consequences of any action or non-action. I think, and you mentioned a few. You mentioned the water quality control plan for the Bay Delta. You mentioned the Russian River. Those aren't the only ones. Other similar sorts of efforts to restore salmon. You've got the Lower Yuba River Accord and more recent restoration efforts. There's the San Joaquin River Restoration Settlement. I mention these only because as a representative of the State Farm Bureau, I have to look at the whole state and say, okay, what is the perspective and the approach that you've taken elsewhere? And that's what, so that's what I just wanted to mention, that like, this is something you guys have repeatedly recognized, the board and staff have recognized as a superior approach than just setting a flow standard absent any other supportive actions to help restore and support salmon populations. And our concern with the water board setting a minimum flow requirement is that it may foreclose some of those possibilities and opportunities for things that are more holistic and collaborative. And you've heard from others today that those conversations and those relationships and those efforts are building, and there's trust building, and some of that is coming from voluntary actions for restoration in these watersheds. And I think it would be a shame if there were something were to undermine that. And I think I'd also mention that, you know, a lot of those efforts, whether we're talking about the San Joaquin or Yuba or Russian River, the water quality control plan for the Bay Delta, and the voluntary agreements, those are those are all very different efforts. But I think some things that they have in common are not just the flow requirement, but commitments of the parties who are involved for habitat restoration and funding and all these other things that are really required if you're going to have the greatest chance of success. And so I think that's something that we support, and I hope that's something that you all would support as well. And I mean, those efforts are not necessarily perfect in any regard, but I think they're better than just dealing with one aspect of the issue and the solution, because there is a concern that if the water board steps in and deals with this one aspect without leaving space to address the others, that it could actually be a setback for those who have been working towards this in the watershed and the community. So we would just urge you guys to leave that space open and to know that there is recognition that action is necessary, but also to recognize that folks are moving forward with something, and those very real relationships that are burgeoning and helpful could be potentially undermined. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. The rest of the specifics I will leave up to the very capable and skilled, knowledgeable entities and folks who have already spoken today and who'll come after me. But just thanks for your time. And it's been a long day, so my brain is scrambled eggs, and I'm sure yours are as well. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
No, appreciate it, Ms. Beering. Less scrambled, very much still clear-eyed when it comes to this discussion. But do know, I just would reiterate the caution, not seeing it as an either or. Either we do great things or the board does something, we walk away. And I think that that's where hopefully what we continue to build is the discussion around how they actually inform one another, are part of a suite of activities. And I think as we've seen up and down the state, actually build off of one another and hopefully aren't seen as, that black and white either or. But I appreciate, again, the engagement, and I know the further discussion we'll continue to have here. Next, I'd like to call up Lauren Sweezy, who'll be followed by Thomas Harder. And then I have Theodora Johnson and Sari Summerstrom on the list here.
Oh, I'd like to read from my notes, although everything that was said and presented today was so fantastic and so collaborative. I really don't need to. Just going to say a little part, try not to tear, because it's so dear to my heart, what I'm saying. Here we go. Hello, and not good afternoon, but good evening. It's a good evening because today we are all here listening and learning from one another, listening and learning about the passion that comes behind from what they are saying. Even if it isn't our passion, we can listen and we can learn from them. We can listen with respect. My name is Lauren Sweezy, and I'm a Scott Valley farmer. For the last 37 years, I've been raising cattle and hay. I'm also one of the organizers of Scott Valley Agua, which is Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance. We're a communication group. That's all we're there for, is to communicate the truth to anyone that wants to know about Scott Valley farming and ranching. We're not here to blame. We're not here to shame. We're here to give good, truthful information that we get from other agencies such as California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Forest Service, the Water Board. We're here to help. We're here to communicate. So that's it. And then I'm telling you, I did a lot of homework to write this speech like 8 or 9 times. But the wonderfulness of the ag panel that was up here representing Scott Valley spoke the truth constantly, constantly, constant. And then because of the delay in this hearing, we all got together in the big room. I guess you call it the overflow room. Is that like a water pun? But we got to know each other better instead of being divided. And that's kind of one of my roles in AGWA is I do like to meet people. I like to learn from people. I like to communicate. And and we did that this afternoon, waiting for the hearing to start. So I was able to meet Troy, shake hands with him, tell him who I am, tell him my background, where I used to do a horse program in Happy Camp for children ages 4 through 18. And one of them probably was kids that he knows. And so we had that commonality, and I did it on the reservation. So I knew very well about his land, his culture. And then last Friday, I got to work with someone from the Klamath watershed, and they got to show me the ponds that they're creating. And I said, Scott Valley, because farmers and ranchers in Scott Valley, we really want to be a part of the solution. We're not in opposition to work together. We really do. So I spent time looking at all these ponds and fish, and it was fantastic. It was, the water was pristine. The fish habitat was fantastic. It was so hot outside, I wanted to jump in and swim with them. And so did Taz. But what happened is he realized so many of our stopping blocks as farmers and ranchers to move ahead, to keep doing our job in agriculture, to help assist the wildlife and our landscape of Scott Valley to make it beautiful and sustainable. We have roadblocks, and so do the fish. And I kept saying, what about fish and farming coming together to form solutions that are sustainable and they're going to last? So that became our dialogue most of the day. And at the end, it's fish and farming. That's the way. And so when you're deciding flows, which are so important, everyone in Scott Valley, we want the fish. And we want to assist in getting them there and keeping them there at the same time as we keep agriculture going. Everybody said everything so great, and they're going to continue. There's speakers behind me that are going to say things. And some of it I might not be super passionate about, but I'm going to listen and I'm going to learn. And I'm going to bring that goodness that I got to others. And that's what it's about.
Thank you, Ms. Sweezy. We're here to listen as well, and I appreciate the engagement around this work, truly. Next, I'd like to call up Thomas Harder.
Yeah, school members of the board, always a pleasure to be here. My name is Thomas Harder. I'm a professor and professor of cooperative extension at the University of California, Davis. From 2018 until 2022, I was the co-lead together with Dr. Laura Folia for the technical team that supported development of the Scott Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Dr. Claire Kuba, then a PhD student in my research group, developed numerous what-if scenarios that illustrated how various projects and management actions in the Groundwater Sustainability Plan may actually influence the functional flows of the Scott River using the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model, SWIM. Today, I'd like to share some of the key insights to highlight what we learned about the feasibility of achieving the proposed minimum in-stream flows under several bookend management scenarios. Next slide, and then right away, next slide. Next slide. Thank you. To begin, this graph shows actually measured stream flow focusing on the 1991 to 2018 period that the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrological Model is simulating. The light blue line shows the proposed 2017 CDFW minimum in-stream flow levels from January 1st on the left to December 31st on the right. The vertical dark shaded gray area shows the range of measured Fort Jones gauge flows observed in half of those years. The light gray area shows the range of measured Fort Jones gauge flows observed in all but the most extreme wet and dry years, which would fall outside of these shaded areas. The red line shows the median monthly flows observed over the 1991 to 2018 period. And this is going to be the same format in all of the subsequent graphs that I'm going to show you. The next slide.
Sorry, can I just ask,
Yeah.
because I know I want to
Yeah.
make sure I'm understanding all of these going
Yeah.
forward. So the CDFW recommended flows, those are the 2017 ones, right? And so we don't have on here the minimum emergency regulation
Minimum
flows.
emergency flows are not on here. No.
And the USFS water rights one, how does that compare with the emergency drought regulation flows?
That's a good question.
That's what, okay, that's what I was guessing. So just in a not precise, but in a basic way, as I'm looking at this, is it fair to be looking at that line as similar magnitude for the drought emergency flows? Okay, thanks.
Good question.
Board Member Firestone, I do want to let you know that we have extra slides and we have superimposed the drought emergency flows on these slides in case you would like to see that at some point.
Great. So this graph shows the same information as the previous one, but this is actually based on what the SWIM model has simulated for stream flow at the Fort Jones gauge. It's not a precise capture of what was measured, but as models go, it captures all the key stream flow characteristics. It reflects many details of land management over this period, and it captures the critical functional flow dynamics. Now, using this graph shown here as a reference, we now asked, how do stream flows improve under some of the more drastic future curtailment scenarios one could think of? So let's go to the next slide. This shows the improved flows that occur if 100% of groundwater and surface water was curtailed, implemented each year from July 15th through the end of the irrigation season, regardless of flow conditions in the Scott River. As you can see, there are significant improvements in stream flow conditions following the beginning of the curtailment period, especially in the summer. Yet in drier years, September through November flows regularly remain below the proposed minimum in-stream flows. In the next slide, we do the same thing, but we do it a little bit later, starting August 15th, complete curtailment of all irrigation. In this case, we see a similar effect, delayed by about 1 month, but now more years in the September through November period, not meeting the recommended in-stream flows in the 2017 CDFW in-stream flow recommendation. Next, we ask a different question. We ask what we would see under 1991 to 2018 climate conditions in an unimpaired scenario. Here we define an unimpaired scenario as one with only natural vegetation throughout the Scott Valley and no irrigation. Naturally, that includes groundwater-dependent ecosystems, or GDEs, such as bunch grasses, clovers, and riparian vegetation. How much groundwater these GDEs would be using themselves is subject to some significant uncertainty. We try to capture this with a couple bookends, of which I'm going to show here. One, checking on some of the, or using some of the assumptions that are not unlike what has been used in GSPs in their planning efforts for GDE protection. So let's go to, yes, this slide. As you can see, we get significantly higher flows relative to our base case under this unimpaired scenario, which is modeled as a relatively sparser density of GDEs. Even in this scenario, flows in the Scott River will be less than proposed in-stream flows during about 3/4 of years in the September through November period. We're currently working with your staff in improving the SWIM model, and I appreciate the funding that we have received throughout the last 15 years from the State Water Board and parts through the North Coast Regional Water Board. We're coupling it to a new rainfall runoff model for the upper watershed and a new water allocation model. And we're adding more details with which we model actual and potential curtailments. While these model improvements are forthcoming, a key message from our modeling analysis for the GSP is that these low and disconnected flow conditions that are so problematic for salmonid fish, and that we see in the Scott River during late summer and fall of dry years, would likely occur even under some of the most drastically different landscape management conditions conceivable. And then I wanted to, on a related note, relay a message from the GSA manager that the data, there was a lot of talk about data availability, the water level data that are being collected or have been collected under community monitoring program are being made available to the State Water Board and to the public through public record requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harder. Next, I think we have.
Maybe, do you want to, is this, since it's just fresh in our mind, do you mind just pulling up those slides
Yeah,
just
we can
so?
pull up the slides. And,
Okay, so
match up
if you
with-
could pull up the PowerPoint presentation and go to slide 39. And while that's occurring, I did want to sort of make a nuanced point about some of the conversation we've had with respect to the 2017 flow criteria. Those are not flow recommendations from CDFW, they are flow criteria. And in the deliverable that CDFW has provided us with those flows in May of 2021, they were very specifically noted to be a starting point for a flow setting process. So they are not the same as the drought emergency flow, recommendations that we got that were requirements. They are flow criteria to inform a flow setting process.
Helpful, thank you. And I think we're going to pull up the slides here.
And I think, well, yeah, I'll let you. And it looked like there was, well, I'll let you go. Maybe, do you want to just touch through them?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it large enough that I can see what you can see. So the difference here is that there is a new line, the blue line that says CDFW recommended flows. Oh, bright red, sorry. Oh, the blue line is the same. It's not CDFW recommended flows. It's the 2017 flow criteria, which I just talked about. They're not recommendations, they are flow criteria. So the red line represents, the bright red line represents the drought emergency flows. So again, this is the historical situation. So going to slide 40. The base case of simulated flows. So you can see here, oh, sorry. So this is modeled flows, not just historical, but the actual modeled flows. If I get this wrong, Dr. Harder or Shahab, you should come up and correct me. Okay. Here, moving into slide 41, you can now see irrigation being curtailed. And my understanding is that this represents both surface water and groundwater being curtailed in the watershed.
In every year. In every year, right?
Yes.
To achieve this flow outcome.
This modeled graph here is showing 100% curtailment in this period of time over the record that we have for the month. Yes.
Starting July 15th.
Yes. So starting July 15th. So it's not 100% curtailment throughout the summer. It's starting. Thank you, everyone. July 15th, moving forward, curtailment.
But every July, starting every year in July 15th, based
year.
on this modeled record.
Yes.
That's what resulted in this flow graph, right? Yeah.
And this is the current model. This isn't with the improvements that Dr. Harder is working on right now under our contract. Slide 42, August 15th. So this is 100% curtailment starting August 15th instead of July 15th. And then slide 43 gets into the two scenarios of evaporation if we went to natural vegetation with no irrigation.
So I just want to understand so my layperson at 8 o'clock at night after a long day of reading these is that we would be able to achieve the drought emergency minimum flow with curtailments even, let's see, now I'm getting myself confused, but even if curtailments didn't start till August 15th, but certainly with the July ones, it seems like we are well over that, but this is not.
Can we go back one slide? So this is the irrigation curtailed starting August 15th. And again, Dr. Harder, please jump in if I'm off base here, but I think the important nuance is that dark gray shaded line, which is half of the time you would actually be below that. And so half the time you would not be able to reach those flows, even by curtailing 100% at August 15th. And you see the lighter shaded gray line goes even further still.
Let me make sure it's really clear. The dark gray area is where half of all flows are going to be in that dark gray area. That's from the 25th to the 75th percentile, basically of flows, with the red line being the median. And then there's a light shaded area, which is barely visible on that screen at least. And that covers from basically the 95th percent highest flow to the 5% highest flow, the outside of the 5% lowest flows in the 5% highest flows. Everything is in that light shaded gray area. In the red line would be basically the median of all the flows measured in each of those months over that 30-year period from 1991 to 2018, roughly 30 years.
I think, well, and what I'm trying to understand, and I think this will be, obviously, we're going to need to discuss this a lot more, so I'm not going to try to understand everything right now in this conversation, but is that when we look at what we were able to achieve under our emergency regs, we weren't getting them to even our emergency flows in at least some period of late August, early September. And so I just would like to understand, do we understand why that is? Or is that something that we have a plan underway for being able to understand why that is, so that we can make sure that whatever framework we require, that we're able to achieve that?
I think we'll return to that question when we get into the discussion, if we can kind of punt a little bit for now.
Vice Chair, please.
The question that I have is related to the ongoing work with respect to Dr. Harder's model. And so feel free to come up here, but just want to hear next steps. I know that you all have been working with a consultant on this. And so what should we hope to glean in what period of time?
So I'll start and you can tack on. So we have preliminary results from the modeling. However, there is additional calibration that needs to be done. And so that's what's being worked on with UC Davis. And the contract is directly with Dr. Harder and his team. So they are the folks that we're contracted with for that. I think staff are expecting to have something by the end of the year. But again, I think the devil's in the details. Sometimes things take longer when you're calibrating a model than you expect them to. And so Dr. Harder's working very hard, but he has some limitations with his staffing and other things that play into the timeline as well. And so I hope by the end of the year that we'll be able to share something at least that will feel good putting out, but it may be a little bit longer.
I can just add to this. So the improvements relative to the model that we have used for the groundwater sustainability plan, the key pieces lie in how we model the upper watershed. We're developing an upper watershed model. Larry Walker and Associates is doing that with a USGS software. Currently in this 2018 version of the model that was used for the GSP, used a relationship to estimate where we didn't have measurements, how much water actually comes into the valley from the tributaries. In the next level, we will actually have a watershed model for the upper watershed that will try to predict that more accurately. That's one improvement. One is to look at water allocation and actually map out. Water rights have been mapped out and water allocations are being modeled more explicitly than we have done in the version of the model, which is driven primarily by irrigation demands, without actually cross-checking with any water rights, just knowing where surface water irrigation occurs and where groundwater irrigation occurs. So that just adds an additional option in allocating water. And then we're refining the model in terms of the time steps. In this version of the model, we basically use what we call monthly stress periods, where we take average inflows over the month, and we don't change those inflows within the month. And we're switching that to where the surface water modeling part of the model actually operates on daily inputs and daily changes in the flow, which becomes particularly important when we're getting to understanding how the fall reconnection part of functional flows actually occurs. So those are the kind of aspects that we're working on.
Okay, and then without getting into a discussion right now about the impacts, will this model be able to answer some questions regarding the density of the forests, things that have changed through time in the watershed? And also this issue regarding changes in agricultural practices, in that historically there was a lot of flood irrigating going on that, perhaps arguably slowed down the flow and then it would find its way back in. Would this revised model be able to tease out the impacts of those two issues and perhaps others?
Yeah, I can't speak as much to the upland vegetation changes. We haven't discussed those options, but that is something that could be addressed with the watershed model. On the valley floor, the improvements that we're making on the model will allow us to in more detail, sort of look at different management practices and management scenarios than we have already done as part of the GSP. These are only a few of several scenarios that Claire had prepared and modeled and executed. And the new model, especially with the additional inputs that we will have, will be able to in more detail, spatially and temporally, look at these practices and how they impact stream flows. And there's related efforts happening to actually look at more local scale models as part of some of the restoration efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Harder. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member.
Actually, one more question, Dr. Harder. Thank you for your back and forth. So there's been a lot of conversation. This is really helpful information. Thank you for the update. I look forward to the updated model. There's been a lot of conversation about data needs and data gaps. So just from your experience and working on this model and through the calibration effort, are you finding, and again, thank you for the message about the GSA and that data being provided. Are you experiencing that deficit of information in terms of data gaps or were you able to, have a high level of confidence in the work that you're doing?
Yeah, it's a good question. And as always with models, more data is needed, right? I would say that we have, as groundwater basins go, this basin has a fairly good database on water levels, thanks to the community monitoring efforts that have been going on since 2006. The biggest gap is probably on the tributaries and not having a lot of continuous data on the tributaries. There's a few that have long-term gauges. And on some of those where we don't have long-term gauges, at least there have been efforts sporadically to do some work that has allowed us to develop the statistical model to sort of guesstimate these tributary inflows as best possible, given the data we had. And that's where probably some of the key information in the future, some of the key monitoring could happen, and some of this has been outlined in the groundwater sustainability.
Thank you for that.
Thank you again, Dr. Harder, and thank you, board members. Next on my list, I have Ms. Johnson, Ms. Summerstrom. But if you don't mind, I would like to try to get through some other commenters. But
do you want me to wait?
if you
It's
want
gonna
to
be
wait or
fast.
just summarize quick, yeah, by all means. Thank you, Ms.
I just wanted to
Ms.
present
Johnson.
a letter. It's a different letter. This is a letter signed by just residents of Scott Valley. Unfortunately, we don't have a local paper anymore. So I have been trying to let people know about what's going on. And this letter was only signed by 500 people because well, anyway, but we're a small community, so 500 was a lot. Small business owners, Shasta, Karuk, Yurok, tribal members, teachers, principals, law enforcement, fire chief. I just wanted their voice to be heard here tonight. I submitted the letter at the last minute, yesterday, I think. You've heard the points that AGWA has been making about, and what Dr. Harder just said about how the achievability of the petition levels is low. So that was something that was part of this letter. And I just wanted to let you know that the community that so far, whoever signed this letter, is supportive of keeping agriculture around in Scott Valley. And I wanted to also note that the petition hasn't been aired locally. Most people had no idea what I was talking about when I showed them my letter. Almost nobody knows what's going on. So I feel it's important to bring the community along as we take these steps in a process of coming up with a water management strategy. And so just want to let you know this letter is here and I've submitted it to comment letters. So yeah, thanks.
Really appreciate that, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for organizing that voice. Dr. Summers.
Good evening. Yeah, I have a PowerPoint that I guess they're scrolling up. My name is Dr. Sari Sommerstrom. I'm a retired watershed consultant. I've been working in the Scott Valley since 1988. I was the founder and executive director for the Scott River Water Trust from 2007 to 2014. So I have a history there I'd like to share. And I've been working on trying to find that magical balance between the fish and farms here for 3 decades. And that's why I feel like it's important to insert a reality check on what's going on here. Next. My name actually gets translated to summer stream in Swedish. So I think I got fated, to do this business. Next, please. Chinook's salmon spawner. I know this is one of the big issues here. It has been an issue since the early 90s when I started working in the watershed, and we had 3 years where the fish did not get into the valley. So we've been there, done that before. This is a happy spawner at River Mile 43, which is where we would like to see them a lot because this is where the good spawning gravels are. Next. This is a map from 1962, late October for Fish and Game. Oh, back. 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 Going the wrong direction. There. Oh, there you go. Thank you. This is from where they saw the Chinook spawning in this time period in 1962, which sometimes we look back nostalgically, if only we could have that many fish again. And these highlighted areas are pretty much the same areas that they spawn in now. There's areas they avoid because it's a sand bed stream, not a gravel bed stream, and because the gradient is very low. And so there are other areas that are perfect gravels. So this is just what I wanted to show you, that Chinook like the main stem, and it's been like that for a long time. In good water years and high fish numbers, they might go into the tribs, but that is not very common. Next. This is I know one of the big issues is how much does the fall Chinook get into the Scott Valley versus the canyon. This is based on data from River Mile 18, now that we have a video we're there from Fish and Game. And the highlighted numbers are those October mean flows, which is when the Chinook come in, not September. It's a month later than Shasta and has been historically, which were below the 40 CFS target flow. On the right, you see the percent of Chinook that got into the valley despite being below that. So in good water years, it's 60 to 80% get into the valley. They have no flow impediments. They don't want to all go in the valley. There is a distribution throughout the stream system. And then we have those really bad years like 2015 and 2018 and 2020, where majority are in the canyon. Onward, next. We've seen some slides of the Chinook population on the Scott, but I think what's most informative is how does the Scott run, which is in red here, compared to the Klamath run, which is in the blue. It mimics the Klamath run for the most part. There are some years that are exceptionally different, but the only thing that has changed is a couple years here in recent years. Otherwise, it's quite similar. So if you're saying that the in-stream flows are what's changing it, this graph and really what the CDFW's annual salmon reports say is that it's not local conditions that are affecting that. If it's mimicking the rest of the Klamath, it's external factors to the Scott that's affecting this pattern. Next. The Scott represents 9% of the Klamath Chinook total for this average since 1978. It varies from 2 to 20%, but on average, it's 9%. Next. And then how does the Salmon River compare to the Scott River? The Salmon River has no flow diversions. The fall Chinook is almost always higher than the Salmon River, which again has no diversions. So if you're saying it's diversions and flow, that's what's blocking the salmon from getting into the Scott versus the Salmon River, which is the same size watershed, about 800 square miles to the west, but doesn't quite hold up. Next. And then, there's been stories since, this is 1939, perpetuation or extinction, with an article in the California Natural Resources newsletter, really concerned about the Klamath salmon and steelhead runs in 1939. And there were a lot of issues then too. Onward. 1967, this is a map the Fish and Game prepared for a DWR report of what comes into the Klamath. And this is when it was a guesstimate, but this was probably orders of magnitude proportional. 175,000 was the average run in the Klamath at that time. The Scott was 10,000. So the graph on the table on the right shows that now the average is 58,000, 59,000 average for that same time, the time period 78 to 21, where we have good data. And but their guesstimate in 67 is that we would be roughly 6% of the total. Now we're 9% of the total. So if you want to look at proportionality of how the Scott has changed over time and what their estimates, what contribution the Scott contributed historically, since this is the oldest data that we have, again, the Scott was lower than the Salmon River's contribution and lower than the Shasta River's at that time. Next. So coho salmon. I started measuring juvenile coho in the 90s in French Creek when we were only looking for steelhead, and all of a sudden these cohos started coming up in our electrofishing for doing some population monitoring there. And then we started looking for adults, and they weren't counted, but all of a sudden they popped up. December 2001, huge coho got up all the way to the East Fork. So this is 58 miles plus from the mouth of the Scott. Next. This map on the left is where the coho spawned. 2010 was a very good water year. And it was a good coho year. The red dots are showing where the reds are, their nests, and you can see they're in the tributaries. There's a few that are in the main stem above French Creek, but they like the tributaries. They're not main stem spawners. And that's why, because the tributaries are cold water habitat with wood and cover, like that photo there. The juveniles love that. And that's where they historically and evolutionarily reside. Next. And so I'm breaking out the 3 brood years here, the 2008 brood year, which was very low. And you can see there is definitely a significant trend up and through 2020. If you have to break it out, that long, complicated graph by brood year, because they come back as 3-year-old adults. The 2009 trend is positive. The problem brood year next was the 07 one, which was our biggest run by far. And it did crash after 2013, which was an extreme drought year. And not just the main stem, but it was cold. And I was definitely involved with the Water Trust at that time. This is the river, this is the Fish and Game Weir at River Mile 18, where they measure the adults. And you can see the conditions were harsh. And the adults got up to the main stem, but the tributaries were frozen. There was not the flow. The main stem flow was fine. Next. And so this is where they ended up in 2013, not where they belonged. They were depositing their eggs and building the redds on top of the Chinook spawning areas that had just happened. So that Chinook run was pretty much devastated by the Coho run because, but the flows, as you see on the left, they got up with those flows. Irrigation season was ended. The river was fully connected. The tributaries, except for French Creek, as you can see, they finally did get up French Creek. They could not get to their natal habitat. But it wasn't the main stem that blocked the flows. It was the tributaries due to cold weather, and it just went from warm to cold immediately. Next. And so we did do something as a rescue attempt. The Water Trust had been going for several years. Our effort is to try and do a win-win for fish and ag. We purchase water, short-term forbearance agreements, or long-term 1707s. But in a crisis like this, we could jump in. Next. And so on the left there, you'll see the arrow where we did 2014, these fish were stuck in the wrong place. Their juveniles were in the wrong place. It's not, we knew in 2014 it was going to dry up. There was nothing we could do about that, but we were going to try and target where the rearing habitat was. So the left shows you the context of French Creek, which is about River Mile 47, where it comes into the river. And then right is the detailed of each of those points of diversion is a legal water right that's water mastered that we approached them to make sure that we could lease that water and keep it in stream as long as possible. Next. And this is a little bit of the main stem, a before and after leasing that water. It doesn't look like much, it's 1.7 CFS, but that's habitat. Go on. Next. And then we had this kind of amazing thing, the 2020 crisis of the Coho not getting up until late December, but they did get up. And I showed you that run was 1700. It was a really good run, but it got up late. And then they had to rear over the summer of 21, which was, as you know, a bad drought. That's when your emergency flows went in. And those fish had to survive that summer in those tributaries. And they did get into all the tributaries in 2020. That there was no emergency flow regs affecting the main stem or the tribs in that summer of 2021. Those regs didn't kick in until September. And so when you look then, what was the survival of that 2020 run? That's that high red line there. It was a second highest outmigrant run. And that's one of the brood deers that used to be our weak brood deer. And now it's our strongest brood deer. So, so I would say that we know how to protect those fish in a crisis. Next. So our Coho population estimates from the 1965 Fish and Game estimate was in the range of 800 to 2,000. Since we've collected data at the video weir, it's 63 to 2,700. Our average is 734. It's in the ballpark, just about, of the guesstimate that they made back before. Next. So now we go to the flow criteria critique. And my main concern about this is that it is a criteria, it is not a requirement. And if it's just a good starting point for conversation, that's fine, but not as a mandate. It's because it is not based on the reality of fish and flow response. Like you can see, we have good fish data, adults and juveniles. Next. And this is comparing now what by month on the left column. The second column is what the mean monthly flow has been for 80 years. The middle column is the proposed petition flow, and the right column is what your minimum flow was for the emergency flows. And what is proposed now is more than double in August of what the emergency flow was. It's more than the median. The September flow is almost double what past emergency flow, higher than the median. And so these flow next. So these three hypothetical models that were used by CDFW, and they call it a desktop model. I've analyzed these three models. I'm not going to go into the gory details. They come from different sources. The Hatfield-Bruce model definitely said it was intended only for planning and research purposes. The Q-Fish passage model was used for your North Coast in-stream flow policy, at least had some California data put into it. Again, not the Scott or the Klamath. And when you compared those three models, it provided the lowest flow results, but was not selected as the interim flow. They picked the highest flow of those three models. C, the Tessman Tennant, came from the Northern Great Plains, and it just uses mean annual flow for low flow months. Again, no local fish data that we actually know. Next. And so I'm advocating we really sit down collaboratively and look at real world flow and fish data for spawning access, spawning success. Next. We can look at a graph like 2013 where we had good Chinook spawner access, 73% got into the valley, and the coho got into the valley, but no tributary access. And so we have this kind of flow data, we have this kind of fish data, we know what has happened. Next. And again, we have juvenile out migrant passage data, which we can look at over time and what it takes to get the juveniles out of the coho, Chinook, and steelhead. Next. And so my conclusions are we need real world Scott River data. Most of it's from CDFW. This is not dueling science, it's how we interpret that data. And the flow is needed to be assessed instead of adopting a hypothetical flow, which did not use local fish data, which we have lots of good data. That in-stream flow incremental methodology is, quote, not intended for prescribing in-stream flow standards, says the In-Stream Flow Council, yet it's being promoted here as a regulatory tool. And then by proposing maximum unreasonable winter flow criteria, it's blocking our aquifer recharge projects, which is part of the GSP. And we thought it was a no-brainer. Everybody supports recharge, but we can't meet artificially high winter flows. Next. So my final recommendation is that we hold at the minimum a state water board workshop, singular or plural, to discuss the details and relevance of the fish and game flow criteria, which there was never a draft released. We never got to comment on it publicly. As far as I know, there was no peer review on it, and then it's been thrown at us. But yet we have real world Scott River fish and flow data, and that this workshop, this hearing process is not the best structure for discussing this. There might be other mechanisms to do this, but there's some of us water and fish nerds that really would like to get into the data and not just throw numbers up there and see what numbers stick to the wall. We really have better understanding than this. And so again, I'm advocating for fish and flows, but on real world data and not artificial. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summerstrom. Next, I'd like to call up Brandon Fawaz, who'll be followed by Jeff Eisenberg, then Michael Belchick, and then Joan Webster.
Hi there, and thank you for your time today. I won't be able to speak nearly as articulate or hold a candle to what we just heard. Maybe I'll be about 1/8 as smart, but I'll go ahead and try to address you as well. I'd like to start off by saying, a term that comes to my mind is solution, right? That could be the act of solving a problem. And today the Water Board has been formally presented with the problem. We all know it won't be solved today. I'm here today asking to be part of the solution and not a casualty of the process. So a little about who am I? So I'm a father, a husband, an employer where 11 families depend on me for a roof over their head, a school board trustee, city council member, and a first-generation farmer. I've been involved in resource issues for over 20 years. I think, Chairman, I met you maybe 15-ish or so back in DC, and Vice Chair down here maybe about 10 years ago. But yet somewhere there's been a breakdown in communication. I haven't seen you for a long time. I've just got to re-know you. Joe Croteau lives about 3/4 of a mile from my farm, and until 2021, when we participated in a water shutoff, I'd never met him. I've just recently met Craig Tucker, Mike Belichick, and Troy Hockaday. These are people involved in resource issues in my community, and I'm in resource issues in my community, and I haven't known them. So that's problematic. But I think that today is changing. tribes, communities, and farmers, we all need water for fish. And trust us, no one wants that more than any of us that took 2 days out of our lives to come down here today to speak and meet with you. You know, it's been said that we need water for fish, but I'd like to take a step back and say we also need habitat. I think even me as a non-biologist knows that water flow without habitat won't make us fish. So I hope we can pause there and work on some things together. You know, I always believe if you're not growing and evolving, you're dying. Well, that's not been my MO at all. I've done countless irrigation upgrades at my own expense. I have pumps turned off right now. I will continue to have probably 90% of my pumps off within the next handful of days. I can't remember the last time I did a fourth cutting of alfalfa. I think 6 or 7 years ago, somewhere in that ballpark. I've made so many efficiency upgrades in the last about 5 years. I have 3 wells and pumps that I'm only using now when there's a breakdown of another or some type of emergency. I've cut that much water out of what I use. But yet there's absolutely no way I can conserve and efficiency my way out of what a Gold Dredge did, what an Army Corps of Engineers did to design our river to drain, and all the other aspects that were done with science or machinery that I cannot help be part of solving. There's been another farmer here that had to leave. He's still practicing, like myself mostly and many others, the water reduction measures we took with our LCSs last year are still being done today. In guns are off, more grain is planted. Scott Valley is not as green today as it once was. You know, I think I do as much as possible to be on the cutting edge. I follow and learned extensively from Steve Orloff on crop management and integrated pest management, but I'm out of the point where I can conserve and efficient my way out of it. And I mean, no disrespect to projects that have been done all along the way, but we do need meaningful watershed-wide projects to happen now, because small scale projects won't accomplish the goals that we need. And I think myself and the tribes share the same frustration that to do projects, there's permitting and agencies and red tape. And I have scissors, but it doesn't seem to work on the tape that gets sometimes thrown at us. So there's been a long time that we've not all been on the same page. I don't know how long that time will last, but right now we are quite a bit on the same page. And I think that we can use that moving forward. I'll admit when I was wrong about 20 years ago, some people came to our Farm Bureau meeting and asked about well level monitoring. I said no on my property. I was scared of the data. Not scared today. I wish I would have participated. I've monitored some of my own wells. In general, I'm maintaining. I can't speak for everyone, but that's public data that you guys all have available to you. And so I ask you guys today, and I know it's been said, I've heard a lot of cooperation coming from up there in the form and tone of your questions. So let's make us all today part of the solution, and none of us a new problem or a casualty with unintended consequences and opportunity costs that we don't foresee. So give us the space to work in our communities and let us work together, but hold us accountable. Farmers like to procrastinate. You know, if there's a conference and there's a hotel deadline, we'll wait till the very last day, but we'll get there. But sometimes we need a little pressure. We'll admit that. And so I'd like to thank you today. You guys are all welcome. I know 1 or 2 of you have been up. Anytime you guys want to come up, just give me some notice. I'll be happy to help show you around, show you what I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fawaz. Appreciate your comments and engagement around this and patience here. I know it's been a long day, but your comments mean a lot. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jeff Eisenberg. We followed by Michael Belchek, Joan Webster, then Conrad Fisher, Paul Wilson, and Craig Tucker. And that should round out who we have here in the room. And if not, make sure I know.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Escobar and members of the board. And I'll be brief. I have just 3 quick points that relate to things that I've heard. So the first thing I'd like to say, you've heard so much about all the collaboration, and it's good. When we're working with a lot of groups, and you've heard all that, but here's what I want to say. When we work with them, we tell them, tell us where the best projects are. Our principal concern in working with others is to do what's most effective, right? The thing that I'd like to bring to your attention that goes to effectiveness, and Brandon alluded to it, it's hard to get projects out. It's really hard to get projects out. Red tape, sure. All kinds of things. Money, sure. A big issue is capacity. And really, I would invite I would invite the board to think through with us and work with our partners in the federal and state levels, funding partners, about ways that capacity can be funded. I talked to Mr. Laffer here momentarily about this just a little while ago. He said it's a problem throughout the state. It's particularly a big problem in Siskiyou County, but if we're concerned about the urgency, we ought to give some attention, some focus to that too. Okay. Number two, so we are very concerned with, we're concerned with everything you've heard today, but we're very concerned with putting together the long-term science work. We don't want to duplicate anything that's been done. We're gonna have to sort that out. And, but I just want you to know that we're actively seeking to convene a group of what would you say, diverse interests within the community who are going to come together and seek funding for the long-term science that we all agree together is needed. And that's going to happen soon. I've talked to people about it. It's going to happen. And I just, the Farm Bureau wants to take action that's going to be effective and that's going to be responsive. And I just want you to know that we hear all that. We hear that general concern, and we're really out there trying to meet the need. The last point that I want to bring up is with really the greatest humility possible. I'm embarrassed to say it, but yet I feel compelled to do so. So with respect to Dr. Harder's work, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. You guys are relying on it a lot. And I think he's providing a lot of great information that's going to help inform decisions. We spoke to him the other day, and he's right behind me here, so he'll get a chance to correct me, as he should, if I get this wrong. But the question we had is, will your model allow for describing outcomes with various management prescriptions? And he said yes. And so that's good. The question that really gets me is a big problem, and I don't know how big a problem compared to other factors, is the channelization of Scott River, the incision of the Scott River. And so, and Dr. Harder's work itself shows that even if you completely cut off agriculture irrigation, you are not going to meet the target flows a significant portion of the time. So I asked him, is one of your management prescriptions doing restoration work with the channel? And which to me, so a lot of people here claim that they're lay people, and I'm sure they are. I'm a double lay person, a triple lay person. So I really don't know, and I don't mean to make a claim, but just it seemed an obvious point that with so many people pointing to the morphology of that stream bed as contributing to the problem with the water, that to us is information that's critical. What do we need to do to make the Scott River work? I consign that to your careful attention. Thank you for your tremendous patience. You're an impressive board. You've been here a heck of a long time, and we appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you've approached these difficult questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. Appreciate you hanging on and your comments as well. And I know we will look forward to what is a lot more discussion and work here before us. So thank you. Next, I'll call up Michael Belcheck, followed by Joan Webster, Conrad Fisher, Paul Wilson, Craig Tucker, and Ann Willis.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. The Yurok Tribal Council has authorized me to present these comments on their behalf. And I apologize that Vice Chairman Frankie Myers couldn't be here. He had a last-minute scheduling conflict. It's been a long day here, so let's try to get it right here. So first of all, the tribe that I'm speaking for here, and I'm not a tribal member, is 6,800 members and fishes for salmon and always has on the Klamath River. This year, the tribe has canceled its entire fishing season. No subsistence, no fishing for elders, no fish for the salmon ceremony, and certainly no commercial fishery. And that's just the fall Chinook. Spring run is also way down. It's hard to emphasize, it's hard to convey exactly what that means to the tribe. I probably can't fully understand it, but from what I know, it means that things can't be passed on. Culture, ways of life, teaching kids, and also just the fish themselves and the importance that they play. The Scott and Shasta rivers are key and principal rivers for these fish. It's not just a numbers game. It's not that there's 9% or something. We're talking about genetic and geographic diversity that are important for the Yurok tribe now and into the future. And they've always been important. And there's always been an integration. The tribe has pursued restoration opportunities throughout the Klamath with an eye towards landscape scale, towards ecological based thinking, integration of traditional environmental knowledge, Western science, and everything that it can bring to bear. For example, the dam removal effort was brought forth as part of that vision. And more recently, we've been actively seeking partnerships with people from the Scott River, from the Shasta River, from the Upper Klamath Basin. We've been talking with people from Ducks Unlimited about refuges. We are looking for, and we're also doing large scale restoration projects on the Trinity that are equal in scale to all the projects put together in the last 15 years. And we're looking to do more. We're expanding, and this is all part of the tribe's vision to bring together restoration, landscape, and water. So we have actively sought out, and we do have new partnerships with Farmers Ditch that are incredibly valuable. We're looking for more with people from the Upper Klamath Basin, because we know that you can't restore these fish by pouring water onto places that don't have habitat. Jeff and others are right. The Scott River has inherent problems with geomorphology, upslope water management. There's fire issues going on right now, but no restoration project can be successful without the water to make it successful. Our direction as staff for the Yurok tribe, and we have a very large fisheries program with almost 100 employees and an equally large restoration program and a construction corporation that the tribe owns to put these things together, is to double or triple the pace of restoration. That has been the direction from council, and that is why we are actively seeking partnerships and looking to do that. We're witnessing right now an extinction event happening right in front of us on the Scott River. I wish I could share Sari Summerstrom's optimism on there, but in fact, this year we didn't have enough juvenile Chinook out migrants to even measure how many there were there. A lot of this is caused by passage problems, and there's other problems too, and Sari's right. It does track the up and down on the Chinook, but I didn't come today prepared with a detailed rebuttal of Sari because I never have seen any of that until today. And I'm looking forward to this collaborative process that we're talking about. Specifically, what we'd like to see the State Water Board do is adopt interim in-stream flow standards, because these restoration projects need water in order to work. I think we're well aware of the achievability when there's climate conditions, and so we need to take that into account. The State Water Board can also help in other ways. I think the tribe believes that we need to establish water master service that's accountable and independent throughout both watersheds. We need to know exactly what's going on, and we believe that there's been instances in the past, in the recent past, where junior rights holders have diverted even as the U.S. Forest Service right goes unmet, for example. I really am appreciative of what I hear from the landowners today, almost to a person, about the data being collected, more data, and it being publicly available. This is not always the case in the past, and I think it's a fantastic change. We would like to see when there are 1707 dedications, people are trying to dedicate water in stream. I think it should just be a rubber stamp automatic yes. What I've heard consistently from landowners up there is that there's been a lot of red tape and that those things have been caught up and there's been objections to them and that water is not happening. We'd like to see that cleared out of the way. I also would like to see that landowners that are doing good things and have been doing good things are incentivized to keep doing these good things And instead, right now, it looks like people that were doing absolutely nothing to help and people that were already volunteering to do help are treated exactly the same, and that's not fair. Those people should be credited with that. And the final thing that I want to talk about is that the tribe lives all the way down at the mouth of the river. It's 150 miles to the mouth of the Scott River, and it's 190 miles to Iron Gate Dam. But it's all local community, all of it, all the way down to the Redwood Forest. And so when I hear people talk about, we've talked with our local communities and everything, I would just like to encourage them to think like, yeah, that's right. The local community goes all the way to Requa, because it really does. Everything that happens up there matters. And the final thing that the Yurok Tribal Council asked me to convey to you was to invite you up to the Yurok Reservation for a visit and a formal request for a government-to-government meeting to talk about this, because as the Yurok tribe continues to pursue its senior water rights, these things will become more important, and it's really important to stay on the same page with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Belchick. Really appreciate, I know your engagement in the watershed, your long leadership with the tribe and representing them here before us today. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Joan Webster, who will be followed by Conrad Fisher, Paul Wilson, Craig Tucker, and then Ann Willis. And I think Ms. Webster isn't in person, but is here virtually with us. So, and I just want to acknowledge, I know there have been folks that have had to drop off at this point in our discussion, and apologize to them amongst folks, and just appreciate everyone hanging on here with us in this late hour. Ms. Webster.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone for staying so late. And I'm sorry I had to leave. Just a few things. I was raised in Quartz Valley and have a place there on the original reservation before it was restored. My family was, my great-great-grandmother was born about a mile from the house that I was raised in. So from that standpoint, I understand and appreciate the importance of the fisheries and fishing. It's been an integral part of my life as I grew up. But at the same time, I'm an irrigator in Quartz Valley, which is our water comes off of the Shackleford Creek, and I'm afraid with these flows that we've discussed as possibilities, that I won't be able to irrigate enough to even pay my taxes. It's a touch and go thing as it is. So I just encourage everyone. I think that we're all on the same track, but it's important. I understand and appreciate the need to maintain fish, but at the same time, our irrigation ditch redoes the groundwater in Quartz Valley, and I think that's a great thing. I think that our irrigation ditch supplies drinking water for deer and all sorts of wildlife besides fish that are they have to far to get water if it wasn't for people irrigating. So those are just things that I think about when we're focusing on fish. So thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. Appreciate your time, and thanks for your flexibility and still providing your comment here. Thank you. Next, Conrad Fisher.
Thank you to the board. I'm Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust, and thank you for your endurance tonight. Water Climate Trust advocates for in-stream flow requirements that satisfy climate resilience and river-dependent communities and prevent extinction. I also happen to be from my home is on the lower Klamath River, so I am directly impacted by what happens on the Scott and Shasta. So when we talk about Scott community represented, Shasta community represented, we should preface that with irrigator community. So when less water flows out of the Scott and Shasta, it impacts people in Southwest Siskiyou County. When fish swim by my house and get stranded, as you can see in this photo, that was taken exactly 12 months ago, they die, they don't reproduce. So that also affects other community members, myself included. And you've heard a lot from the supervisors to whom I pay property tax every year. We have not heard any supervisors represent the Southwest Siskiyou County, where most people actually support flow restoration, where a lot of people actually make their living from Airbnbs, from tourism, from rafting. So there's a whole other segment of the economy that I would argue is more sustainable in Southwest Siskiyou County, where we get taxed without being represented, and I am one of them. So I'm here today to support the Karuk tribe's petition. I would also encourage you to consider permanent in-stream flow requirements on both the Scott and the Shasta River. And it's very important. You've heard a lot about the science. I would say, please make the goal recovery. You have direction from the US Congress, you have direction from the California Constitution, you have direction from the California legislature. So anytime we're talking about science, the best available science, we need to ask ourselves, what was the fundamental goal of that science? And that goal should be the goals given to us by the legislature and in the California Constitution. And then an objective body of science to achieve that. We already have peer-reviewed science that says what is highly protective for science. We already have site-specific studies on the Scott and Shasta. We've been at this for decades. So when I hear tonight, let's go down the path of negotiating, let's have science that's agreeable, that's not how it should work. In academia, there's a peer review process. You start with an objective question. And again, that question should be, what did the legislature tell us to do? Or Congress? And how do you achieve that? It needs to be objective. It should not be the ranchers or me or others duking it out. That will just invariably lead to upholding historic inequities. Whoever has the most power, whoever can yell the loudest, that's not how science should be done. So other goals, in addition to what's in the law, I was here for the process when the California Water Board went through the asking as many tribal members as would testify, what is a tribal beneficial use? And finally, the Water Board acknowledged tribal beneficial uses for culture and subsistence fishing as beneficial. So there's a goal already adopted by the Water Board. And then more recently, the Racial Equity Resolution and the Racial Equity Action Plan. There's the goal that I would argue is higher than the goals established by the Endangered Species Act. So you already have your goals. Let's find objective science to get us there for both rivers. So I guess it's been a long day. I will end there. You will also hear in this process, there are other ways to achieve the goal of protecting in-stream flows. We have spent tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money and decades on environmental water transactions. They can help a little bit here and there, but it has been tens of millions for a trickle. It has not worked. It cannot work, in large part because we don't have the political will to actually demand that if water's conserved, it stays in the river. But even if it did, it's not going to get us there. We need in-stream flow requirements. So please support the Karuk petition, support the best available science to achieve what you can now, and let's work toward the ultimate goal of recovery. And this should not be based on projections like we heard from UC Davis. It should be based on actual fish numbers increasing. So do our best and let the real world show us what enough is, not projections. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Wilson, followed by Craig Tucker, and then Ann Willis.
Waklisa Gausas is Hiswak Skena, no Madaki Choy Sikni. Good afternoon, good evening, board. My name is Paul Robert Wolf Wilson. I'm a Klamath and Modoc tribal member. I'm also the chief storyteller for Rios Rivers and the lead ambassador, one of the lead ambassadors for the Northwest River Suppliers. Firstly, I'd like to extend my deepest appreciation to the state of California for joining us in the efforts towards the largest dam removal in history on our river, on the Klamath River. The impacts this holds for the peoples that call our river home are incalculable. Hope of a more secure future is growing. In front of us now, we have the opportunity at restoration of the third largest salmon fishery on the West Coast. And while dam removal is a huge step towards restoration, improved water quality and quantity are necessary to ensure this. Relative to the Scott and Shasta rivers, I'd like to pose a question to you, an excerpt from Natalie Diaz's Decolonial Love Poems. If I say my river is disappearing, Do I also mean my people are disappearing? These last years, I've watched the Scott River run dry. In your home, if the water from your faucet ran dry as your family tried to drink, if your foods and your medicines were taken, how would you feel? Our homes are not sacrificial zones. It's great to hear all of the individual and participatory measures that some of the ranchers and farmers are making. And there's definitely kudos in order for the emergency regulations that did help our fish and our peoples. As of now, there have been no permanent safeguards put in place to protect this from happening again. The river hit 7 CFS during the emergency in-stream flow requirements. Also, without measures of usage from our agricultural uses, without knowing how much we're actually using from groundwater usage, first, the surface water usages, and then when that was depleted and they had to move to using groundwater, and now that that's being depleted, our aquifer is in shambles. And so I just want to make note of that, because how can we pretend to have informed conversations of development of standards, of flows, and agricultural usages if we don't even know how much water is being taken out of our system? We talk about, or I heard mentioned that we need to make sure that achievable flows. I don't think that should be something that is guiding the development of our treatment of this issue if we don't even have the information necessary to make informed decisions. As governing bodies, I ask and demand that the California Water Board and the governor examine your trust obligations to the tribal nations that have depended on the healthy flows of the Scott River since time immemorial. This isn't personal pleas. This is asking you to examine your trust obligations to the tribal nations. We need permanent in-stream flow requirements for the Shasta and Scott Rivers, flows sufficient for full salmon recovery and sustenance of tribal beneficial uses. It's been generations since my peoples have had our traditional diets. And now, with the dams being removed, the salmon have a rite of passage to the upper basin. But as the impacts of climate change worsen, the importance of healthy cold water tributaries cannot be understated. I'm in my mid-20s. I was a little too young to really understand the nuances during 2002. But last year, I went to see, I'm a photographer and filmmaker, and I went to document the massive fish kill we had as a result of the fires and the floods. And hearing ranchers and farmers talk about how fish might not need water, after seeing that really visceral impact that my tribe, none of the tribes within the Klamath tribe, the Klamath River, have ever documented that within our oral traditions. We've never documented having these types of fish kills prior to the usages that we've seen put onto our river. It's really hard for me to sit within this room and hear us pretend that we're having informed conversations when we're not even measuring how much water we're using. Letting it play out, procrastination, beginning in 2023, only after emergency regulations have put into place, the start of research and education and elective measurements and participatory science. We've done this for decades and it hasn't worked. Join us in working towards a more secure future. What you do here matters. The time for elective usage data and non-standardized, responsible, ground and surface water usage was decades ago. It wasn't now. It's not now. Permanent in-stream flow requirements for the Scott and Shasta rivers, sufficient for full salmon recovery and to sustain the needs of tribal beneficial uses. Thank you guys so much for your time and energy on this.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate your voice and contributing to today's discussion. Looking forward to the continued engagement around it for sure. Mr. Tucker.
Hey.
I think the AC came back on, so.
I know, I was.
It's a
feel like I was
little,
in
I know,
church in
sorry.
South Carolina
I
in August there
apologize.
for a minute.
We are trying
My
to make
name's
this as comfortable
Dr.
as
Craig Tucker. I have for the last 20 years worked either as a staff person or a consultant as an advocate for the Karuk tribe. It's been a long time to get here. Those of you who are old timers know that I've been coming here for about 15 years, fighting this exact same fight that we're fighting tonight. It's taken a long time to get here. So a few things I want to say. First thing, I want to thank y'all. We're very lucky to have civil servants like you all. I know this has been a rough day at work, and I really do appreciate you and all the staff that's in this room, kind of going above and beyond the call of duty, and California is lucky to have you. I'll just start, but I just want to make one comment about Dr. Harder's graph. And I think the graph was just designed to convince you that the flows that we're asking for are somehow unachievable. And that's just not true. Maybe they're not achievable if all things continue as they are right now, and only thing we change is we cut off irrigation on August 15th. Maybe they're not unachievable like that, but it really fails to entertain the world of possibilities. Maybe we need to not start irrigating till later in the year. Maybe we need to take some land out of production. Maybe we need to grow something different. Maybe we need to let loose 50 beavers. There's a whole world of possibilities to change the way water is managed in the Scott Valley. So don't leave here thinking that the PhD hydrologist from UC Davis just told you these flows are unachievable, because it ain't true. The next thing I'll say is Plato taught me that necessity is the mother of invention. But 20 years as an advocate for the Karuk tribe has taught me that regulation is the mother of collaboration. Regulation is the mother of collaboration. We just pulled off the biggest salmon restoration project in the history of the world. And I can tell you right now, Pacificor and Warren Buffett and those guys did not negotiate with us because they were nice guys and wanted to do right. They did it because regulatory agencies like you, like Department of Fish and Wildlife, like NOAA Fisheries, did their duty to protect the environment, did their duty to protect the tribe's interest, and that precipitated the negotiation that led to dam removal. So we're into collaborating with this community, but it does not mean they should not be regulated. And I'll take that a step further. The tribe cannot be expected to engage in some kind of negotiation or collaboration with the community of farmers there when the scales are so far tipped in their direction. The fact of the matter is that this is not just a fish and water issue. This is a social justice issue. This valley, Scott Valley, was taken by force. Let's just be honest about it. We're not in Florida, so we can tell the real history here in California. Scott Valley was taken by force. Native people were the victims of violence. They were kicked off the land, and they had their water and their land forcibly taken from them. So when white landowners and white water rights holders who have the political power in Siskiyou County are telling you, we don't need your regulations, we're good, we'll collaborate with the tribe. The tribe is at a major disadvantage entering into any kind of conversation with the community when the other side has all the land, all the water, and all the power. And that's why we have regulatory agencies. You guys have a mandate to step up for people of color in this state. You have a mandate to step up for tribes in this state. And you have a mandate to think about this not only as an environmental issue, but as a social justice issue. It's time to come down on the tribe's side for once. I think I would just say, I just think you guys do have all the authority necessary, and not only the authority, the duty to act on our petition. And the tribe is going to work with landowners in good faith. I can tell you the Karuk is not out to put landowners out of business. Councilmember Hockaday explained today, there are members of his family that farm and have cattle. And so he don't want to see those folks put out of business. But it is just not fair what's going on right now. The fish are going extinct on our watch, on our collective watch. Most of the coho salmon left on this earth that belong to the Southern Oregon, Northern California ESU, most of the fish in that ESU left on this planet use the Scott River at some point in their life cycle. They're going extinct if we don't do something. So we just ask you to consider our petition, act on it, and know that the Karuk tribe is going to continue to act in good faith, but we need the regulatory agencies to step up and act in good faith too. And I do appreciate y'all, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Appreciate the comments and long and continued good work, and look forward to that continuing here amongst us now. Next, I'd like to call up Ann Willis.
Evening. I am so appreciative of all the time everybody has committed to being here and all the attention and space that's fine. And I was really motivated to speak after hearing some of the questions that some of you were asking earlier, and wanted to share some of my experience specifically Shasta River. Currently, I'm the California Regional Director for American Rivers, a national nonprofit that looks to conserve and restore rivers across the country. Prior to that, I ran a research program at UC Davis where I got my PhD in civil engineering, and I am very proud of it. And the work that I did there was really collaborating with landowners in the Shasta to help them understand what a vision of a positive future looked like, one that was not necessarily void of sacrifice, but did have some certainty. And that is what the landowners I was working with were looking for, was certainty. In full transparency, I worked directly with Tristan Allen, who you heard from earlier today. I've worked very closely with Gary Black, who is here and speaking today. And I've worked with the Hart family. Those have been the main landowners who I've worked with in the Shasta Valley. But continually what I hear and what I heard regularly through the drought and during the curtailments was that they want to know how much water. I struggle with that question sometimes when I'm having a conversation with them, because I try and press upon them that a river is not just parts, it's processes. Minimum flow is a part of a river. That doesn't necessarily speak to how it works. And over time, I've been able to share the research that I've done over the last 15 years with them and explain how all of these parts need to come together. It's flow, it's habitat, it's how they manage their water. What I wanted to also share was, I think we have overlooked some of the good work that's moving us very far down the road, particularly work that's already been supported by the State Water Resources Control Board. One of the last research projects that I was a part of when I was at UC Davis before I transitioned to American Rivers last fall was taking the California Environmental Flows Framework and applying that concept on the ground to a tributary in the Shasta River. Because while the idea sounded almost too good to be true, what we needed to know was, does it work? And does it work to the extent that we can give landowners certainty, not a minimum flow in drought years, but flows in all years? Because what we know about these rivers is that the native ecosystem thrives, not just because they were able to persist during droughts, but because they had wet years that were truly wet. We needed both. And so the conversation I have with landowners is, there may be more flexibility than we've been experiencing for them during dry years, but there really isn't any such thing as surplus water. When we get to wet years, that needs to be wet. We can't see it as water wasted to the sea. We need to see it as working water that's helping to really infuse our rivers and our ecosystems with resilience, so that when we get to dry years, we can all work through it. They really understood that idea. They didn't always like it. We've often had arguments. I asked him before he left, and he didn't mind me sharing. You know, Gary has often pushed back on me and said, well, what about this? What about this? And can we measure this? And finally, I said to him once, I'm like, we can measure all those things. And when I'm done measuring them and I share my data, I need you to be prepared to be 100% wrong. And then we're going to do what I'm suggesting anyway. They will have conversations like that with me and then call me back again the next day. They are open to data. They want the certainty. There was a culture of fear. It is changing. We've heard that from Landon. But I also just wanted to, I think, be a voice for some of the good work that's being done to support this idea that we don't just need emergency regulations, we need regulations across all years, mostly because that brings certainty to everybody. And the last thing I would leave you with is just, a message I leave the agricultural community with, because I think it's really important to be transparent with them, particularly now I've moved over to an advocacy position. And that said, I think we often like to present a lot of these ideas as win-win. But what I know from working with the individuals who I care about very deeply in this community personally, it's not just about rivers for me, it is also about the people, that on an individual level, somebody is going to lose. Somebody will not get the water the way they used to. Somebody will not benefit from an inefficient system the way they used to. Somebody is probably not going to see the next generation of their family farm the way they used to. May not even live there at all. And while that's not necessarily something that should stop us from moving forward, I do try to approach that conversation with compassion, because I understand that loss and how painful. Anyway, that's mostly what I wanted to say, and to just encourage you to remember all the good work that's been done to date, and that I think that if we continue to move forward, could really resolve a lot of the issues and uncertainties that people have been voicing here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Appreciate your contributions and leadership in the discussion and bringing folks along. Thank you. I believe that's the last of our in-person commenters, but if you're in person here and looking to comment, please do raise your hand. We have one more. Okay. Okay. Yes, please, Mr. Fredrickson, come up. Of course, yeah. You can do both, yes, by all means. Mr. Fredrickson, apologize, didn't see you here.
I appreciate that. Yeah, so if my name is Justin Fredrickson, my day job is I do work at the Farm Bureau, but it's way after the day ended a long time ago. If I just looked at my paycheck, I would have gone home hours ago. So I'm sitting here thinking about this, listening to all this. I just want to try and tie together a few themes and things I heard, and also just some of my own thoughts for you. So one thing is, when I look at water problems in California in general, one thing that I see is that our system was designed for one set of beneficial uses, and it was not recognizing other beneficial uses that we're now trying to reconcile, and that's really hard. And so I see that driving a lot of conflict. Now, the fish, the tribes were, an afterthought. And so if you look at those mine tailings from the one picture, or you look at, what they were talking about, what the Corps did, channelizing all these rivers, that's part of what we're up against. And that's it. It's the hydraulic mining, things like that. The devastation was so vast that it's really hard. That's part of the, what is impeding progress and meaningful progress and bringing these fish back. So I just wanted to say that someone talked about times changing. Change is hard, but I thought it was really powerful that person said, we recognize the need for change, but we would like to survive that change. So give us the ability to survive that change. And when we are reconciling or trying to bring into the 21st century these uses that were left behind, it's about rebalancing. It's not about either or, as you said, Chairman. It's about rebalancing. It's about recognizing, accommodating, and reconciling uses left behind. Okay. Another theme, data is our friend, or several people said, I'm pro data. And when we started talking about data, I saw people shaking their hands and shaking their heads. And, there's hope. I think that we all feel when we start to look at actual, possibilities and what is really happening with that system. So I just support all of that. The criteria are criteria, and they're just one knob. They're kind of a blunt tool. And like the presentation from Ms. Sommerstrom, I thought was really powerful, because she was looking at multiple knobs, and she was looking at what's actually going on with the, when the fish were leaving, when they were coming, the tributaries froze over, the coho were trying to get into the tributaries, but they ended up in the main. There were so many complexities there, and it wasn't just this blunt tool. And so what she was talking about, having a workshop, having conversations, and trying to see how many different knobs we can turn, not just the one knob. I think is, there's a lot of promise there. Because as one of the ranchers said, we cannot fail. That's, they in particular, the tribes as well, can't afford to fail, can't afford to just make this about, a symbolic struggle or something that ultimately fails. The same science, you use that phrase. I think and a lot of people sounded that theme. I think it's very correct. Conflict versus collaboration, and the shifting of tone that we're beginning to see, but it's also being sort of driven by, the threat of some kind of, these frankly, this petition and all of that. It's where when you in the collaboration spaces where you have possibilities, and in the conflict spaces where you have zero sum, you have hitting walls, and you have failing, I believe is what I see too often. And yet there is a need to act. There's a need to move forward. Recognizing that the next dry year could be next year, and to overcome inertia, to overcome procrastination, also to recognize that there's